Okay, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This morning, welcome to City Hall and our council chambers. This morning, our invocation will be given by Pastor Greg Hood with Reach Ministries. Pastor.
Good to be with y'all again. I read something recently. The Bible talks about the importance of laughter. It's a good medicine. And so I started reading and found out that young children laugh about 300 times a day. Adults laugh about 30 times a day. I thought, boy, we need some medicine, don't we? So this Friday, all of y'all, staff including, council included, is to a comedy show Friday night. And as my guest, nationally known comedian, you can go to Reach Corpus Christi, search it online. It'll give you all the details. Please come and be my guest. We'd love to see you on Friday night. So let's pray.
You.
Father, thank you for the great gifts that we have received from you. A beautiful creation from your hand that fits us perfectly. Thank you for that. We thank you for the gift of laughter as well, that we can have in hard times, difficult times, the opportunity to relieve stress through having a merry heart. And so thank you for that gift. Thank you, too, for our beautiful city. Lord, the gifts we enjoy here are abundant, and others come here to enjoy them as well. So we thank you. We thank you, too, for your Son, a gift to us, who came so that we could be made right with you for now and all eternity. I pray we'll take advantage of that gift through faith in him. Thank you, too, for the council, the staff, Lord, that you have ordained. That's what your word says, that you raised up government that we might live in order and peace. And so it's a gift from you to have public servants, and we ask your blessing on them today as they carry out their business. May they have wisdom to make good decisions, ones that would please you and bless the people. I pray, too, that we all might take advantage of that gift, that when this life is over, we stand before you and we'll say, our faith was in Jesus Christ, and he'll say, well done, come into your eternal home. We ask all this in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Zachary Ryan Graham. He's a senior at Flower Bluff High School, 12th in his class. He is a top 3 regional tennis regional finisher representing Flower Bluff, or about to go represent Flower Bluff at the state tournament, and he's committed to LeTourneau University. Zachary. Yes.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Zachary, thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Eric Cantu.
Here.
Gail Hernandez.
Here.
Kaylin Paxson. Present. Everett Roy. Mr. Roy is not here. Mark Scott. Here. Carolyn Vaughn. Here. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present, and Rebecca and the council knows, but I'm going to leave at noon today to attend the preliminary hearing on standing in Sinton for our Evangeline water permits. So I'll be here until noon today.
Okay, thank you, sir, for letting us know. City Attorney Miles Risley. Okay, Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Great, thank you, Ms. Huerta. That takes us to Section E, our city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. And good morning, Mayor and members of the council and the community. We do have 2 items on the city manager's report for this morning. And the first one includes an update on public safety infrastructure improvements. And so public safety remains one of the city's, this city council and myself's highest priorities. Over my past 7 years here, we've deliberately strengthened police operations and infrastructure through city council approved capital improvement projects and voter supported bond programs. A key part of this effort has been making sure our police officers and firefighters have the facilities and the support needed to carry out their work effectively. Today, we'll be sharing a short video that highlights these investments that the City Council and the community has endorsed. This video was filmed on location at several of our new facilities and facilities being built right now for police and fire. And it shows how these projects are supporting the day-to-day operations of our police force. I do want to add that this video has been done in-house by our communications team, and I think you'll enjoy it. So we're going to roll the video right now, and then I'll speak a little more after the video.
Over the past 7 years, public safety has remained a defining priority for the city of Corpus Christi. That commitment has been carried out through continued investment in the infrastructure that supports daily police and fire operations, reflected today in a workforce of 506 sworn police officers and 460 firefighters serving the community. A significant portion of that effort has been advanced through council-approved capital projects and bond programs to replace aging fire stations, all designed to build a more effective and better positioned environment for our police officers and firefighters. Many of the city's existing fire stations were built decades ago and are impacted by energy inefficiency, degraded foundations, and outdated infrastructure. As part of the infrastructure improvement plan, the city is working to replace half of its 18 fire stations, including 9 that are more than 50 years old, exceeding their intended design life. This effort is already underway with the completion of the new fire station number 3, which replaced a 67-year-old facility that had long served as one of the city's busiest stations. Construction is also currently underway for the fire stations 8 and 10, following council approval of contracts totaling approximately $9.6 million for Station 8 and $9.3 million for Station 10. These facilities include drive-through apparatus bays sized for larger, more advanced equipment, as well as dedicated space for training, equipment storage, and daily operations. Living quarters are designed to support 24-hour shifts, including dormitory space, kitchens, fitness areas, and decontamination zones to promote health and safety. For the police department, infrastructure investment has focused on strengthening coverage across the city through a network of substations. Substations are a key part of allowing officers to operate more effectively in the field while improving access to services for residents and maintaining consistent response coverage by being positioned closer to the areas they serve. The Flower Bluff substation serves as a model for this approach and supports the city's long-term goal of achieving a 5-station system, which would include 4 substations and the downtown headquarters. Following council approval of these projects through bond-funded projects, construction is actively progressing with the Northwest substation approximately 70% complete and the Far South substation approximately 51% complete. Each substation is approximately 7,200 to 7,300 square feet and designed to function as a fully operational hub in the field. These facilities include briefing rooms, interview space, offices, and secure areas for evidence and equipment, allowing officers to complete reports, conduct investigations, and return to service more efficiently. Each facility also includes a full building backup generator, ensuring continued operations during emergency conditions, along with durable construction designed to reduce long-term maintenance costs and extend the life of the investment. Together, these investments strengthen the ability of our police officers and firefighters to serve the community, ensuring they have the facilities, tools, and support needed to carry out their work safely and effectively. We thank them for their dedication and the work they do every day to keep our community safe.
Great, that was a great video, right?
Good job.
Yeah, real good. So what you saw at City Council in the community reflects the City Council's long-term strategy to public safety across our city. Just to recap some of this, in the fire department, we know we have 18 fire stations across the city, and 9 of those are more than 50 years old. And so we put together a plan a few years ago to replace those 9. And 1 station has been completed already. That's station number 3 on Morgan. And you saw that in the video. We were at the ribbon cutting not too long ago. We have 2 stations under construction, Station 8, which is in City Council District 3 on Custoris, and then Station 10 on Horn Road, also in City Council District 3. And then we have 2 additional stations in design, Station 9 in City Council District 1 on Leopard Street, and then Station number 11 on Airline in City Council District 4. So that's 5 of our 9 that we want to replace over these coming years to have better facilities for our firefighters. In our police department, as you saw in the video, we are developing and rolling out a strategy that City Council approved, which is to have more than just the downtown police headquarters. And so a few years ago, the City Council approved having a 4 substation plan, having 4 substations across the city. And as you saw in the video, our northwest substation, City Council District 1 on Upriver Road, is 70% complete. And then our far south substation in City Council District 5 is 51% complete. And then we have funds in the budget for designing a new substation in the central area, as the chief calls it. Mm-hmm. So in addition to that video, the City Council will receive a copy of the city employee newsletter. We do a newsletter each month for the past, I think, over a year now. And we had the idea to come up with a special edition for this one just to focus on public safety. And so we'll hand that out to City Council momentarily. This edition focuses on public safety to include infrastructure, investments, workforce support, and operational impacts that these projects have on our teams. So we thank our public safety for the work they do. We know both chiefs are here this morning. Thank you for your professionalism. Thank you for the team's work. This City Council and this community knows that public safety professionals are keeping us safe always. We thank you. Mm-hmm. Yes, Mayor.
That's great.
Yep.
Thank you, Peter. We appreciate it. Chief Markle, thank you for all your work. And I just want to say, we all know that investment in public safety is critical, but this truly drives or delivers safer neighborhoods, faster response times, and the biggest thing, it's real results for our residents that our residents can see and actually feel. I think it was the best thing that we could have done is to expand, where we had, as the city is growing, we had just the headquarters, and now it has just become a completely different perception. And that has everything to do with a facility, but everyone in it and what we're doing in terms of the culture, and that is being a part of the community. So thank you, Chief Markle. Councilman Barrera.
Yeah, Peter, I just want to kind of echo that sentiment in addition, but I want to thank you because that forward thinking didn't come online until you came here, and the team that you put together and the team that we have, and I think I've stole this. I've used this on the campaign trail, and I stole them. I call them Markleisms. One of us is that I'm a knuckle dragger, which is just between us. But the other one is that he says, we're a big city and we need to act like a big city. And the other one is that we want a community that not only is safe, but where its citizens feel safe. And I think that's a thing that the culture, that public safety and your team and engineering and, I think one of the things that you said, well, let's put it on a bond package and see what the public feels about it. And the public has overwhelmingly supported all of these projects for public safety. And I think some of the other things is that, in particularly in District 3, where we had an area that had a ton of blight, we had a facility, there was a property there that had not been managed. It was a haven for homeless. It was dangerous. It was dangerous for the community. And now we're going to have a new fire station there. And, and that's thanks to the vision and the research that Chief Wade and his team did to say, hey, this is the ideal location. And we, I think the things that we've done on the Morgan one of how it's just how it's just lit up the community. And I think that's our part in not only having the community feel safe, but then, enhancing the value of these older communities. So thank you very much. Thank you for your team, and thank you for you guys in public safety. And then it gives us as politicians to say we support you. So we do. So thank you so much.
Councilman Kentu.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I do want to say thank you, Peter, for everything you have done for public safety. I think the police and fire recognizes that. In my opinion, past 15 years, past city council managers hasn't done what you've done for public safety. Like, hands down, you've done a great job for public safety. And I know both our chiefs are proud to say that also, because they tell me, and they support you, and I support you on this. And I mean, we have two fire stations in District 3 that are going to be brand new. The ones that are there now, I visited some of them a couple months ago, and it's pretty bad, so I'm really excited about the fire stations, and I just can't thank you enough for supporting police and fire. And thank you, chiefs, for everything you guys do. You guys are engaged with this community. Buck Days was a great event. Marco, you were there. Wade, everybody was there, and it was a great event. And I think our police department is doing a great job. I went to the movies to watch Michael Jackson over the weekend, and I love the fact that we have an off-duty officer working the movie theater and having a patrol car there in the front. Shows presence. I think that's a great deal. We need to let these off-duty officers use patrol cars, because, people get, they want to do a crime or something, and they see a patrol officer vehicle there, and they're not going to do anything, And I feel more safer, having officers at the movie theaters, for example. So thank you again, Peter. And I don't know, not a lot of people say thank you a lot to you here at times, but I'm telling you thank you, and thank you for doing everything for public safety. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Vaughn.
Well, I want to thank you, Mr. Sinoni, as well, but I also want to thank the mayors and the previous councils that approved those projects, because they wouldn't have been done. But most of all, I want to thank the citizens for voting for the bonds. That shows how valuable they think public safety is, and they're the ones paying for it, so I want to thank them. Thank you.
That's good.
Next item.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for those comments. Our next item is a public safety item as well, and this item is a presentation by the Police Department on roadway use and safety for a new phenomenon you'll see out there on the road, which is e-bikes, or they're also known as motorbikes or pocket bikes. There has been some concern in some areas of our community on citizens that see these cyclists throughout the community. I think it's almost citywide. It's a newer technology and a newer phenomenon. The police department has been working for about a year to address the situation. They have had some public information material that's been issued, and more is coming. This rapid technology in these bikes is advancing so quick that state law is not keeping up with it in some cases. But the police department here has been keeping up and has been nimble in terms of adjusting. A bicycle with pedals is one thing, but a bicycle with a battery with pedals is something different. And then a bicycle with a motor that has no pedals is yet something even more different. So the police department's on top of it. I've asked Chief Markle to continue the public education campaign and to increase it, increase the amount of material, increase the amount of public service announcements, if you will. So as part of that effort today at the City Manager's Report, I believe Captain Timothy Frazier from the Corpus Christi Police Department will be presenting information that'll help clarify the differences on these different types of bicycles or electronic bikes that are out there. And then moving forward, Captain Frazier and the police department will continue, as I mentioned, to educate our community more, especially so people are aware of the laws if you're driving a vehicle, and maybe even more importantly, to make sure we keep the community safe on the rules and what's right and not right with these devices. So, Captain Frazier, thanks for being here. I'll turn the mic over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As Peter said, I am Captain Tim Frazier. I am in charge of the Police Department's traffic section. And I will be talking to you about the pocket bikes, electric bikes, and kind of touch on the golf carts a little bit. As Peter said, it's about a year we've been dealing with this. In fact, we worked with Councilmember Paxton last year with dealing with this on the island. And it was kind of a problem. But obviously, it's been more prolific because Christmas came. And unlike when I was a kid and we got a little huffy bicycle to terrorize the neighborhood, these kids are getting electric dirt bikes and like little pocket bikes. And they're riding around. And unfortunately, they're not doing it in a very safe manner. So what's the difference between a pocket bike and kind of an electric e-bike? Well, an e-bike is basically a bicycle with just a motor to assist, right? So if you can pedal it, it's going to go. And the motor is just there to help you get up to 28 miles an hour, possibly up to a 750 watt motor in it. If it has pedals and they don't work and they're just there for a stand and it's got an electric motor or even a gas motor, well, it's a different story, right? It's no longer considered really an e-bike. It is now a pocket bike or an electric motorcycle. And those are not legal in any public area. Not on a sidewalk, not on a roadway, not on a bike path. Nowhere in the public are those allowed. Now, they can be made legal, but there are certain things you have to have: headlamps, tail lamps, turn signals, and the whatnot. And the issue is that we've been getting a lot of complaints because of the number of these bikes being ridden on the road, especially by little kids. And because we got a number of more of these bikes hitting the road, we've also seen an increase in the number of crashes involving the pocket bikes and the electric motorcycles. And a lot of it's because, again, the kids aren't following the rules of the road. Even though they're not legal, still, it could still be a little bit more safe. But the other fact is that they're inexperienced. We're talking about smaller kids. We're talking 8, 9 years old, 11 years old, and they're on these roads with these vehicles that can travel 35, 40, 45 miles an hour. And so that becomes an issue. And so the police department has been already doing more of an education and enforcement type of thing. But as the summer comes up, we will be doing a specialized enforcement, really kind of because the kids are going to be coming out of school, and there's going to be during the week, and when they're supposed to be, when they usually are in school, and they're now, because they don't have school, they're going to be out playing on these bikes. We're taking a harder stance in making sure that these kids are safe, and not just the kids, but the motoring public as well, because it does endanger the motoring public along with these kids, right? Because you do have, sometimes they ride out in front of a car and the car swerves to avoid, and now they're hitting a pole or hitting another car. So now we've got not just the kids, but the public. So it is our mission to make sure that everybody in the public is safe, as always. But we also want to make sure that these kids and the public and the motoring public, again, are safe as well. So the fact of the matter is that we also want the parents to be responsible, right, in teaching their kids. Yes, it's illegal, but we also need to talk to they also need to be parents and instruct their kids, hey, you need to be safe, right? Because we can't be everywhere at once. And some of these kids are going to ride anyway. And so at least get some knowledge out there that, hey, if you're on the road when you're not supposed to be, make sure you're safe. Make sure you're stopping at stop signs. Make sure you're not pulling into intersections. Maybe, make sure that you're safely on the road if you're going to be doing this. And what have we been doing? Well, again, we've been educating and we've been enforcing. Now, sometimes these are adults that are on these little pocket bikes. We do give them citations and we do impound their bikes. As far as the kids are concerned, we can still impound their bike, but we can cite the parents for allowing the kids to ride their bikes on the roadway. So while we're trying to strike a great balance between enforcement and allowing kids to be kids, we still need to make sure that they're safe.
Captain, I'm sorry.
Yes, no, that's it, Mayor.
Was that?
Yes, ma'am.
You're done with it? What?
PowerPoint. All right. Yeah, go through the PowerPoint. I'm sorry. Again, citizen complaints. We've been, like I struck on before, there have been numerous crashes and citizen complaints. Some of these motorcycles, the little ones, like they've got smaller engines and are smaller, have been on the major roadways like Ocean Drive and Yorktown. There's a picture of kind of a mini bike or a pocket bike. The definition's right there. It's in the Texas Transportation Code 551351. So basically anything less than a 50 cc engine is a pocket bike. Those are definitely not legal on the roadway. Anything greater than 50 can be made legal, but most of them are not. Again, no headlamps, no turn signals, or whatnot. And they also have to be registered. If they're not registered, they should have a license plate on there that says they've been registered with the state of Texas. And if not, then again, it's an illegal road. It's illegal to be on the roadway. And then the golf carts, like I said, we touched on a little bit. Basically has to be in a master plan community, not 2 miles from the house or wherever it's normally parked. And the big thing is with these is you have to have a driver's license in order to drive them. We do see kids, 11, 12 years old, driving these. I've seen them in my own neighborhood, and I've addressed the issue with them and the parent, but you have to have a driver's license in order to drive the golf cart in public area. And enforcement, again, we've been doing education and enforcement, and we're going to be coming up with specialized enforcement, including using the traffic section to really kind of look into this and do what we have to do. More enforcement during the school week, especially, or when it's during the summertime. And we may doing PSAs, touch on what Peter said earlier. We are going to do some public service announcements regarding the rules and regulations. We've already been doing that before. We are going to be doing it some more. For the coming weeks, the next month or two, we'll be pushing out a little bit more on our social media and with the news. And again, it's important for parents to make sure that they are talking with the kids. Again, violators will receive citations. We can impound the bike. Like I said, we will we will cite the parents for any kids that are out there riding the bike, because it's their responsibility too, right? It's not just the kids, it's the parents' responsibility as well. And in the end as well, we do ask that if you're an adult riding the bike, that you make it, if it's not street legal, then don't ride in the road.
Right. Okay.
Any questions? There we go.
Yeah, Captain, what do you think the reason is? I mean, this is obviously kind of an uptick, if you will, on these bikes. Is it just a fad? Is it the newest?
Yeah, it's basically a fad. Only because when you had those little two-wheel, I don't know what they're called, but the little Segways.
Oh.
Yeah, and then, you got Segways, but then you have those other ones that you had the little remote and you ride on it, and I don't remember. I don't ride that kind of stuff. I ride a bicycle. So even then I fall. So I don't, but no, but yeah, so it's just another fad. It's just something else, technology, as Peter said before, technology is advancing faster than the laws can move with it.
And you think in the first slide, you mentioned Yorktown, I think you mentioned Yorktown and
Ocean Drive, yeah, we began getting some.
So that's typically where you're seeing the complaints are coming?
No, most of the complaints are actually in the neighborhoods, but we do see them on Ocean Drive and Yorktown, which the neighborhoods is one thing because we do get a lot of complaints in Ocean Drive and Yorktown. It's kind of a different because now you're really introducing them into major traffic areas. And so that's kind of an issue itself.
Okay, very good. Councilwoman Paxton.
Thank you for the presentation. Yes, it's been a long time talking about this. I think we first engaged a year ago at least, maybe a little more. It's been a huge concern. I know for us over in District 4 especially, the kids really do enjoy these bikes. They're out on them. They're not exclusively on the smaller roadways,
Correct.
But they're also coming, very close contact with pedestrians. Vehicles are not able to see them well. They're very small. And I really don't want to wait until something horrible happens for us to get ahead of it. So my question is, you said that we would be pushing out more messaging campaigns via social media and things. First, what do we do as these continue to happen? I mean, if I'm at any given time of the day or any place and I have somebody reaching out, talking to me that they've got these kids just flying down the road, and I want children to be children, but I want them to be safe. What's the protocol? Because it's all day and all night. So what does happen? When I've reached out in the past, I've been kind of told, well, they're children, there's nothing we can do about it. Well, we need to protect, they're on the road.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. And so I would encourage anybody to call it in, right? Because the more information that we have, the better that we can deal with it. Because a lot of times these kids are secluding themselves in kind of a smaller area, right, where they're riding. And so if we're given a little bit more information, like location, time, or what, that kind of information, we can actually employ more resources to kind of look into that, right? I also encourage people, we have an email that goes to the police department along with other departments in the city, saferoadsforcc.com, or I'm sorry, saferoadsforcc@corpuschristitx.gov. That email loop goes to us, and I look at that and I read it, and that way I can, again, know where to deploy my forces, right, to make sure that we do enforce that and make sure that everybody's safe. So the law.
My problem is, I don't want to create a scenario where we're just calling the police constantly because kids are on a bicycle. I think that what are we doing about being aware of certain hot spots throughout town to engage those parents, to engage those stakeholders that are closest to the kids? We already know, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yes, ma'am. Oh, yes.
I don't think at this stage in the game saying email the police department when you see a child on a bike.
No, and we can, again, you can call it in, but we are, like I said, we are ramping up our enforcement for that. We are going to dedicate officers to take care of this issue out in the public. We're not just stand by with our hands in our pockets, right? We are actually actively looking into this. The Safe Roads for CC, that's a good email for if it's a consistent. It does help us build a little bit of a map to where we know where we can, again, deploy the resources in a more efficient manner, right? Because you don't want to just be out there for 8 hours a day and not see anything. It gives us a little bit more to work with.
I know you probably can't see it that far away, but the Nueces County Constables, they issued this one-page graphic. It's easy to share on social media platforms. Something I asked for right before they issued this was if we could issue something like that breaks down these types of vehicles that we're seeing and very simply and clearly puts the class of vehicle, what are the appropriate uses, what are the inappropriate, like you cited a few of those in the presentation, but I have yet to see from our department something like this that we can all get behind and help with the messaging, can be shared easily, things like that.
Oh, Chief Markle.
Yeah. Mike Markle, Police Chief. Yeah, we have done that, Councilwoman, and we've sent this to the schools. Excuse me. We've met with the POA on the island at your request. We've met with the Kings Crossing neighborhood. We've spoken to those folks, the mayor's request. We've been out in Cal Island. We've pushed out many different types of media on this. This is really a parenting issue. We can't be in every neighborhood all the time, obviously. We want our children to be safe in this community. I rode around on four-wheelers and snowmobiles and all kinds of crap up north when I was young. Probably pretty dangerous. Doesn't make it right, but that's what kids do. And it's not a lack of interaction. When you asked for it, we did it. We're going to redo it. Travis is building a commercial right now. We're going to put that out this week. We're going to pin it to the top of all our social media. We reach 100 and some thousand people, right, Erica? In this community. We're going to keep doing that. It's not a lack of education. We take the bikes away. Matter of fact, a good example, those two young men that you brought to our attention, Jody had taken those two bikes away, and their parents went and bought them two more. So they re-engaged. So it's not a lack of effort. It's not a lack of us interacting with the public. We've done that. We'll continue to do so. You're right on this topic. You've been working on it. I appreciate that, but certainly not a lack of initiative on our part.
Well, I appreciate if there's a graphic. I remember a year ago when we talked about it, I said if the police department creates one, I'd like to receive a copy of it so I can help assimilate it. And I've looked through the Facebook page, and perhaps I missed it, but I did not see it. Portland has a good one as well. So for me, where I sit is I still get a lot of community members reaching out and saying, what is the city doing? What are the rules? What are the laws? It's really hard to reach a lot of people. That's
Sure.
my concern.
I appreciate
So when I
that.
continue to hear it in high volume, that's when I reach out to my team members, which are our law enforcement and our city management, so that we can continue to embrace the effort.
No, we embrace the effort. We embrace the challenge of it, and we know that it is a challenge. Again, we can't raise people's children for them. The parents need to be parents. Our best option is to do what we're doing. We can interact with our neighbors on watch. We have several groups around the city that we can interact with those groups, talk to the community members within them, within those neighborhoods. We can have public community meetings. But at the end of the day, I think parents do know right from wrong. So we're going to push out these messages. We're going to keep doing that. We're going to enforce. We're going to take the bikes if we have to. You know, there's actually two issues. There's pocket bikes on Ocean Drive and the South Side main streets, and children in neighborhoods. So both of them handle it a little differently, but both aggressively. And we'll continue to do so.
I think some of those are great ideas. Working with our neighborhood watch, doing a community engagement town hall type thing. It's not that the information doesn't exist.
Sure.
It's creating a community effort around it. I mean, the bikes are getting more affordable. They're getting easier to acquire. More people are getting access to them. It's not a thing that's going to go away. It's just a mode of transportation now, and it's fast, and it could be dangerous. It very well could be. So
It is
I think
dangerous.
engaging in those types of ways is a great opportunity for us. I do hope that we follow through with that, because it's important.
Well, we will.
And I'm not
We will.
interested in just becoming very, fear-mongering over it, but it needs an attention before someone gets hurt, is my point. So if we had that graphic, I would have loved to see it in the presentation today. I hope somebody can share it to me, because I've looked for it.
Erica, can you send it? We'll send it to you.
Okay,
Thank you, Chief Markle.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So what we're going to do is we're going to break. It's 12:07, so we're going to go to public comment, which should be a little bit over an hour. And then we have 24 people signed up, but that includes WebEx. And then we'll come back to some questions on these little bikes. So as we begin the meeting, I want to take a moment to address the rules of decorum. The City Council chambers is a place of public business, a forum for civic discussion, decision-making, and service to the people of Corpus Christi. It is not a stage for personal attacks, disruptions, or vulgarity, and we will not tolerate violations of decorum. There have been repeated instances of individuals using profanity, shouting over others, and shouting blatant disregard for the rules that govern our proceedings. I've allowed space for differing viewpoints, and I will continue to welcome respectful disagreement. But I will not allow this council or the public we serve to be disrespected. So we're here to do the people's work, and we'd like to proceed in that spirit. If you want to speak on a specific agenda item during its discussion, you don't need to sign up beforehand. I will ask for public comment when the council considers the item. At that time, you may come up to the podium and speak. At this time, I'll ask the City Attorney, Miles Risley, to please review the council meeting rules of decorum. These rules will be displayed over the television screens for our audience's reference. Mr. Risley.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city-related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So in-person comments are limited to 3 minutes. For call-in or WebEx video speakers, Corpus Christi residents receive up to 3 minutes and non-residents up to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will help manage that allotted time. If you have a petition or any relevant information, please present it to the city secretary before speaking, and she will distribute it to us. Our first speaker will be Miracle Jimenez.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Miracle Jimenez, and I live in Rockport here in the Coastal Bend. I've been following the water discussions closely, and what stands out to me is this. This is not just a supply issue, but a system issue. We're dealing with water supply, industry demand, environmental impact, cost, and long-term sustainability all at the same time. And these are not separate problems, they are interconnected. Each decision sets off a chain of events that affects the next. Right now, those decisions are often being made in pieces, but when you manage an interconnected system in pieces, that's where imbalance begins. That's where problems slip through. If the problem is interconnected, then the solution has to be coordinated. That's why I'm asking you to consider establishing a Coastal Bend Water Resilience Task Force, bringing together city leadership, industry, environmental experts, regulators like the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, technical specialists, and community representatives, not as another committee, but as a focused, time-bound group responsible for aligning these moving parts, identifying gaps, and delivering coordinated recommendations for a balanced long-term water system. I brought a simple visual to show what that coordination looks like. Each of these represents a different pressure point, and each one feeds into the solution. This is what it looks like when the system is addressed together instead of in pieces. Can we pull up that image? Because the goal is not just to solve one issue, it's to make the whole system work. A coordinated task force would bring the right expertise into one room, address blind spots from every angle, and restore confidence in how these decisions are made. And in the end, it's an industry versus the city, or residents versus growth. Industry, the city, and residents are interconnected. The same people who live here work here. The same system supports all of us. So the goal is not to prioritize one over another, it's to design a system that works for everyone, because in the end, this affects every single one of us. And that starts here with leadership that chooses to bring the right people together and approach this as one coordinated system. And I believe we've been given everything that we need right here in this community to do just that. And I'll leave you with this. Consider the flowers of the field, how they grow. They do not labor or spin, yet even Solomon in all his glory was not clothed like one of these. God clothes them. How much more then will he provide for us? Do not worry. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Bramanti?
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council.
Mr. Bramanti, if you'll hold on one second, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Councilman.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Thank you. Had she sent a graphic for us?
Ms. Paxton, we don't have a record of that. We don't have the graphic, so I'm not sure what happened.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Joe Bramanti. I live in Corpus Christi. I've never met any of you before. I've never given nor received anything of value from any of you. I came to my first City Council meeting 2 weeks ago and enjoyed myself more than I thought proper. The guy with the We the People headband who bobbed and weaved the good-natured attempts to keep him from just talking about 9/11 the whole time, and he had to reference some obscure library law. The guy who seemed very reasonable talking about water or whatever, and then he said something about Indian people. And then when you thought he was going to get back on topic, he just kept talking about India. The people on the internet who call in, suspiciously well organized, who just go roll tape, and then we have to watch some really uncomfortable footage of something. And then there was the very reasonable guy who criticized the new ethics complaint process. I wholeheartedly support him. Take it back to the old system where the complaints go directly to the committee. I can't imagine that old process resulted in any meaningful accountability anyway. So, and then finally, the big jacked guy with the tattoos and sunglasses who kept referring, I guess he must get escorted out a lot. I like that y'all got to sit here and take it from citizen outrage made manifest, so long as the metal detectors are working, you know. But there's doors back there, and it seems like people might slink away when they think, uh-oh, this next one's about me. I think we should have those taxpayer-funded mad scientist chairs with the automatic arm restraints until the public comment period's over. Thank you for my time. I'm sorry I didn't talk about impeachment, which I thought our country was well tired of, or water, about which I know nothing. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for putting on a tremendous show, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Bermanti. Kenneth Castro.
Good afternoon. I'm Kenneth Castro from District 4. This is what I like to say. On the water plant, I know he's not here, but did you think of evaporation, heat and wind, evaporation of the lake? Did you factor that into your plan? Yes or no? Okay. Water pumping. Miami, Florida has the same thing with wells. They have a lot of data centers there. Saltwater intrusion is damaging their wells right now in Miami, Florida. I don't know if you knew that. Okay, what are we going to do when we run out of water? Are you going to fill up water tanks? Are you going to ship trucks to fill up water tanks for the public to get water? Are you going to call the National Guard to hand out bottles of water to people? You know, there's National Guard units that can desal water to people. Have you called Governor Abbott to offer that idea? And when is the time that you're going to actually let the citizens know that we're almost out of water? You're going to do it the last minute? Think about that. There's a lot of people that live here in Corpus Christi. What, 500,000? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Castro. Marilena Garza.
Marilena Garza, District 1. I'm going to be very direct today. This is not just a social issue anymore. This is an economic liability for our city. Hotel occupancy tax, property taxes, and sales tax fund a significant portion of our city budget, and tourism runs on perception. And right now, the perception of our city is that we are failing, and it's not just with water management. Research is clear: when visitors encounter visible homelessness, their likelihood to return drops. And when people feel uncomfortable or unsafe, they do not spend, they do not shop, they do not dine, they do not buy property or invest in businesses, and they definitely don't come back. Contrary to what was being said earlier, people do not feel safe. We literally have people defending their food trucks with guns. But we're safe. We're doing great. The police are literally telling you that they're stretched too thin and you want to throw on these little e-bikes and motorbikes while people are having to defend their property, trying to make an earnest, hard living and pay into our general fund through taxes. How are we going to pay for stuff, guys? Officers are meant to stop crime, and being poor is not a crime. Okay? And if you truly support officers, you will not task them to do social issues like homelessness. It's just ridiculous. And it's not just tourists. Our own residents are changing their behavior. They avoid certain areas. They redirect their spending. They move. How many folks know somebody who has left Corpus in the last year? That means local businesses, especially small businesses, are the ones absorbing the cost of inaction, the inaction of this city council. So the question is not whether this is affecting our economy, community, or putting CCPD in an awkward position because they aren't social workers. The real question is, what is the city council doing about it aside from pushing it off onto the police and nonprofits like me? Because what you're doing now is not enough, and we're currently doing the bare minimum, if that. And let me be clear, ignoring it or trying to move people out of sight, like over-policing, for example, arresting people for just being on the sidewalk, they have nowhere to go. There is nowhere for them to go. It's not a strategy, and it has failed every single city that has tried to do that before. And it ends up making the problem much more worse and more expensive. If we want to be competitive, if we want tourism dollars, business investment, and strong local economy, then we need visible, measurable, and effective action. That means coordinated funding to support nonprofits that do outreach, not creating more hoops for our already strained systems. And running a budget on maybes and empty promises isn't what us nonprofits need. We need real pathways off the street, real diverse housing for all, and for real diverse housing for all of our community, and maintaining public spaces in a way that people feel safe. You're failing us.
Thank you, Ms. Garza. John Hendricks.
I hate to bring this up, Madam Mayor. There we are. Okay. All right. District 2, Corpus Christi, John Hendricks, born Spawn Shoreline, member of Sons of Confederate Veterans Camp 713, adjutant, Veterans of Foreign Wars, Post 23907, Tower Bell Ringer, Corpus Christi Cathedral. Madam Mayor, distinguished council members, Mr. City Manager, Thursday, June 4th, is the Feast of Corpus Christi. Our bay and our city are named for that feast. It is a feast honoring the inestimable gift of the Lord's Supper given to us by Jesus Christ, and may his name be forever praised. It is also a feast to honor the very name of Christ. This year, the Corpus Christi Diocese, at the express will of our new bishop, His Excellency Mario Aviles, will be holding a good, old-fashioned public procession, a holy parade, if you will, in honor of said feast. Also, that same day, Thursday, June 4th, we will officially be reopening Corpus Christi Cathedral, and also that same day, we will officially welcome our new bishop, Aviles, for the first time into Corpus Christi Cathedral, his new home. I often hear public commenters from this forum remind us, rightfully so, what a privilege it is to be in the only city in the whole universe to have this blessed name. And usually this is said in the context that we all need to act more like our Lord and Savior. And as the old adage says, whenever I point you out, there are three fingers pointing right back at me. All of us know there's something very unique about our town, and much of that has to do with the holy name of Christ. Sometimes we sensitive Catholics want to tamp down our joy and our exuberance that our town should have such a Catholic-sounding name. We do not want to offend our good neighbors who might be atheists or non-believers or perhaps Hindus, Muslims, Jews, or Protestants. But Madam Mayor, distinguished council members, that name is part of our history. And that history belongs to all us Corpus Christians, Catholics and non-Catholics, believers and non-believers. Let's see if I can find it here. There we go. Corpus Christi is a beautiful and powerful name. It is an awesome name. Like it or dislike it, it is part of who we are. I believe it is right and moral and decent to fully embrace who we are, our history, our identity, our name, and yes, our feast. Therefore, I implore you, Madam Mayor, distinguished council members, in light of these 3 happy events, all converging on this one day, Thursday, June 4, 2026, to declare a city holiday for this year's Feast of Corpus Christi. Each of you has a copy of my suggested resolution, and many thanks for bearing with me.
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks. Alejandro Chavera.
Alejandro Chavera, District 3. I got something that I haven't been able to do for a while, show some pictures and a short film. This is a short film of a rudimentary prototype that I made when it was actually did rain during Easter. I don't think that's oh, there it is. And it barely rained and I caught 9 gallons of water. If we could put these around the lake, along the river, you could probably put more water in than anything else, in wells or anything like that. This did not even move. It stayed in one spot. I didn't take any water from anything else. Water still fell in that area. But look what I collected. Just by using that, I spent $30 to make that rudimentary sail right there. I mean, this is done in Africa. It's being done right now in Chile. Theirs may be 10 foot tall. There's some more pictures that will show how they actually, this, in a home, you could do this in a home and just use the rainwater that fell on your roof. That's what they did. Next picture, please. This is used in the dry areas where there is no rain. They collect water. We could do the same thing. Next picture, man. That's what it does. You can tell how much water it's making. Next picture, please. This is what I finally built. This is a 4x4 foot panel. That panel alone collected 4 or 5 gallons in one little, maybe 30 minutes of rain. Next picture, please. This is what they do along the ocean. They collect all that humidity and all that rain, and all they do is transfer it wherever they want to. Next picture. Ancient technology, things that man just forgot or decided, hey, I ain't making no money off of it. Why even do it? Using just rock to make water. This is what the ancients did. Next picture, please. Africa. They don't have no water, but yeah, they do. They collect it just like we should be doing. Next picture, please. Do I have no more? Oh, okay. Well, another thing, I've told the city, different ways that they could do this diesel and make revenue out of it. Well, the city doesn't want to do it. Maybe the refineries can do it. They have free energy. And what I mean by that, you see those flares? For years, I've been watching those flares and wondering, how come they're releasing that free energy? Well, anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Chavera. Scott Barraza.
Scott Barraza, Nueces County. Good afternoon. I'm still waiting to see that well mitigation plan in writing. The longer I wait, the more worried I get over its real-world implementation and how that mitigation plan will be funded. I'm told it will be a line item in next year's budget. That's troubling in that set-aside money could be reallocated. You have a case in executive session today where that was done coincidentally with the water fund. Will our well remediation money be used on streets? The city mailed out a well assistance program letter to residents, or as I like to call it, a data collection program. I've seen lots of negative reaction to this online. Trust is low. Can you blame them? I've even read and heard from some that say that they have called and emailed and can't get anyone to answer or respond to come out. Data is key. The city wants our well data, but isn't necessarily sharing theirs. It's the whole purpose of that data collection program. But how much data flows back to the people? I recently did a PIR on the hydrologist reports from both Steve Young and KT. The response I received was that there are no responsive documents, only a draft report. So this whole time the city has been basing their groundwater decisions on a draft? Or is it more likely that the city is hiding behind a draft so as not to release that information? So much for all this talk about accountability and transparency regarding water. If the onus is on the well owner to prove that the city caused damages, wouldn't it be helpful for them to have this information? You want data to flow to you, but not down to the well owners who are bearing the burden of your actions. All the more reason that any mitigation plan assumes groundwater issues are caused by the city and that the city should have to disprove responsibility, not the well owner. If these reports uphold what we've been told, why hide them? I would think you would like to be showing these to anyone and everyone. It's starting to feel like the dodging of the written well mitigation plan coupled with not releasing the hydrology reports is all planned so as to reduce the financial liabilities that the city knows is lurking the longer and harder they pump the aquifer. That fiduciary responsibility that I hear Nick talk about when speaking to him about the well mitigation program. After all, when the well owners don't have all the data, it becomes harder to prove anything. It sure feels like we're living next door to the neighbor from hell. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barassa. Marta Sprout?
I'm short. Thank you. It is a pleasure to be here today. My name is Marta Sprout. I'm from District 4. I live out on the island. And one of the things I want to say is I have been all over this country, and I can tell you from firsthand experience that the police department in Corpus Christi is one of the finest departments in the United States. I know these people. I have taught at the police academy. One of those individuals lost his life in the line of duty. These officers are phenomenal. And I want to make a clarification here. Just as, for an example, issues with intoxicated drivers doesn't mean that the vehicle is to blame. It's the driver. So when we look at the issue of these teenagers that we've been having difficulties with, I have seen firsthand what they're doing. It exceeds kids being kids. What they are doing with the bikes are destroying property. I've seen it on several parks on the island. Neighborhoods where they have driven through people's lawns and torn up their flower beds. I've seen them on my street, popping wheelies, knocking over trash cans, running into cars, and then turning around at the cul-de-sac and going out at such an extreme speed that they are putting the lives of pedestrians and people walking their dogs in danger, and they're putting their own lives in danger. The problem here, I ride an e-bike, but I follow the law. I'm considerate of others. My grandson was bullied by this group at one of our parks on Aquarius Park. He was doing nothing wrong, but he was bullied by them, so was his friends. There were a group of kids between the ages of 12 and 14 who were vaping, popping wheelies. I have seen them drive directly into oncoming traffic because they think it's funny. It's cool. I was at Gypsy and Whitecap, and they pulled in front of a work truck. He locked up his brakes, skidded, nearly hit the car next to him, and came literally 6 inches from hitting that child. And the kid thought it was funny. And all his friends came, and they started doing wheelies around the intersection. They blew through the stop sign, did this. We need to deal with this issue. Please support our police department.
Thank you, Ms. Sprout. Susie Saldana?
Susilina Saldana, Corpus Christi. You know, I come before you with 2 issues. The last time that I was here, I brought you information on 2 hotels, and you guys actually disappointed me terribly. You told me these were good, outstanding people, and everybody got a big laugh out of it, or told me to be quiet. That is absolutely wrong. What I see before me is 2 issues. You have a set of rules for the haves, and I have rules for the have-nots. I am totally disappointed in you. I think a lot about you all, and I think all of you really mean well, but it is disappointing to find out that you think that way, that you're able to throw everything away because these people are friends, or maybe they donated money, I don't know. For what reason you're doing it. I do know that there is an issue here. You're willing to look at 7 signatures on a petition and make a ruling on another hoteler. But that's okay, because they don't fall in the same line. They're not friends. So you go ahead and do those kind of things. And it is a rotten shame. Don't tell me there's 2,300 petitions out there in La La Land of social media, because those don't count. They can be fabricated at any point. But you're willing to accept them. Then you tell me to take it to the Ethics Commission, and you've got a stopgap right there. Mouse can stop anything that happens. So you're not fair. You're not being fair. And my second issue is to our mayor. I'm disappointed about a lawsuit. If you're asking for money, that disappoints me terrifically. I don't approve of when Councilwoman Campos did it. I don't approve it now. There should never be a lawsuit against the city because you're costing the taxpayers money. So I need you to reflect on what you're doing. Stop being bullies. Stop playing your own agendas and think about what's good for the city. Concentrate on water and what we need, and not what you think is important. It's what we think is important. That is essential, and it's important that you do it. Have a great day.
Thank you. And as a statement of fact, the legal action that I have filed includes the city as a necessary party to ensure the matter can be properly addressed by the court. It is not focused on seeking financial damage or economic relief. Rather, it's intended to address legal and constitutional concerns and to ensure that the appropriate process is followed. Julian Hernandez.
Julian Hernandez, Corpus Christi, Mayor and Councilman. I guess initially it started off as the whole DCP thing that was going to be talked about today. And then I started doing some kind of searching, and I printed it out and printed everything out, and then I kind of read through it. And then I remember, then I read everything that was changed, all the red lines and whatnot, this past March of 2025. Then I read through it, and then I saw a lot of issues, and I thought to myself, why would anybody sign that? Then so I looked at the video back then and find out, it came in January, and it came in February, and it came in March. And then it was Miles, no, it wasn't Miles, it was Drew Molly that came out here and said, you know, he kind of sugarcoated it, but I don't know who all looked it over in all the red lines. Then I looked it over, and then I saw that we went from a managing director to a COO. And I'm not a smart man, but I wonder who's the CEO, and why did we do that? Because it was during that time, he called himself a COO at the time. But in the DCP, it calls it, managing director. So then that led me to, he made a comment that he did town halls and everything, and that everybody was adamant about the utilities, about the high volume water used to pay their fair share. And he said that that at this point that they couldn't do it because it was $25 million in a savings account. So then I did the math. Well, then I pulled out the drought contingency or the drought surcharge exemption fee, and I read that. And then I did some math, and from the time of its inception to that time that he made that comment, there was $25 million in a bank account. Or when I read this, it's supposed to be in an account and not touched only for certain reasons. But the math on that came out to $10,000 a day. And they only put $10,000 a day for 6.5 years. So I also read too that it's capped at $150 million and no more. So at that math, it's going to take, 36 years or something like that to get at $150 million? And then if we even terminate the contract, they get that $150 million back. And I was like, who would even implement this? Who would sign their name on this? And so I say $10,000 a day. And for all those participants that have that exemption, if there's 10 in there, that's $1,000 each a day. She said she was embarrassed.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Isabel Ariza?
Isabel Araiza, co-founder for the Greater Good District 2. Just to piggyback off of what Julian said, if you go back and watch the meetings from 2018 when the drafting of the drought surcharge exemption fee was introduced, the high-volume water users actually worked with the Corpus Christi Water Department to create that municipal code for themselves. And nobody that was on city council during that period of time actually pushed back on that. So they've been writing the rules for themselves for a really long time. I wanted to speak, or ask some questions, because I watched the water workshop that you all had recently, and I noticed that there were companies that the high-volume water users have a monthly allotment of 12.842 million gallons a month. And so only those companies that don't have the drought exemption will have the surcharge fee. And so I was wondering how many of the direct Corpus Christi customers that are high-volume water users, how many of them use more than 12.84 million gallons of water a month? And then I was also wondering how many high-volume water customers in the San Pat County use more than 12.8 million gallons of water a month. And so how many of them aren't even gonna have to pay that fee? I wanted to note that the city said that it wanted to reduce pool and splash pad hours by 25% to save water. But the water people said that all of the pools and splash pads only use 1.8 million gallons of water the entire summer's operating hours, which comes out to less than 500,000 gallons, which if we use what Gulf Coast Growth Ventures uses in a day, that's about 3 hours of operation. Or if we use what Valero uses in a day, that's about 5 hours of operation. So you're gonna make residents have less access to public resources that they pay taxes for so that they can operate for those 3 hours or 2 or whatever 5 hours. The other thing I wanted to bring up too is that we only have 5 pools in Corpus, and not all 5 pools have the same amount of operating time. Oso and West Guth operate for less than 30 hours, while Collier and Bill Witt operate for 65 or more. Are you going to cut the 25% across everybody, or is it going to be proportionate? The other thing I wanted to mention, oh gosh, there's so much, I'm running out of time, crap. I also think it's unfair that you're using a flat $7,000 rate for a baseline for residents when you're doing seasonal adjustments for the high volume water users, and you're knocking out their lowest water usage. Like, why wouldn't you do that for residents? Because we need water for life. Also, hopefully residents will come first when we fail to meet water demand. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Riza. Jared Suarez.
Jared Suarez, District 2. For things to work on a fair is fair basis, the desal plant needs 3 major pipelines. The first pipeline of fresh water to the residents, the second pipeline of potable water to the industry, and the third pipeline will benefit the ecosystem and saving our fishing industry. Instead of dumping the brine back into the same waters that it will be filtered, have the third pipeline going out to the Gulf through an offshore brine diffuser. This works because of the deep water, strong currents, rapid dilution, and minimal environmental impact. At this point, we cannot afford to cater to the refineries at the expense of the whole city. This is neither prudent nor ethical. Another solution is solar-powered reverse osmosis. However, if we want what I believe to be the best option, is atmospheric water generation systems. These machines capture water through air vapor, liquidizing and purifying these water molecules into clean, drinkable water. Barbara Canales owns the company with these atmospheric water generations called Blue Water Renewables. Their biggest generation produces about 26,000 gallons of water a day. That doesn't seem much, but the more generations bought adds up to really fast for fresh drinking water. I'm sure the salary of our city manager, who makes more than the president, can kindly donate 40 of those. Barbara Canales and the mayor allegedly are enemies to each other. So what is the ethical choice here for the city? Swallow our pride and invest in these generations? Or getting a kickback and not getting help from your enemy, which is more important at the expense of the residents. Then again, the mayor is suing the very city she serves, yet wants to keep her job despite suing. Last council meeting, we learned that the residents have done and continue to do their part to conserve water while the refineries have used more water. Instead of $500 fines to residents, cap off the daily allotted amount the refineries can use and implement and enforce severe penalties and fines. If ignored, turn off their water like you would a resident. Also, instead of sending treated wastewater way upgrade for the refinery cooling, industrial process water, irrigation, and construction use. God sees the heart, and there is no hiding from him. We're all accountable not only for our actions, but how our actions affect others. I will continue to pray the Holy Rosary that y'all may do the right thing. And on another note, we shouldn't sue the city, even if it helps us build a mansion in Fredericksburg. Thank you.
Let's see, Miriam Guerra Rashidi.
I'll be able to understand my closing. Hello, good afternoon. Miriam Guerra Rashidi, District 1.
Can you put your microphone up, ma'am? Your microphone?
Yeah.
We can't hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Miriam Guerra Rashidi, I'm sorry, can't even say my name. Miriam Guerra Rashidi, District 1. I don't know what the actual capacity is at this point in time, but I read that this past week, Choke Canyon Reservoir and Lake Corpus Christi combined was at 7.8% combined capacity. That is absolutely terrifying. The city is scrambling to find solutions to this dire situation by punishing everyday users. Soon customers who would exceed their allocations may be issued a citation violation, and after 2 convictions, the customer's water would be turned off for the next billing cycle. I know this is planned for later. Yet there is still no plan to shut off the industrial companies. And I get it. There are safety concerns. And let's face it, Corpus Christi Port is a major player for energy and progress nationally and internationally. It's no coincidence that a particular leader in a very high position in our country made a quick visit to our humble city of Corpus Christi not too long ago. And yet the regular people of this not so sparkling city by the sea are paying the price. We who need to bathe, brush our teeth, wash our clothes and dishes, flush our toilets now sparingly, are now trying to find newer ways to cut back on water usage. But we all know that what we use is a mere fraction compared to industrial users. I have heard, and I'm glad to know that some of these companies are considering using alternative methods like wastewater, recycled wastewater, and I'm very grateful for that. But it's too little, too late. That being said, I've said before that my family has always been careful with water. Ever since the major drought in the 80s that I grew up through, I understand that God gives and he takes away. And everything, including our cushy way of life, will eventually, it'll come to an end. So I'm going to reiterate the emergence of all these new gas stations, and again, more quick quacks. They are a slap in the face to the residents of Corpus Christi. Reason one, these car wash companies, they're thriving on our drought. Reason two, apparently it seems that we have plenty of fuel to put in our cars, but we're running out of water. One more point, Tampa Bay, with their desal plant, they're facing a major water restriction right now, entering to phase 3.
Thank you, Ms. Rashidi. Fatima Guerra Rashidi.
Fatima Rashidi, District 1. I've said this so many times in previous council meetings. This is basic ecology. Once you mess up Mother Nature's balance, it doesn't end well. It's diabolical what people are willing to risk for the sake of money. Just sick, wrong, and unjust. All of you know why we're in this situation. I'm not going to spell it out for you. Well, it starts with an I and ends with a Y. And they continue to take. I just want to say thank you to those who actually care about our ecosystems and the residents of Corpus Christi. But to those who care about profit and money, you know who you are. Thank you, and God bless you and your families.
Thank you. Amanda Guerra. Amanda Guerra. Rachel Caballero.
Rachel Caballero, D1. I find it comical that we're still doing rules of decorum, and if the city charter is unconstitutional, why are any of us following it? Let's just call the meeting and go home. A lawsuit is a lawsuit, and there is definitely a reason for filing a petition the way that I did. And the truth fears no investigation. A good friend of mine gave me that phrase. And we sure are jumping through a lot of hoops to not allow the truth to be exposed. And for me, that is really, really, really poor leadership. And you guys are going to be going into an executive session today to talk about a lawsuit that the outer city limit customers have filed against the city of Corpus Christi for raising their water rates. The majority of the people listed on this lawsuit is industry. So they have filed a lawsuit to not pay their taxes, and they have filed a lawsuit to not pay for their water increases. I want to apologize at least to 5 of you that constantly are getting grief about where we are as a city and where we're at with the water. I've been coming to these meetings for 5 years now, and I know that it is not some of the newbies' faults. I know it is the old city councils that never did anything, and people that are sitting here now that have done nothing. So what happens now is you have a council against council members suing, to the point of suing. You have industry that the city manager is refusing to curtail, and industry has said, we'll curtail, we'll pull the trigger when we're forced to curtail. But they're not taking any remedies because they have not been forced to curtail. And it always comes back on the citizens, always comes back on the citizens. So now you have council suing council members, you have the community fighting industry, and all of this stems from lack of leadership or non-existent leadership. And it's not your fault, most of you, it's the city manager's fault for coming to a city where he knew was a drought-prone area and did nothing. He didn't do the drought contingency plan. We're still struggling to figure out, hey, what's stage 1 gonna look like? Because we hire unqualified people in positions of authority, and people who don't have experience sit in the big seats. Thank you.
Michael Sanders. Michael Sanders, Robin Cox.
Hi, I'm Robin Cox, District 3, and before we get started, I want to thank every veteran who's out here today, because so many times they come up here and don't get thanked. My son's a combat Marine, and for especially the ones who have served in combat, thank each and every one of you. But what I want to talk to you today is about an incident that happened at one of my apartment complexes. I would rather not give the address because I've had tenants harassed already. On the 26th, one of them called in for gunshots at their place. The officer came out, nothing to see here, go on, and this is in a lower income neighborhood, which not all lower income people are drug dealers or criminals. A lot of them are families trying to struggle to get by. Most of the people, two of the people in this particular complex are senior citizens who had different houses, but because of the rising property taxes had to come rent from me. And I've tried very hard to provide them a safe place. We've done our part. We put up cameras. We even go and patrol sometimes in the middle of the night. Second night, gunshots fired again. 3 a.m. the police were called. Nothing to see here. And I'm not saying anything bad about our police department. I have a large portion of my family are police officers up in the hill country, all parts of the hill country. So nothing to say about that, bad about the officers. But on the 27th, we decided to take things into our own hands. My tenants were scared. We went out there, well, I didn't go out there. My boyfriend went out there to see what was going on and to see why these tenants were so afraid. And I want to first say the only police training either one of us has is watching Charlie's Angels in the 4th grade. So we don't have any police, but yet we were able to find bullets. Everybody, bullets. We were able to find these bullets. And bullet shots from a broken window. More bullet shots. And I realize these people probably aren't the most people probably I wouldn't hang out with, but Nantucket didn't pay attention to their lower incomes, and now they have no one to clean their houses. They have no one to work in McDonald's. Bullet holes in the wall. But what was the most disturbing is bullet shells right by the sofa of where a 75-year-old couple lives that are just trying to make it. The 2 officers came out, made a report. We've given the names of some people who we think might be doing it. I don't know if anything is followed up. Like I said, we've put up cameras, we've done our part, and the people in the lower income just went, not only, it shouldn't just be 78414 that gets police protection. It should be every citizen here. And the cameras we put up, we've got some interesting license plates of the drug dealers we have had living there. Some of y'all might not want me to embarrass you. So just be careful, but I would really like this matter to be looked into.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Mayor, we'll look into it and we'll have an officer speak to it right now.
Thank you. Susan Gonzalez.
Okay, guys, this is a first for me. Susan Gonzalez, District 2, resident of Corpus Christi and a small business owner. I'm here today to talk about the water curtailment, which I'm sure most everybody is here talking about. So the news reported that it was a 25% reduction. However, the math is not mathing on that, at least in my household of 4. So I got curious, and I looked at my water bill. Never done it. I just looked at the monthly bill. I was like, it's somewhere between $250, $280, par for course. 8,000 gallons. Then the next month came, and my most recent bill came in, 10,000 gallons. And I was like, how did I use 2,000 more gallons of water? How am I doing this? Well, Easter weekend, we had family come in town. More showers, more washing, more everything. And I'm not one that is illegally watering my grass. I have a dying 85-year-old magnolia, much to my heartbreak, that I cannot bring back because of this drought. My front yard looks rough. Thankful we've got some rain, but a 25% curtailment is not really in effect, right? Some people, yes, will not even have to curtail, probably like my in-laws. They're elderly, it's only the 2 of them. Whereas my household of 4 with 3 dogs, a swimming pool, we're looking for my house at a 45 to 50% curtailment at 5,250 gallons. There is absolutely no way I can cut that much water in my house and continue what I have. Yes, I have a swimming pool, but I pay the property taxes on having that asset on my home and the value of that property. I had it resurfaced 4 years ago. I cannot let the water go out because then their $13,000 investment to have that sucker resurfaced is gone. Cannot dry out, cannot drain the pool, it comes out of the ground. It will mess up the cool deck around it and my foundation. There have got to be allowances in place for people that have these types of things. I'm not saying I'm not doing my part. I mean, I'm looking at my husband saying, we showering together or what? Like, what are we doing here, you know? I mean, I'm trying to get creative. We're looking at the toilet and we're like, do we flush, do we not flush? You know, we are doing our part, but there's just no way that I can cut 5,000, 6,000 gallons. I called my friends and I said, is it just me? Do I have a leak? 14,000 gallons. 12,000 gallons. I came in good at 8,000. I thought I was bad. I came in good. So I'm asking y'all to really put creative hats on and look at allowances, because this is just not realistic. For a lot of people, yeah, they'll come in under 5,250 gallons, for sure. But you want to take me from 10, 8, bring me down to 7, and then reduce 25% on top of that? I mean, I'll be in the water jail, guys. There's no doubt about it. $500 fines, shut my water account off. I just don't know how to make that work, and I am doing my part so much. So I just ask that y'all maybe go back to that drawing board and look at allowances for people that just can't curtail that much. That's all.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Jim Klein.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Jim Klein. I live in District 2 here in Corpus Christi at 3501 Monterey Street. I'm going to zig while everybody else zags today. I want to talk about a different topic, streets. The street conditions here in Corpus Christi are still a little bit iffy yet. I know that we made good progress a number of years ago, both because of the street user fee, but also after that yet as well. There's still a number of streets here in Corpus Christi that need a lot of attention yet. And my sense, I may be incorrect, but my sense is that we have devoted less resources toward this in the last year and a half or so. I really want that to be reversed. And so as the city staff is kind of putting together the budget right now for next year, I would ask that residential streets, neighborhood streets in particular, be given a great deal more attention to what they have in the past. We've made good progress in some of those neighborhood streets, but there are some that are still quite rough yet. I mean, just off the top of my head, I can mention Chippewa Street, Longview Street, Cantwell Street, Savage Lane, along with a couple of others that are actually collectors, so they come up out of a different pot of money, and these are Lantana Street and Via Drive, all in dire need of help. And so I just ask, people have paid their property taxes in those streets as well. They have paid in that street user fee for a decade as well, and just really have not seen results. So I ask that you take that into consideration as you're building the budget for next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. That's all of the in-person. Ms. Huerta, you want to continue on with the WebEx?
Yes, ma'am. The first person is Sean Merritt. Mr. Merritt?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Okay. Sean Merritt, District 5, and I've been listening to a lot of what's been said the past couple weeks. Even if people cut back, their bills may not go down. Wastewater charges are being based on winter quarter averaging. Now, the city uses December through February to set your bill for the rest of the year. So whatever happens in those 3 months, like Susan just brought up, holidays, guests, weather, if you get your house painted in December like I did, you're locked in. Now, baselines are built using 2022 through 2024 usage, so your limit can still reflect the previous owner usage, not yours. Now, a large family moving into a low-use home could be stuck with a lower allocation that doesn't meet their needs. So you can follow every restriction and still be paying for someone else's water use. And at a level 1 emergency, when the eastern reservoirs hit 40%, now that's going to require 15.7 million gallons per day in reductions. Your own data shows those reductions need to come almost entirely from industrial and wholesale users. Residential demand is already at target or below, but residents are still being cut to 5,250 gallons a month. And the average American household uses 9 to 10K. Now this brings up medical exemptions. What does that require from residents? Are people expected to submit private medical documentation just to use water in their own homes? And is this information going to be protected? Finally, the fall field meeting. You're moving forward on a desal project using a model that still can't answer a very simple question. What happens after you turn it on? The model was rebuilt. It's not finished. The timeline didn't reset. You're measuring perceptible differences, not harm, not damage, not long-term impact. And I will say again, and we've got a study up on my news page on Facebook to prove this, jet diffusion and ship propellers don't remove contaminants. They spread them. PFAS doesn't break down, and it just gets harder to see and easier to disperse. No current velocity data. Instead of validating with the real data, you're filling gaps with more modeling. The model is validating the model. No dissolved oxygen, no way to detect hypoxia or predict fish kills. We can't model things that may or may not happen. Direct quote from Nick Winkleman. So, worst case scenarios are out for a plant that will operate for decades. Independent scientists from UT, from Texas A&M have already said it. High probability the model is fundamentally flawed and the project is still moving forward. You don't commit to a path and hope the science catches up. You build it right the first time, because once this thing is in place, you're not going to get a redo. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, Mr. Merritt. Next is Melody Cooper.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Okay, Melody Cooper, District 5. Good afternoon. I can't be there in person, but I have to work for a living, as do most of our citizens. My understanding is that under the city charter, Mayor O'Hardo is removed. If she is removed from office, she will not be able to run for re-election in November. If so, can anyone explain to me why it would not be a conflict of interest for any council member who's planning to run for mayor in November to vote to remove her now? Could this action not be the subject of a removal petition of that council member? I just want to make sure our citizens understand that if the council members in support of removal are successful, it will be eliminating the citizens' right to vote to Mayor Guajardo in November if they choose. What about the new petition recently filed requesting an independent investigation into the appropriateness of the entire removal process in this situation? In a little over 2 weeks, over 500 persons have signed. What are you going to do about this petition? Probably refer it to the Ethics Committee. That's what you should do with the removal petition if you do anything at all. Please remember that 2 investigations have found absolutely no wrongdoing on the part of the mayor in the Homewood Suites debacle. If this was a criminal trial, double jeopardy would have already stopped any further actions on these issues. Those in support of removal just can't stop until Mayor Guajardo is out of their way. That is crystal clear. What is not crystal clear is where we are on water. When I was on the council in the 1990s, under the leadership of the great Mayor Mary Rhodes, we in record time and with the cooperation of multiple governmental agencies approved and constructed the Mayor Rhodes pipeline, which fully secured our water supply for many years. We, the city staff, and our partners got the job done. We were unified and we were decisive. It is time to stop bickering about removal and get a concrete plan for desalination done, voted on, and implemented, or we simply run dry, and so we can stop being the laughingstock of the nation. Delaying and continually changing direction on water is the equivalent of acting as Nero, who played the fiddle while Rome, and as in this case, Corpus Christi burns. Please, for the good of our citizens, our businesses, our industry, and our way of life, put this removal action behind you. Unite and solve this water crisis before it is too late. I want to thank the leadership of Council Members Roland Barrera and Mark Scott, and I want to thank you, Mayor Guajardo, for what you've had to deal with through all these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Next is Laura Madden.
Hi, Laura Madden, District 1.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. It's a little low. If you could speak a little louder, we'd appreciate it. We'll try to raise the volume.
Is that better?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank the Fabulous 5 for upholding the city charter as it is currently. It's something that needs to be addressed. If you look at the date, the last change date on that was, I think, in 2012. And a lot's changed. A lot needs to be added to that with the social media that everyone wants to go to and everyone wants to comment and, you know, really attack each other. The charter, the city charter, when a citizen has a complaint, it should be heard within a reasonable amount of time. This one that was presented to remove the mayor was presented in August of last year. Why was it not heard back then? It just doesn't make sense to me that it would sit for so long and not be presented to the council. Who knew about it? How many people, you know, pushed it aside and didn't want to do anything about it? And here we are getting close to election time, and we're also dealing with water. And here we are where the city is in shambles. There's so many people that are, you know, good neighbors, bad neighbors, fighting, you know, just it's horrible. And we're literally a public disgrace to all of the United States, actually. I want to say that Mr. Zanoni, I do appreciate you bringing in your weekly updates. And I'd like to know if the city council has anything that they're working on as far as maybe annual or quarterly taking on some
You still there? Miss Madden? Not sure what happened. Seems like we lost connection. Miss Madden? Okay, I'm sorry, Miss Madden. I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next person, who is Alberto Zertuche.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Albert Sartucci, District 3, veteran-owned and operator of Hard Lives Bait and Tackle and Team Hard Life YouTube. Wanted to talk about the proposed water restrictions. How are they going to be enforced when it comes between the meters at the house and the water charge center? I have several questions that need to be answered. How are citizens able to follow their water restrictions when they don't know what they're using in real time? Why is the rounding up of 1,000-gallon increments being done instead of 100 or 50-gallon increments? Especially when we're being forced into this situation thanks to the failures of our city council by overselling water to industries and not holding them accountable. When will the city start holding industries accountable for their continuous drainage on our economy and natural resources? With the amount of industry, we as a city should not be in such disastrous conditions. We should be able to handle anything thrown at us, including drought, with the help of billion-dollar profit industries. Instead, they refuse to help the local economy by fighting their taxes, the rate increases that all of us taxpayers face every day. Industry lawsuits against the city while they are profiting hundreds of billions of dollars per year. That's right, hundreds of billions of dollars, while forcing taxpayers to fund all operations with the scraps that we are getting after paying insane property taxes, while our properties have been deteriorating because we can't water what we have. Where's the logic in that? Also, with agenda item 18, the Ethics Commission needs to be assembled and a part of the city legal department, because the city legal department doesn't or has shown that they are corrupt, because we have filed, if we had filed this with them, we wouldn't have had to go through this removal of the mayor to get it to go. Finally, our voices are being heard. That department also needs to be set up where it's not appointed by the city council and or anybody there, because it will create a conflict of interest. And another prime example that the mayor lied to us. The mayor is suing the city, wants to get paid if she loses her seat. While y'all are dealing with high water bills, real struggles, this city is falling apart. She is in court asking for damages if she loses power. This ain't leadership, this is self-interest. She's worried about payout while residents are worried about paying their bills. No more games, no more excuses. Let's get rid of her once and for all. The city of Corpus Christi deserves people to fight for them, not for a paycheck. And this is from the actual document. Injunction prayed hereon on final hearing. If she has judgment against the defendant, compensation, damages, attorney's fees, costs of court.
Thank you, Mr.
Prejudgment and full judgment.
Your time is up, sir. All right, Mayor, that concludes the public comment period.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we had a couple more questions before we do that, and we have to break in 10 minutes for lunch to go into our executive session. I am going to go through the consent agenda. Does any council member have any item to pull for discussion? Items 3 through 16.
Mayor, we have to pull off agenda item number 9 from the
sorry?
agenda. We have to pull off agenda number 9 from the agenda and push it back to the next council meeting.
Okay, so we will pull item number 9 for a future council meeting. Any other items that the council would like to pull? All right, is there any request from the public to pull any item for public comment? Number 16? Okay, we'll pull item number 16. Item number 10. Okay, with this, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. I'm sorry?
Can I add some to discuss?
Well, it's to make public comment on items 3 through 16. So
Did you ask to pull some?
we've pulled item 10 and 16.
I'd like to add some more.
Yes, you can pull, when you pull an item, it's for you to come up and make public comment on, and then we vote on it. So yes, you may.
17 isn't on consent.
Right, it's only 3 through 16. The rest will be heard individually. So you don't have any? You don't have any? No. Oh, 14, okay. So we have, okay. So I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items 10, 14, and 16.
Motion.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. We have time for, let's see, 3. Gil, you had a question on the bikes?
Oh, yes, I did.
No. I'm asking Gil. Did you put your line up for that?
On the police.
No, I know. The bikes. Yes. Right. Okay, so we will do just a few minutes of what we can get through, and then we'll break. So, Councilwoman Campos.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Well, this is very timely. Believe it or not, I received at least 3 calls on this one issue, and most of them were on Ocean Drive, and the other one was on Doddridge, and I think the other one was maybe like by Swatner or one of the parks. Okay. So, I mean, I've seen them, I mean, I don't know, for a while now, and they usually are done in groups. So it's kind of hard for me. I mean, if I see them, how can the police not see them? They're usually go in groups. I mean, they're not, I see them every now and then, maybe 1 or 2, but how is it that y'all miss these? Because they're usually right around on Sundays, you know, it's like 20, I don't know, there's a bunch. I don't know. Do you all not, you don't catch them on any, I mean, like, have you not been catching them?
We have stopped them, and we have been impounding. As far as the groups are concerned, I mean, it's, you know, the officers have to be, they do have to see them while they're patrolling, right? I mean, I can't attest to what's going on Sunday mornings or Saturday mornings.
No, it's not necessarily Sunday or whatever morning, but all I'm saying is I see them all the time. So I'm thinking, I didn't know if they were legal or not legal. I thought they were, since I've been seeing them around for so long, I thought, well, they must be legal.
Let me intervene real quick. So
Okay.
to eliminate all of this confusion, so some of these bikes are the same size, whether they're below 50 horsepower or above 50 horsepower. The frame of the bikes are the same. What makes them legal or illegal is if they're over 50 horsepower and they're have the equipment, headlights, blinkers, they can be licensed and driven on the road like any other motorcycle if they're over 50 horsepower.
Yeah, but these are those little small
The size,
miniature-
yeah, some of them are very small.
Yeah.
Some of them, it's like putting an engine on a kid's tricycle and riding it down the road. And if the state was to help us do anything, they would regulate the size of these things. But that's one thing where technology has not caught up, right? So what y'all need to know is if you are under 15 years old, which means that's the bare minimum age where you can get a driver's license, you cannot ride any of these vehicles on the roadway, right? Children cannot ride, whether they're over 50 horsepower, whether they're below 50 horsepower. You cannot ride them on the roadway.
Okay.
Okay? For everything else, if you're seeing one of these going down the road and they have no license plate,
right,
then they can't be on the road. But if you see them and they're licensed and they're this big, then
most of them are very small.
Well, and some of them are, yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
These big groups that are going down Ocean Drive a lot of times on Sundays and stuff, they have blinkers, they have headlights, and they're 55 to 60 horsepower. Like I said, they're putting these engines, these manufacturers, like we say, technology has.
So you've answered the question. They're illegal if they don't have the plates. If they don't
Right.
have,
So that's basically, yes. If you see these things and they are not licensed, they do not have license plates on them, then they are illegal in themselves. Right?
Okay,
It doesn't matter if they're under 50 or over 50.
Okay, and you cannot ride them at all, because I've seen them at the park too, at my park,
So kids cannot have any of them. If you're over 15 and you have a license, it has to be a licensed vehicle to be on the road.
And obviously, we must not be doing a really great job in letting the public know that the parents would be responsible. I mean, if you stop the child and...
Well, and we have been, yes, ma'am. But the fact, and like the chief said, I think a lot of parents know that when they buy these things. And it's I'm not saying I didn't ride a go-kart down my street when I was a kid, and they're not street legal either, right? But the technology has gotten so bad that some of these things are very fast and they're very dangerous. So
and it's not like they're quiet either.
No, they're not
loud.
Well, kids are kids. They're going to make them as loud as they can.
Yeah. Right? So I know that. I mean, if I can hear them, and they're like, I don't know how far from my neighborhood. Like I said, I've just been now getting more calls from the people that are around Ocean Drive and Doddridge. And I have personally seen the ones, by the park. So, okay, so I guess the answer now is going to be on education, trying to see if y'all can get more.
Well, it's going to be education and some enforcement. We have been educating. We're going to continue to go to the these neighborhood groups, the Neighbors on Watch groups, to schools. We sent flyers out to Flower Bluff to the schools out there, letting the parents know. But they're going to be accountable for if you give a child one of these motorized vehicles and they're riding it on the roadway. That's, like I said, that's not your pedal assist bicycles that pedal. But everything else is illegal for a child to ride on the roadway, and it's.
I mean, it is so bad. I mean, I even saw them. Crash. I mean, it was right in front of me, right on Ocean Drive. He was driving so fast, he was trying to make the turn and.
Yes, ma'am.
And right into Louisiana Parkway. I mean, thank God that he ended up being still okay. He just got up but I mean, it could have been really, really, really bad.
And it's the next thing, right? So we've spent thousands of dollars every year between the racers on Ocean Drive and the crotch rockets, the motorcycles, and this is the next thing. So it's always, it's continuously, technology is changing, and we're adapting to address it.
Well, thank you for at least bringing it more timely, because like I said, just recently, I'm getting more calls about that. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Kintu.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I do want to say that I did see some stuff on Facebook about the bikes firsthand. I think I saw it maybe like a month ago or something. So I know the information's out there. Second, I know you guys are fortunate because I live in the London area, and there are officers that stop these kids on these bikes because they're running stop lights or they're going crazy on the farm fields or whatever the case is. And it's a really big problem in the London area because I see them all the time going back and forth, going 50 miles an hour easily, and they have two riders on them and they're kids, My boys personally want some. It's not going to happen. I have a personal friend of mine that lost his son in an accident, and I think he was 12 or 13 years old, and he fell from the bike, hit his head. So it's stuff happens like that, and these bikes are really dangerous. So I thank you guys for fortunate, doing as much as you can. I know there's a lot of other stuff we have to worry about than this. I mean, there's a lot of crime out there, shootings, kids with guns, whatever the case is. But as much as you guys can do, great. And I support you guys. Thank y'all.
Okay, thank you. We are going to go ahead and stop there, and we're going to have to come back for the last two comments on this after lunch. But lunch should be 45 minutes, definitely not more than an hour. And then we will return. So with that, the council will go into executive session on items 20 and 21 per Texas Government Code, sections 551.071 and 551.072, and we will return in about 45 minutes to an hour. We are going to reconvene our meeting. And let's see, we're on item number 20. I am going to open public comment on item number 20. Is there anyone that would like to make comment on item number 20?
We're not going to finish the comments.
Well, not before we do the vote on this one. Okay, there being no one, I'm closing public comment on item number 20. Where is Councilman Hernandez? I think he's got that, right? Councilman Vaughn.
Well, I was going to comment on the little bikes. I called Chief Markle a couple of times on Saratoga and I think it was Yorktown.
Ma'am, she opened on 20, which is the executive session item.
Are you going to go back?
Yeah.
No, I thought we were going to finish up.
Well, we are, but because there's we just got done with item 20.
Okay, that's fine.
And then we'll.
Later, Chief Markle.
Okay, so Councilman, all right, Councilman Hernandez, go ahead.
Okay, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, a resolution to authorize amendment to professional services agreements with Lloyd Gosling for attorney services up to the amount of $500,000 related to the case, a petition by outside city ratepayers appealing the water rates of the city of Corpus Christi to the Texas Public Utility Commission, PUC docket number 56427.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Rebecca, are you loading that? Or, yeah, okay. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Okay, now we'll go ahead and go back. If you want to put your light on, Councilwoman Vaughn, and we're going to go back to, I think we just have your comment on the public safety. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Chief Markle, I want to thank you because I called you twice because I had several calls actually from Yorktown and Saratoga. These were adults, and they were not just in 2 or 3 bikes. It was like a gang. I mean, 15, 20. I mean, it was bad, and they were just wreaking havoc. They really were. So I appreciate the police. You immediately, I haven't had any more calls on that, so I know you guys have been looking at it. I know you have.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
It's a little whack-a-mole, you know, the Ocean Drive, Saratoga, those areas, the island, and we appreciate when you guys reach out to us.
Yeah.
And I did want to, again, just reiterate, there's 2 issues, right? There's the children on e-bikes and all those things inside the neighborhoods, and then there's these pocket bikes. And not all of the pocket bikes are illegal. I don't want anyone leaving here with the wrong idea. Honda, Yamaha, Kawasaki all make pocket bikes that are over 50 cc's that are legal. They have the turn signals, lights, license plate bracket, they're registerable vehicles. So just because you see a group of them doesn't mean that they are necessarily illegal. It's their behavior that makes them illegal.
It was the behavior.
Correct.
But to me, there's a deeper problem that we don't ever discuss. It is not the police's responsibility to police the children. It's the parents. And that is the problem, I think, that we have. So I'm hoping, just like the golf carts, because we have a problem in Calallen with those. My granddaughter was in one of them and had to go to the hospital. She was not in my care at the time, but the golf cart turned over. It could have been deadly. It really could have. These parents need to know where their kids are. So I'm asking y'all this because you said you can give the parents a ticket. I guarantee you if you pull up to their house in a police car and say you're getting a ticket because you weren't watching your kids, and I'm sorry, I think we need to see more of that because that's just the beginning of criminal behavior. I really believe that because if you're willing to break one law knowing full well you're not supposed to be on that golf cart and the parents are allowing that, we have to stop that. And this may not be popular. I don't care. Parents need to take the responsibility. It is not the police responsibility to know where the kids are, and you guys cannot be everywhere. Thank you.
I would agree with you, and that's going to happen. We'll have to interact with the
give them
parents.
some tickets?
Yes, that's going to happen.
I'm going to get phone calls.
Dave and Tim alluded to that. Well, it needs to happen.
It does.
A little wake up, excuse me.
Okay. And you know what? A lot of the parents don't know they're out there doing that.
Sure.
They don't.
Sure.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, Chief, I went back and looked at the Legistar. It does have the presentation, but what we got on our Granicus did not.
We can send it to you.
It's fine. No,
Send it to you
it's
individually.
fine. I can get it from here, but
Okay.
I was concerned to make sure it's in our permanent record
Sure.
with the laserfish. So that was my concern.
Pat doesn't usually screw up, so.
Yeah, Pat, it's your fault.
Sometimes, the
She
one
takes it hard
system
when you
doesn't
say-
talk to the other. Real quick, we do have an ordinance on golf carts on city streets or residential communities. They can only be on,
35 miles an hour or less streets.
right, 35 miles of residential streets.
Have to have a driver's license, that's a minimum requirement,
Right,
safety equipment.
The golf cart has to have lights, turn signals, all the things to make it street legal. Do we need to update that ordinance to reflect some of these new vehicles that are coming out?
I don't think we do. The ordinance has off-highway vehicles and the golf carts. Again, it comes down to behavior. Parents being parents, allowing their children to drive golf carts in the
Okay,
streets,
well,
some over 40
I'm
mile an
asking
hour
if you
streets.
need any tools.
No, I appreciate that, and I certainly will come back to you if we should see that need.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, thank you, Chief Markle. I think that's all the questions. And we appreciate you gentlemen for being here. Let's see, we were on consent agenda. We had pulled a couple of items there that we'll go through. Item number 10, well, first of all, I accidentally pulled 16, and nobody wanted to pull that. So I'm going to go ahead and entertain a motion to, no, we didn't. She meant 10. So again, I accidentally pulled 16, so I will entertain a motion to approve item number 16 because I pulled it by accident. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. So the item that really Ms. Hammond wanted to pull, and you can come up, is item number 10, and that's a very important one to myself as well. It's a motion authorizing the execution of $250,000, which consists of 2 one-year professional services agreements in the amount of up to $125,000 each, with 2 one-year options with the potential of up to $750,000 if options are exercised. This is for the Cattery, the South Texas Animal Rescue Group, or STAR, to provide very necessary and needed spay and neuter services for Corpus Christi Animal Care Services. So I'm opening public comment. Yes, ma'am.
Cool. Thank you very much. I came to thank the council and especially you, Mayor Guajardo, for your relentless work at saving the animals in Corpus Christi. As a lot of you know, we have an overpopulation problem. Not enough animals are spayed and neutered, and they're just continually multiplying on the streets. In fact, people find them all the time, and they say they're going to actually follow through and let us vet them at no charge, and then it just sometimes doesn't happen. And what happens is they end up getting pregnant and spreading diseases. Right now, parvo and distemper are running rampant through our city, and a lot of animals are dying from it. There's also some diseases that carry over to people, like brucellosis. Go ahead. Tell me your name, background. Oh, I'm sorry. Debbie Hammond. Thank you. I'm with South Texas Animal Rescue Group, Star Group Rescue. We are a spay and neuter clinic, and we save about 300 animals to 400 animals a month in Corpus Christi, and it's really exhausting. It's something that we do 24 hours, 7 days a week. Even on holidays, it's pretty brutal. And one thing that is ongoing is when this does happen, I will contact people like Animal Care, and they're 100% behind getting these animals off the street and picking them up, and also Mayor Guajardo. And it doesn't matter what time of the day or night or weekend. Sometimes I'm texting them at 2 in the morning, and shockingly enough, they answer. And I'll always start with an apology. I'm so sorry to wake you, and hopefully you're not going to read this until the morning. And then I get an answer from this one especially that never sleeps. And she's like, oh, no, I'm up because I'm working. And it's really amazing to work with people that love animals so much in this city. And I try and tell the public that as well, because a lot of the public thinks that Animal Care enjoys killing animals. Well, none of us do. We want to save them. I mean, everybody's interested in saving all the animals, and it's not something that we take lightly. So the city actually is making some really big strides with Mayor Guajardo's help, and also with CCACS. I mean, it's been amazing. And when y'all lost your vet, we provided ours, and we never let anything stop. In fact, I think also Cynthia Martinez, who is the assistant director there, is doing an amazing job. And I don't know why she's not just made the director, but, you know, I mean, she is great. So we're all trying hard. And I call her when she's off. She's on vacation. She answers too. Yeah. But there's no one that does more than this one over here, the mayor. She's amazing. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Debbie. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Roland Dominguez, District 2, Mayor, council members. Concerning item number 10, filing number 26-0518, I speak in strong support of this motion to enter the professional service agreements with both the Cattery and STAR for neuter and spay services is a huge step forward in taking care of the overpopulation of stray animals and roaming animals in Corpus Christi. A couple of months ago, we stood up here and spoke about the no-kill movement, which would unfortunately leave more animals out on the streets. Let's go to a no-birth movement and just eliminate this population problem completely. And not only is it going to, you know, just reduce the numbers for euthanasia, but as previously mentioned, the zoonotic diseases from human to animal, animal to human. Unfortunately, I've got this ugly number from Texas Department of Health and Human Services for the total number of flea-borne typhus cases for reporting years of 2008 to 2023 for Nueces County only is 885. Second only to Hidalgo County for that same reporting period was 1383. So reducing the population of stray animals not only is going to lead to lower euthanization rates, pack aggressive mentality by free and stray roaming dogs, but also the human health number, the typhus rates will probably go down dramatically. And those numbers are available on the Texas Department of Health and Human Services website. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time back to y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Julian Hernandez, Corpus Christi. Yeah, this is awesome. I believe my daughter works at the Cattery as well. And I know Mr. Cantu had a real big movement with you know, saving animals and whatnot. And thank you for that as well. But I wanted to mention, I know she kind of, so I had two things happen. So we have this stray cat that loves to have babies, had babies. I was able to capture her, called the impound, or actually called my daughter, but to get them actually there when you kind of work full time, it was kind of challenging. So, and I didn't want to leave the cat kind of contained with his babies inside a kennel. They since grew up, the cat left, and some of the local people actually, you know, they're beautiful kittens and whatnot. So second time around, I went to the doctor's office. This was probably a year later. This was actually recently. While I was at the doctor's office, my phone started blowing up while I was at the doctor's office and actually seeing the doctor. But when I came out, there was a note on my windshield saying that there was a baby cat in the back of my truck. Now, the truck I have is pretty elevated, and I didn't know this, but a gentleman came from around the building and mentioned that there was a kitten that had crawled out from underneath my toolbox. So it was, the animal services had actually got my number, I guess, through my license plate and whatnot, and called me. And so I never, I guess, got the cats to get them spayed and neutered. And when I got back home, the next day I was going to go gather up the cat, but the mother cat had already since moved them, and there was actually 4 babies. So we're still in the process of trying to find them to get them spayed and neutered. And then I'll be looking for you and when and where, and that way we can take all the cats so we can stop the population. But they're beautiful kittens. But yeah, this is a good cause. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to make public comment on item number 10? Okay, we'll close public comment. Councilman Hernandez?
Just as a reference point, District 5 is not going to be benefiting at all from this. We're not even included, but that's okay. There's plenty of people finding dogs and putting them on next door. So I was just showing Councilwoman Vaughn, all the dogs that are on next door in District 5. So but I'm going to support this as we need the help in those areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. I support all of these efforts. I think that this council has taken huge steps to support the animal control services. So thank you for what you do. My question is, when we were having a lot of discussions not too long ago regarding animal control services and how we could support animal control services. And I had asked if we had and if we could reach out to the regional colleges and universities, because in some places they utilize their veterinary programs to come to municipal entities or municipal organizations and offer some of those services in addition to what the city's doing, because it's not always for cost savings in my mind, which would be a big driver, but to increase the volume, because like we just said, it's an overpopulation issue, so the more the merrier. Have we done that?
So we actively have been calling places, and because we were also trying to get a vet right in town. There are different organizations that do that. We will try to get someone here, but as of right now, our focus is trying to get a permanent vet to come in and outsource for vets to do any of our surgeries for in-house animals. But yes, that we are still looking into do that.
Who did we call and were we told no?
So because there's such a shortage, they may not come here, but we are still actively trying to have those conversations to get them to come here with different veterinary colleges, like the one at A&M.
So I'm unclear. Did you talk to them and they told you no, or?
We're still in the works of speaking with them. We've already reached out. It is something that they would look into, but there's a lot of conversations that have to go into that first. It is one thing that we are looking at, though.
Okay. I asked about this quite some time ago. Could we hope maybe work on that and then get back to me?
Yeah, and sir, and just to make sure, one is that I believe there's only a handful of vet schools actually in the country.
Not a lot.
Not a lot. And so right now, was one of those things is to get certain positions that we're limited because we don't have a full-time vet on staff. And so that's one of the criteria, is to have our own full-time vet. So right now, one of the priorities is to get a full-time vet onboarded. So we're actually working with a third party that then looks to help recruit a licensed full-time vet to the city.
So what I was referencing, just to make sure that that came across clear, was a lot of times these universities that do vet training, they have programs where throughout the course of receiving your degree, you're given the opportunity to go into cities and things and do, if you were doing a medical doctor, you'd do some clinicals, you'd go do residencies, you'd do things like that. So these vets in training can go to these cities or go to different places and offer some free services. It bolsters their training, it helps with their curriculum, it offsets costs for municipalities, and it creates a scenario where these services are free to the community.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and that's why we're still in conversations, because a lot of them require you have a mentor or a full-time actual vet, a licensed vet, for them to practice under, because they're still learning.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, guys.
Councilman Kintu.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to tell you something.
You can tell us after.
Real quick, one of the questions was, how's the improvements going at the shelter?
They're going very good. We will have an update for you at the end of this month.
End of this month, okay. And then, that's what I was going to ask you. The vet, how long have we been looking for a vet for?
Over a year.
Yeah. Yes.
Over a year.
Yeah. So it's been well over a year, but right now there's a third party company that we've been engaging to, where then they essentially act as a headhunter, and sometimes that includes of going to our neighbors over in Mexico, where they have a university in Mexico City, where when they graduate, the state it's already recognized as them having their full their vet license, their DVM. And so we've been engaging with them recently to see then if we may perhaps go over to Mexico to recruit.
Are we getting any applications in?
No. And so it's been over a year, it's been posted. There has been maybe just one applicant, but that applicant really didn't have the requirements. So there is a shortage of vets in Corpus alone. So you have the private nonprofit that are fighting to get vets, and as well as just across the nation. So there is a national shortage as people are not going.
So if we had a vet in-house, will we be doing outside neuter and spray?
It would still be in-house. So would it be?
It'll be in-house?
Yes, sir. It would be just to address the animals that are coming into animal care services to be adopted out. And so we would still want to do the spay-neuter service agreement by working with our partners to then establish more spay-neuters, especially with high volume. That's a very neat skill set to have a high-volume vet.
Got you. Okay. And then I do want to say thank you for doing what you're doing with the tools that you have. I know that I'm probably one of the hardest ones here with you guys, but only for a good reason, you know. But when I have called you, you answered and you took care of the problem, and I appreciate you and you, Sony, for trying your best for this. It was disappointing to learn about the one we thought we hired, and now we're back to square one again.
Yes, sir.
So it's just we got to figure something out, right? So,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But thank you again. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Did I hear you right? Did you say you're going to Mexico to recruit?
Not going to Mexico. There's a third party where you have, and also there's cities now that are utilizing, there's vets who graduate out of, I forgot the university, but it is out of Mexico City. And when they graduate there, the U.S., they recognize their degree from there as being equivalent of having a DVM.
So why wouldn't you find someone in the United States instead of Mexico?
So it's a mixture of, it's based on we do have a national shortage, right? And so where other places where they may not have a shortage of vets, we do. And the other one is also the training and the education they're getting is identical to what is in the U.S. So it's just another potential funnel system.
And I get that, but I would hope your priority would be, because we have students coming out of college that have worked hard in the U.S. And I'm not against Mexico, but I'm just saying it seems like you would want someone in the United States, give them the opportunity first.
U.S. first, yes, ma'am. And
that's not what I heard.
No, well, so this is due to the issues we're having. So one of the issues is when the students are coming out of vet school, right? You have obviously college debt. So what's happening is you have the private sector or other sectors that are offering incentives, bonuses, higher salaries. They also make payments towards their student loan as well. So there's competing factors that may be hard as a municipal government to compete with the private side, that they can offer better salaries or certain bonuses as well.
Well, I'm hoping that the U.S. is doing some of the same things for their own students, is what I hope. I mean, we definitely need to find somebody, and I get it. I think you're looking at every avenue. My point is just, if we can find someone in the U.S., that's what we need to do.
Yes, ma'am. That is always the first priority, but just wanted to make sure that if there's another option available, that we do look into it and vet it and see if it's appropriate.
Have we got any other people that have applied for the job here?
No, ma'am. So right now it'll be in terms of the director position.
Director. Yeah.
So
sorry.
it's going back to the recruiter, and so it's resuming the.
Well, you know what?
Recruitment process.
It's taken forever. Maybe we need to look within. I'm just saying, we've been looking, we haven't found anybody. So maybe we need to start looking within our own organization. Just an idea.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I appreciate you being innovative, because you've had councils probably this one for sure, and maybe prior, really come down on y'all about the hiring and the restructuring, and everybody wants improvement. But I commend you for looking at Mexico. I don't care what country you look at, but it makes sense to say, if these vets are being trained in the same fashion and manner, because they're not all, then it makes sense to do that. And it's clear it's very difficult to find a veterinarian. I mean, Debbie and I have had this conversation 1,000 times. So anyhow, thank you for doing that. Keep looking. Obviously, no one in the United States is really applying. I mean, we've tried, and very unfortunately, it didn't work out. We've got to do something. So I commend you for that. But I want to thank. I know Peter's not here, but I want to thank Peter. This effort, and what I mean by this effort is funding for spay and neuter. That was an initiative that I worked very, very hard on many years ago to bring into the budget. The city of Corpus Christi did not have a budget for spay and neuter. So people like Debbie Hammond and the gentleman in the back, I'm sorry for your name there. Roland, yeah. Their heads were spinning because there's this problem in the city that we weren't even addressing in our budget, which was spaying and neuter. And they will all tell you that is the beginning of resolving this problem. So that was an effort that I spearheaded many years ago and that multiple councils have supported. So I wanted to thank Peter for believing in what the good and the impact is in doing that. And we must rely on our partners because we don't have, we don't have the staff or facility to be able to do it all. So thank you all. Thank you, Roland. Thank you. And thank y'all for being here. Y'all come, and that makes a big difference. Y'all are a huge partner. I remember when you got the bus. Anyhow, okay, well, thank you, Sony. Thank you both.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for your support. Thank you.
Absolutely. So I will entertain a motion to,
Oh, does it? I think.
I'm sorry? Oh, goodness, I'm sorry. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. I will say that we still do get the complaints, of course, when there's issues, but in the last year, I have gone from being inundated with them to just having a flow. And so that tells me that this team has taken the tools and has employed them. And so I'm very grateful for those efforts. And I know you don't hear that a lot. And the fact that this much later, we're still looking for some very key personnel in those departments, that should tell all of us just how hard of that job that you guys are doing. And so I appreciate it, and our orgs that assist you guys and everyone who comes and advocates, because putting focus on an issue is how we find resolution. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Councilman Scott.
We'll make sure.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was going to say, we'll make sure to relay that to the staff.
Yeah.
So it's good for them to hear, that they get beat up a lot.
They get a lot of negative from here. Councilman Scott.
I'll be quick. Debbie, Roland, thank you. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for what you guys do. If it's up to me, just go find the best qualified. Just get the best person you can. If you need my help making that happen, I'm here to help where I can. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Okay, I will entertain a motion to approve item number 10. We have a motion, and I will second that. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 14, Mr. Hernandez, you had public comment on this, sir? Yes. And if anyone else has public comment on this, you can come forward and 14. And that is resolution authorizing the submission of a grant application for $242,000 to the Motor Vehicle Crime Prevention Authority to continue the theft unit activities in the police department. Yes, sir, your comment.
Yeah, Julian Hernandez, Corpus Christi. So after that item was pulled, I did talk to a gentleman in the back that actually does that, Brian Hagar, and he kind of educated me and whatnot, exactly what they do and what the funds were. I was looking at it in, of course, in a questioning light, with the numbers is what I was looking at, for the amount of money that they were receiving for 7 people comes out to roughly an average of $275,000 a year per person. And that was for 4 police officers and 3 civil servants. But like, again, he kind of explained everything. And I had some issues from, I explained to him and back in the day with the task force and kind of what they did and things that I say privilege to. But he offered to look into it, and I'm going to take him up on that and you know, hope they do good with the money. So
Perfect.
appreciate it. Thank
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Anyone else? Okay, I'll close public comment, and I will entertain a motion to approve item number 14. Councilman Vaughn?
Chief Markle or Blackman, either one. How many officers do we have right now doing that? Just an estimate, I'm just curious.
There's 8 officers, 3 civilians, lieutenant, and then there's a whole bunch of different items that it funds, office space, equipment, and those kind of things.
And how successful do y'all think y'all are? Just
Very
curious.
successful. We
Very
were actually
successful.
doubled our revenue, our grant number 3 or 4 years ago. You were here, because we were one of the most successful. The state took it away from some cities that were not successful and gave that to us. Yeah, we're very successful. We're recognized statewide.
It's good for the public to know.
And I think it's good to know, and the gentleman's questions are fair questions. It's good to know that we have to do it anyways. So we have to investigate this crime, auto theft, burglaries, do these inspections anyway. So if the city's going to pony up and give us X amount of dollars to help us do that, then so be it.
Yeah, okay.
And remember, it's your insurance that's paying for it, $4 out of every policy.
Yeah.
It just transfers to the state, to this fund.
Well, I definitely support it, so thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Kintu.
Quick question.
Could I add, last year we were recognized Detective Yvette Frazier, who's on the Auto Theft Task Force program, our governing body, MVCPA, which is state-run. Now, when you look at the state, like I say that, but you got to look at North Texas, South Texas, East Texas, the entire state of Texas, and all the peace officers that are involved in auto theft and auto theft-related cases. She was recognized as the Detective of the Year for the entire state. That's over DPS troopers, that's over municipalities, Dallas, Houston. It was a big deal. So just to let you know, I just want to throw that out there for her. She's an excellent detective.
Was that the conference? Was there a conference here?
Well, we had a conference in Fort Worth, and she was recognized in Fort Worth. She got the plaque and all those things. So.
Thank you. Councilman Kintu.
I got a question, 2 questions. How many, I think they're called DRN cameras, is that correct, Chief?
You talk license plate reader camera?
Yeah. Do we have a lot of them here in Corpus?
So the auto theft program that we have through the grant, we have bought 3.
Okay.
We kind of jump-started it in the city of Corpus Christi. It was very successful, helping in all facets of crimes.
Correct.
And now the city has bought into, Patrol Division has bought into several more. So we do have several more. We're not invested in the flock program, which is kind of controversial throughout the U.S. right now, but we do have LPRs.
And then my last question was, I got a phone call probably a month ago that you guys found District 3 resident's vehicle. He reported stolen some weeks ago, and you guys found it, and it was impounded at the city impound lot. But his concern was, like, he didn't care about paying the toll fee, whatever the case is, but he was concerned about the storage fees. Are we still charging the customer storage on stolen vehicles?
So, Councilman, what we do in the Auto Theft Task Force program, and we're very thoughtful on our victims, and we realize that our victims, you know, somebody has to pay for a tow truck towing their
Yes,
thing,
sir.
but most of our officers on scene will try to contact the victim. When I read these reports, I'd say 90% of the time they make a call. It might be 3 in the morning. Unfortunately, it's not a cat, but they don't answer their phone, and we have to impound the vehicle.
Yeah.
In those situations, there's a hold put on for my outfit, the Auto Theft Task Force. We go and we see if we can find any kind of evidentiary value in the vehicle, receipts, anything like that. And then we make a call to the owner, hey, we're about to release this hold. So the answer is yes. However, when it's got a hold on it, there is no storage fees.
Got it.
Once we release the hold on that vehicle, then it's up to the person to come get their vehicle in a timely manner.
Got it.
What generally happens is you'll have somebody out of town, out of state. They can't make it. They got some other arrangements. They tell my detective, hey, I can't be there until 2 weeks from now.
Yeah.
We'll keep the hold on that vehicle, and we'll release it whenever they call us, and they're there.
Good.
There are fortunate times when we do release a car.
Yeah.
They wait 2 weeks. Now they have 2 weeks of storage and the impound fee.
Yeah. I get the toll fees and all that stuff, but if it's just our own yard, you know, taking the space up, I mean, I want to say it's like $5 a day for theft vehicles, I'm not mistaken.
I'm not sure of the dollar.
Yeah, but just a thought, you know, just to try to help the victim, even just as a storage fee, because we could eat that, you know, but them paying the toll fees, I understand that 100%, but I appreciate everything you guys do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kim.
Councilwoman,
I'm sorry, real quick.
Yes, sir.
When we find out about those, and it's like Brian was saying, if they don't work with us or we don't know that they can't get it, then those fees sometimes do. But if they call us, we routinely release those charges. It's just a matter of them getting with us to do that. Because
Okay.
it does take a little work.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know who, well, I don't know when was the last time that we received a report from the police department, just letting us know, basically, like right now, you know, the auto theft seems to be doing a much better job, you know, with that. But I'm sure, I think the public would like to know, you know, how are we doing with maybe some of our other, you know, issues like response time, or, I mean, just if we could have, I don't know, maybe monthly or quarterly, or just something so that we know that our, you know, where we're doing better or where we could, you know, just are not doing as well. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Crime in general?
Just crime in general and just your department. Because, I mean, I do value, and every time that I call you, you're right on it, because you're like, you should have called me. And I do, but not everybody has that phone number that I can call you and say, hey, you know, Chief, can you please go look into this? And you do it right away. But I've also have heard on the other end where they'll say, I've been calling and they don't come. So I just want to make sure that they don't feel like they have to call me in order to get to you. So I am just making sure that these calls are being answered, you know, timely. And so how can we make sure that the public can see that we all know that, hey, it is or it's not?
Fair point. We track our response times, and I assure you, for every time you call me, 100 citizens call me or somebody in my department for the same reason. We go through that. And most times, there's a reason for it, or it's not accurate. But I'm happy to share any data that you want.
Okay. But I don't want it just to be, I mean, me, but is there somewhere in the public that the public can see that? Is there a website that we go to?
We have Crime Dash, which has all of our crimes. They're
Crime Dash.
Updated.
Okay, so I guess
every 10 seconds, they can look at every crime, and they can geofence any area of the city. They can pull up crimes. They can see what's happening. They can reach out to any supervisor in the field, any officer in the field. We're pretty ubiquitous in our approach.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Ability to reach us. It's not just, you're not special because you know me, no offense. Everyone is accessible.
Yeah.
And if they aren't, then I need to know about it.
Yeah.
I'll make it happen.
And like I said, you know, when I have called you, you're like, I mean, again,
But I think
you go
Dave's
above
the
and
same way,
beyond.
Pat's the same way, and
Yes.
Fire Chief's the same way. We don't hide. We're happy to share whatever wants to be.
Okay. But again, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So, appreciate it.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Just very quickly, I think the comment that we heard earlier, I've had others reach out. I don't know if there was a media story out and I missed it, but there was kind of like this publicized assumption that all of this was going to a handful of salaries, and I just to put that out there, that this is actually covering the grant, the cash, everything.
no, ma'am.
It's actually covering a whole operation.
Huge
it's
operation.
buildings, it's vehicles, it's a lot of things.
Rent space, it's copiers, it's analysts, civilian analysts.
I see
staff,
that in our packet
supervisor.
information, but I don't think that was shared initially with that concern publicly. It's not anything that the department misstepped. I think it was just something that was set out there. So I just wanted it out there that.
I appreciate it. It's a fair question by the gentleman. I appreciate him asking.
Exactly. It wasn't the only one I heard. And while we have an avenue to say, no, this is furnishing a whole department worth of needs. So it's a lot more than that. So thank you, guys.
Ma'am.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
No, ma'am, we did not.
We did.
I move for approval.
Thank you.
I thought it was them too.
No, ma'am.
Okay, we have a motion. Thank you, Chief Marco. Okay, the motion carries unanimously. Let's see, next section, we're going to go to individual consideration items, and this is item number 17. This is an ordinance approving methodologies used to set water use baselines for all customer classifications and approving the curtailment percentage for water customers to determine water allocations during a level 1 water emergency.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Nick Winkleman, Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. We do have a presentation. Just a summary, this is a 2-reading ordinance that establishes the baseline methodology and also the curtailment percentage. This is information that was reviewed at the workshop last week. Terminology is important, so I do want to take a slide here to just go over some of the terminology. Level 1 water emergency begins when the city is projected to be within 180 days of its total water supply not meeting its demand. Baseline usage is the determined water usage for each customer class to establish its allocation. What I would like to remind everyone that our baseline usage, what we've done our best here is to identify baseline usage that's based on normal operating conditions under normal circumstances. That's for each of our customer classes. Curtailment is the reduction, required reduction so that our water supply will always meet its demand and we won't be put into a situation where demand is greater than our supply. Allocations is the resulting number that each of the customers within each class will have to abide by. That's the allocated amount of water. That's an important number that each of the customer classes should know and understand. First, let's talk about our residential customers. The baseline that staff is recommending is a baseline of 7,000 gallons per month for Corpus Christi water residential customers. During a level 1 water emergency, the percentage curtailment that we're recommending is 25%, meaning that the allocation for our residential customers would be 5,250 gallons per month. Current data shows that 30% of our residential customers currently utilize more than 5,250 gallons a month. 70% use 5,250 gallons or less per month. For commercial customers, individual baselines would be provided for each of our 9,000 commercial customers. Those baselines would be determined over a 3-year period from 21 to 23. The lowest monthly value for each month of those 3 years would be excluded, coming up with a baseline percentage. The reason we're excluding the lowest value, the lowest January in that 3-month period, the lowest February, is because what we've seen is there's some kind of operational situation where for whatever reason a low number was utilized or low water usage was uncommon and very low for that period. So going back to the commercial customers, they would be given an individual baseline using historic data. The curtailment percentage of 25 would be applied, and that would provide them with an allocation. The exact same method is utilized for multifamily units. One of the common questions that I get is if you have a multifamily unit, number of units, say you have 10 units, and for a large portion of the time period, the historical data we look at, maybe only 5 units were filled at that time, and now there's 10 out of 10 filled. So that's certainly a reason for an exemption or a variance. We would just ask that that data be submitted. Next customer class are our wholesale customers. So our wholesale customers, please think about San Patricio Municipal Water District, South Texas Water Authority, Nueces County WCID number 4. Those are our wholesale customers. They purchase water from us and resell it. Each of those wholesale customers have their own customers. They are other wholesale customers, municipalities, they are commercial customers, they are also industries. One example that a commonly asked question, frequently asked question is, who is Gulf Coast Growth Ventures a customer of? They are a customer of the San Patricio Municipal Water District. They are not a customer of Corpus Christi Water. San Patricio Municipal Water District is a wholesale customer of ours. To develop the baseline for our wholesale customers, this is looking at historic data from 2022 to 2024. The lowest usage from each calendar month is excluded. And then from that baseline, 25% curtailment would be applied, resulting in an allocation. There is a difference here for our wholesale customers over our commercial customers in the fact that there is seasonality associated with that. And we went over that during the last workshop. The seasonality allows for and understands different uses for that customer, for the entire wholesale customer. The large volume user method to establish the baseline is identical to the process for our wholesale customers. Again, we're looking at historic data from 2022 to 2024. The lowest month is removed, and then from that baseline, you would deduct your 25% curtailment to get your allocation. So the city of Corpus Christi, large volume customers, and I would like to, we went through them last week, but I definitely want to read them all because these are the customers that would have to abide by this. This is Citgo, Flint Hills, Valero, HEP, Javelina, Calpine, Lyondell, Celanese, and Coastal Bend Y-Grade Logistics. They also include STX Beef and the Naval Air Station. We've been in communication with the Naval Air Station, and we do expect them to request a variance. One thing that I would like to say before I read the staff recommendation is we certainly have had an opportunity to talk to many stakeholders, and we continue to do so. What our stakeholders are requesting is some information so that they can plan towards the establishment of a baseline, and the curtailment percentage allows them to plan. The other common message that I continually share with all our customers is currently the date of level 1 water emergency is projected to be September. So we have a number of months for all of our customers to understand their usage, to review their bills, to look at ways that they can hit that allocation, to put together paperwork for a variance request. So this allows for that planning to take place If we don't establish that baseline, then it's hard for all of our customers to take that deep dive to better understand how their operations or their homes may have to look in September if in fact we do reach a level 1 water emergency. The staff recommendation is to approve this ordinance to establish the baseline methodologies and also to establish the curtailment percentage at 25%. With that, I'll stand by for questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Councilman Roy.
Okay. So since the last time you briefed us on this, I've received more phone calls, numerous phone calls, and people just reaching out. And we talked about this variance for residential customers. And so, and listening to you today, you said that you've talked about it, you've taken into consideration the possibility of going through and allowing for a variance. And one of the examples that I mentioned last week, if you have a large family, right? Or if you have foster children, or you have grandparents, maybe even 2 sets of grandparents living within your household.
Yes, sir.
Then the 7,000, the baseline of 7,000 is probably not appropriate. And they should be, just like when it comes to either commercial or our industrial partners, be able to establish a variance or an exemption, if you called it. I've heard you call it both things. With that being said, going forward, I'd like to know how you're going to obtain that. Is it something that they're going to have to fill out? In other words, I don't want to continue, for me, I will not vote to continue this until I see something in writing on how you're going to proceed with this, because I think it's important to understand. Number one, I think just personally that if somebody, first of all, they need to make sure that they've checked for leaks. You know what I mean? I think if somebody's but I think the same standard that you apply to the commercial users and to our industrial partners, I think it's exactly the same standard you need to apply for those. And going back and looking at that period of time and making sure that you've looked at a period of time so that you can establish that baseline and feel good about that baseline. But I want to know that I want your assurance that that's what you're going to do. And that's what I'm recommending. And if we can't get an assurance on that, then I'm going to vote no for it. I'm just letting you know, I'm hoping my council members will vote no also.
Sure, thank you for that comment, Councilman. So there's an established variance request. It's in the DCP. We're going to continue that process. What we are doing, though, in terms of communication and outreach so everyone understands that, first and foremost, we're working with our IT department to establish a portal for our residential customers so that they can log in and see current usage through the month.
And okay, that's
right. And that's important because that'll allow them to track it over the next couple of months so they can be assured of when they request a variance, they've got good info to request.
Okay, and so the other thing I want to make sure also is that this, because I've heard others that are kind of confused about when they can actually put this variance in. When do they wait? Do they wait until a certain point in time, or today, if they're saying, look, I fall under that category, I know I'm not going to make it because I haven't used less than 12,000 gallons for the last year. Can they start that paperwork today?
So they can, and some people have, and they absolutely can do it. My recommendation is, because we have some time, is to collect the data and make your case for the variance. But to that point, some people have done that already, right? They've been doing it for a year, and they have the right information to request the variance.
What do you mean they've been doing it for a year?
Well, some people, and I know this as a fact, some of our residents have been watching their water usage very closely over the last year, so they know exactly what their normal usage is.
And the procedure that you're going to follow is the exact same, it's similar procedure for the other water users, right, in terms of determining what you're going to allow on that variance?
In terms of a variance, we need to be very careful. The example you gave with an extended family, multi-generational people at the house, I would assume they would need more water than a family. That could be a family of 10, right? A family of 6 may need less water than a family of 10. So we need to be very careful. So we've got to follow the variance process. They need to come with their request for how much water they need to meet their demand.
I agree. And
I don't want to come up with it myself because we don't know, CCW doesn't know the needs of the household.
No, but what I want to do is make sure that you're following the process and it's consistent across the board in terms of how you go about determining it. So that's what I'm really looking at. I want to make sure that it's out there in the public and they know if you think you fall in this category, these are the steps that you need to take. And this is what we want to see.
Right. And let me answer that. So, and maybe this is for our listening public. If you feel that you need to utilize more than 5,250 gallons a month for your residential household, you should first confirm that. Take a look and make sure you don't have a leaking toilet, for example, other issues, right? Define it, make sure you understand that that's the reasoning that you really need, that you need 6,000 gallons or whatever the number is. Then submit the variance request.
And in that variance request, it's going to tell them the supporting documents that you want, right?
That's correct. And the supporting documents are going to be a little bit different from residential to commercial to large volume, obviously because their businesses are different. With residential customers, we can also review their water meter history so we can help define that. But that's the biggest thing is what your projected usage is and why you feel that that's necessary. That's really the bottom line, what we need to know.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I guess the third thing we need to know is, please verify that you don't have leaking toilets
right.
or other issues. And I think by and large, the community has already done that.
And that's why I want to make sure you have a written process, because I would think that part of the steps are that you're going to say, can you provide some kind of proof that you've had your plumbing or whatever checked to make sure that you're not leaking somewhere? And if they've done that and they've taken all those steps, because as a homeowner, that's probably the first thing I'm going to do is take a look at that,
that's right.
And then go through those steps. And if they still are up there, then we need to make sure that they understand the steps that need to be taken. It's consistent across the board. So, and then they get answer within a certain period of time, so that they're not sitting there going, oh, well, I haven't heard from anybody and it's 4 months down the road, and what am I doing here? What they can understand is going to be a reasonable response time to getting that variance approved or denied. So, all right, thank you.
Yes, sir, I've got it.
Nick, are we going to have the personnel to be able to address all of this?
So we're currently evaluating staffing needs. So that the first step is we want to make sure that the methodologies as presented are approved, but we are evaluating staffing needs. To the councilman's point and your part, Mayor, we need timely responses, and at least so that our customers know, it doesn't have to be within a day, but if they know the response is going to be within 1 to 2 weeks, that's what right. We need to hit, and that's what our goal is. We're reviewing staff, trying to reallocate staff, and we're working on that right now, that process.
Okay, because you said earlier, what was it, 30% or 27,000? Wasn't it 27,000
Roughly, yeah. So it's about 30% of our current residential customers utilize more than 5,250 gallons a month.
Is there a limit to that, or did y'all just look at just over the number? Just over 5,000?
Just over. So it could have been 5,251 gallons.
Right.
Yeah.
So Nick, that just brings me to my next, I guess, the other point of importance, and that is the communication, and that is not everyone listens or watches the meetings. And just, again, a program that encourages, that educates voluntary curtailment now. Because again, you have people or a family, the family of 9, that I brought that up. They have 9 total in their family. And then I had someone else reach out that has 5 in their family. They both use 11,000 gallons. And that is a huge, it's a huge cutback. And I think people understand, the situation we're in, but the communication has to be there. Because if we don't have enough personnel to answer those calls and address, or if we don't have enough information going out to people and simply putting something in their utility bill, for example, because everybody gets that, then it just can become just complete chaos. And I don't believe that, you heard a lady earlier today, I've never looked at my bill, but I looked at my bill, and she realized, whoa, I used this much, and then when my kids were here or company was here, it went straight up. No one is looking at their bills for the most part. So I just think it's critical. It is not difficult to create a basic program that stresses, and it is aggressive in a voluntary curtailment program now, so that 11,000 gallons overnight isn't, guess what? Let's do the math on $4 1,000 gallons and a $500 surcharge. I mean, all of these things can happen. And we have to check the box to say we did everything we could to make everyone aware of where they are. Most people don't look at their bills, don't even know where the water meter is in their, on their property.
Right, so the communication does have, they do have a plan. There are things going out. Once we have established the baseline, then we can get a little more definitive in that. The other piece of data I do want to share with everyone is, so 70% of our current residential customers use less than 5,250 gallons. 30% more use more. However, the residential average for the last couple months has been around 4,500 gallons. That's the residential class as a whole.
Everyone, 100%.
So if you look at all 91,000 residential accounts,
4,500?
The average is 4,500. So that just goes, there are certain cases where you're more, there's certain less, but I think that helps put things in perspective a little bit.
Yeah, it does. Thank you, Nick. Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. Nick, Lake Texana, what's our percentage in that lake right now?
66% this morning.
66. It's incredible.
Oh, it is. Yeah, absolutely. It's great news. Yeah.
How much gallons per day do we get from Lake Texana?
Currently, it's about 40 million gallons a day from Lake Texana, 32 million gallons a day from the lower Colorado River.
40 million from Lake Texana, correct?
32 from the lower Colorado River.
That's coming from the same pipeline, right?
Through the Mary Roads pipeline.
So that's 40, 50, 60, 72?
72, yes, sir.
Okay, so we get 72 from there, correct?
From Lake Texana and the lower Colorado.
72 million gallons per day from that one pipeline.
Yes, sir.
That has 66% of water, correct?
I don't know.
Well, 66% capacity on that lake.
Okay. So remember, 32 million gallons a day are coming from the lower Colorado River, which has nothing to do with Lake Texana.
Got it.
It's another.
So altogether, we get 72 MGDs.
Through the Mary Roads pipeline, yes, sir.
How much does the residents use per day?
So they're averaging about 4,500 gallons a month. So let's just do 4,500 divided by 30, so it's average 150 gallons a day across all of our residential accounts.
So how many millions of gallons per day for the residents?
And this, Councilman, I can get you numbers, but yeah, I mean, it's like 14, 15 million gallons a day.
14.
That's for our Corpus Christi residents.
Okay, so say the residents from everywhere, more or less, top of your head, about 20 per day, 25 per day?
I can't answer that because I don't know all the numbers for South Texas Water Authority, for Nueces County WCID, for what their residents and
So it's
commercials are.
safe to say the big portion of the water is in Corpus Christi, of our residents, and it's 14 million gallons a day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And industry, how many gallons per day do they use?
So if you look at, let's just talk about our, I've got the numbers for our large volume users. And remember, there's wholesale as well. So help me, so our large volume users is, yeah, okay. So we were saying about 30 to 35 million gallons a day. That's for CCW's large volume users.
Got it, okay. So
without wholesale, yeah.
So what I'm trying to get out there, because a lot of people are watching right now on YouTube, Channel 6, Channel 3, is the fact that the problem's not the residents that's taking all of our water, it's industry, okay, the refineries. And there's a thing out there right now on Facebook, and people are getting paid to post nonsense that Corpus Christi is running dry. Corpus Christi is not running dry. It's the refineries that's running dry. We're gonna have water for the public. Am I right or wrong, Nick?
So I'm glad you asked that. So a couple of things to clarify.
Because we got to clear that up. I'm so sick getting on Facebook and everybody saying we're running out of water because of 5 council members. Well, the 5 council members that killed the Inner Harbor project, that project wasn't going to do anything for us right now. Nothing at all.
Yes.
And the residents, the people that I represent, they get 14 million gallons per day. We're going to provide you with 14 million gallons a day of water because we have Lake Texana. That's at 66%. And we get, from that pipeline, we get 72 million gallons a day. And now we've got to cut back, and the people of Corpus Christi get screwed again. But we're the blame for it. Us 5 council members are the blame for it, which is BS. Because we're not. We're protecting the people of Corpus Christi. And I'm going to continue to protect the people in Corpus Christi. I'm going to protect the seniors. I'm going to protect the people, the veterans. I'm going to protect the people because you know what? I'm sick and tired of the false news that we're running out of water. No. We're not running out of water. The refineries are running out of water. Okay? We're not running out of water. We're going to be okay, and the small businesses are going to be okay. I get it. They provide jobs. They provide an economy here. I get that, and I support them, but I'm sick and tired of them always saying we're running out of water because of the 5, the fabulous 5. Well, call us a fabulous 5 because you know what? We're saving the ass of the people of Corpus Christi, and we're going to keep on doing it. I'm so sick and tired of hearing crap on Facebook that we're running out of water. We're not going to run out of water. The refineries will, not the public. Public comes first. Public safety comes first. That's the bottom line. I'm just sick and tired of all these people that are getting paid a few $100s to post stuff on Facebook and make everyone look bad because of this project that the refineries want. And I get it. We have a big old sea of water out there, ocean, unlimited water, and we're going to get it done. We're going to do it. We have South Padre Island getting 50 million gallons a day project for $925 million for that project. But yet we're going to do an Inner Harbor project for 30 million gallons a day. Right now it's below $1 billion. With change orders and all that stuff, it's going to be $1.2, $1.3 billion. Who's getting screwed again? The taxpayer, the ratepayers, the people of Corpus Christi.
Councilman, we need to keep this to we're going way off here.
I'm not going. This is about the water, Mayor. I'm talking about the water.
This is about the presentation.
I'm just talking about the water, and I'm letting the people know what's going on because everyone's watching us right now. Everybody's watching us. And I want to set the record straight because I'm sick and tired of it. I want the people to know the truth.
Okay, but that's not, we're talking about,
I'm just telling you how I feel and what I'm doing. Okay, I don't interrupt you. Please don't interrupt me.
Well, I am if you're not going to stick to what we're.
I am sticking to water. We're talking about water. That's what we're talking about, water.
Look, you're talking about all these other things.
I'm talking about water. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about water. But thank you very much.
Issues you have.
Thank you, Mayor.
Those are issues you need to take care of.
Mayor.
Off the dais.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're very welcomed. Councilwoman Vaughn. Good.
Nick, thank you for the presentation. To his point, the residents are concerned we're going to run out of water. Some are saying it's May. How May got out there, I don't know. But can you assure the residents they are not going to run out of water?
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to clarify that. So a couple of things we need to remember is level 1 water emergency is when we are 6 months away from supply not meeting demand. At that date doesn't mean the system changes at all, pressures remain consistent, the water is still there. 180 days from there, we still have water. The goal of establishing baselines and curtailment is to assure that water will remain there and the system remains stable until we bring on new water supplies.
We are preparing just in case for the worst case scenario, and that's what the public needs to hear. It's worst case scenario that we don't think we're going to get to, but it's a document so that you are prepared and it's written in there so the residents know what to do. It's no different than having a hurricane, maybe a little different, but you get my drift. Okay, a couple of things. You answered the question about if you had 20 apartments and 6 of them had not been rented. You answered that. You get a variance.
Right.
My other one is if you have a new home, you have no history whatsoever of family, how do you figure out what they can and can't use?
So we're going to look to the customer because, again, I don't know how many people are going to live there. It might be a new home, but it might be a multi-generational home.
It's true.
And we don't know that. We just ask people to take a look and put together some information so that we can work with them and determine that.
Okay, because that's a concern for
Absolutely.
new home buyers.
Yeah.
Okay. My other thing is new development that's coming in. We saw a couple of things today on our agenda. And as I was leaving Cal Island today, there's a big subdivision going out. I think about Mogagashi. I don't know. I think it's George out there. And then you have the new academy, all of those going in. Something that I noticed is they had a big water tank. So they obviously bought their water in for the development for academy and all of that, which I think that's great. They probably bought it from somebody, purchased well, I don't know. What about new development? What are we doing there? What is going to be the criteria for them? Because they are going to use a lot of water.
Yeah, that question actually came up yesterday. We met with some of the commercial customers yesterday. And I think you're talking about a new commercial business?
Or a development for homes.
Okay, let's talk about homes. So we covered this 2 workshops ago. So the process to put a moratorium on meters is very robust, as defined by the state.
Okay.
And it really doesn't save much because there's a notice period and then the maximum is 90 days and then you can extend that for another 90 days. But then after that, you have to lift the moratorium, and you can't have another moratorium for multiple years after that.
Okay, because we don't want them to go out of business, that's for sure.
Correct.
But I think people are asking those questions. I've had so many calls this weekend over this stuff, and they're so confused and so concerned.
Yeah.
Something that you said, seasonable allows for different uses. Which ones are you talking about?
So the seasonal variation is the wholesale customers.
Okay.
Because they have a whole set of their own customers, and it's also the large volume users have seasonal variation.
So you're talking about the months, the winter, spring, all those things.
Right, so they'll get an allocation, different allocation depending upon the season.
Okay, well, let me ask you this, because I think I use more water in the summertime. The residents don't get anything like that, right?
They don't, and one reason, we talk about trying to be straightforward.
Yes.
It can get very confusing for a resident if we start giving them 3 to 4 different allocations that they have to match in different seasons. We also feel very comfortable that the 7,000 gallon baseline, as shown by the data, certainly accounts for that as well. And a lot is shown in the data. You know, like I said earlier, our residential customers are averaging about 4,500 gallons a month right now.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing. All that being said, we do know there's cases that are going to be above that, and we understand that.
Okay, because, you know, I got my water bill, and it's first time, be honest with you, first time I looked at it, it was kind of like her. And I thought, this is interesting. So I think I'm 7. That means 7,000.
Okay,
And
yes.
I was actually pretty good. I think I only used about 3,000, but we're a couple. So that's a big difference in what this lady was. But on the chart back here, on the meter right here on the bill, you can see it.
Yeah.
So the big scale right here in February, that means that's when I had my biggest consumption? What's that mean?
It does.
I didn't use that much water in February. Did you see how high it is? I don't think this is right. They're tapping into me.
I can't comment on the usage, but
okay. Now, common sense would tell you I'm not using that kind of water in February. That's a cold month.
Well,
I'm not jumping in the pool or filling my pool up. So are we sure this is right? So what I'm asking you, this is a concern for me when I saw it.
We feel confident, and I do, in the water supply update, I've got a couple of slides on how to read your water bill.
Yeah, we're probably going to have to talk about this later, so you can kind of school me. And I think a lot of residents need to be schooled on this as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to understand your usage more so now than ever.
Yeah, because you usually don't even look till you think you're not going to have it. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Nick, when you casually said that 30% of the residents are over that 5,250, that's a lot of voters. You know, I'm not sure how you see that, but that's 30% of the population is a significant amount of people. And I'm not really sure how you're going to be doing this. Is this going to be based on actual usage or billing usage?
Okay, I think I understand your question, but correct me if I'm wrong. So there's a couple of things to remember. So when you are billed per month, we bill per 1,000 gallons, and we round down because we don't want to bill anyone for water they haven't used. In terms of allocation, we've got to look at actual usage numbers.
Okay, so you're talking about actual usage. Is that based on a billing cycle or on a set time frame, 30 days? Not all billing cycles are the exact same day.
Not that is absolutely correct. Not all billing cycles are the exact same day or the exact amount of days. So it's over a 30-day period.
So it's going to be actual usage, a 30-day period. And how are residents supposed to know that?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked. So we're working really hard with our IT department to develop a portal. The portal will consist of a couple of things. You could log on to your account, and you'll see what your usage is. So let's say it's 3,000 gallons at that current date and time, and then it's going to say your remaining towards your projected allocation will be 2,250. And you can check that daily so that you can understand where you're at. And we hope people use that before we get to level 1 water emergency, because that'll help people track their water usage.
Okay, what's the timing of this portal?
We're going to have a demonstration on it this week, and then after that, I'll know when it goes live. But things are progressing very fast, and I think it'll be in the near future. I'll certainly have an update for this council next week.
This will be accessed through the city's webpage on the water department's website?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so every 30 days, actual usage on that. So still 30% above the 5,200. So I want to read you something because I want to understand how this is going to be enforced. Is the surcharge going to be once you go over 5,250, or is it a different number?
So on the agenda today has nothing to do with surcharges. And
No, I understand that, but you're asking us to vote on something that is going to be based on this, right? So to me, the devil's always in the details, right, and how things are going to be done. So I don't want to vote for something now that affects something later without understanding it, right? So that's what I'm saying. is the surcharge is going to be above the 5,250? Is when you get, every 1,000 above that, you get the additional $4 charge? Or do the citations come at 5,250?
So how the surcharge is currently in the plan, it may get changed, but how it's currently in the plan, and again, you're not voting on surcharges today, but residential customers would pay $4 additional per 1,000 gallons over 7,000 gallons.
So you don't get a surcharge until you hit 7,000?
That's how the plan currently reads.
That's how it's written?
That's correct.
Is there an intention to change that? To go to the allotment, not the baseline?
That was something that you brought up last week, Councilman, to change it. Last week, the staff recommendation was not to change it, but yeah,
Okay.
you brought it up last week for us to look at that.
Okay, so
Yes, sir.
just as, understanding that it starts at 7,000. So, okay, under enforcement and the violation, and I'll read this to you. On section 13 of the drought contingency plans, subparagraph A, a violation under this article is a Class C misdemeanor. Any person who violates any provision of this article shall be subject to a fine of not more than $500 per violation per day. Now, that's a key thing, because once you hit 5,200 and you go above that allotment, then technically every day up until that 30 days, you're in violation. Do you get a citation every single day? The way it's written here is that you do.
So I'm not...
And then let me finish. Then how do you get the citation? Who writes the citation? Does it just show up in the mail? I mean, who's going to be monitoring this to say every single day up until that 30-day period that you go over 5,250 that you don't get a citation?
Okay, I two questions, and I'll answer them. I'm not an attorney. The interpretation, it's per violation. If you go over your allocation for the month, that's one violation. If you water your lawn illegally every single day, if we find that to happen, that could be every day. But the violation is exceeding the allocation for a month. The second part of your question is about issuing citations. One thing, and I think everyone in this room knows, the low-hanging fruit is the large users of water, right? So those are numbers that we've got to pay attention to every single day. We do not have staff or personnel to pay attention to 91,000 customers and their usage every single day, but I certainly can pay attention to our small number of wholesale and large volume users every single day. The other thing I want to reiterate is our goal is compliance. And if we do, just like we do today, if we see a residential bill that is going above and beyond, we want to reach out to them and inform them and let them know there could be something going on that's beyond anyone's knowledge, and we want to try and inform them so they can correct it.
Okay.
The goal is compliance, not issuing citations.
I appreciate the way you said that, but that's not how it's written. It doesn't say violation on a per month basis. It says per day.
Well,
so, I mean, you can technically be in violation. Let's say you hit that threshold in 3 weeks, 21 days, and then every day after that you're in violation. By the way it's written, and like I said, it's in the details. By the way it's written, it says you're in violation every day until you hit that 30-day period. Now, secondly, I mean, how is this violation actually going to be administered? And so the reason I ask all these questions is because you have to think about this on how it works before you vote on something. I'm really struggling on the idea that you want us to vote on a baseline of things with violations that are already written in the DCP, and you can have no other action, and the violations are there. So I want to make sure I understand whatever we set in place, the violation language matches what we're going to be actually doing. And the surcharges actually match it. Now, and that also goes to the large users in terms of what is a violation in terms of water emergency. There is a lot of gray area in that discussion about water emergency with regards to those that pay the drought surcharge exemption fee. In the language, it doesn't say water emergency, it says only stages 1, 2, and 3. But then in where you actually pay a fine or subject to it, it says non-exempt in water emergency. So the language doesn't match. So I want to make sure that we're very clear before we vote on anything. I'm not comfortable voting on what you're asking here until we have all those details sorted out. My time's up. Thank you.
So a couple of comments on the drought surcharge exemption fee. We've asked legal department to weigh in on that and that interpretation, and I've provided it to this body multiple times. So we feel it's clear on that. In terms of citations, there are limitations to how many citations you can issue, right? There's only so many people. That's absolutely correct. And one thing that I just want to continue to reiterate, the goal is compliance. The goal is not to issue citation after citation after citation. And I certainly understand what you're saying about per violation per day. I'll get with legal to review that. My interpretation is different because there's one violation if you go over the allocation for the month, because it's on a 30-day basis. You can't just hit people with violations every single day. The restriction is per month. But Councilman, I will follow up with Miles and his team to get an interpretation of that.
Okay, Nick, but what he is bringing up is not what we're voting on today, because I have concerns, but that's the DCP. So if we want to make changes to the DCP, which would include violation citations, surcharges per 1,000 gallon, washing boats, swimming pools, that is all DCP. That is not today.
That's correct.
Okay. So what is today? Just explain, because it all it does. It does, but we need to keep it separate, because I think they're very important points, very valid points, and I've got some that I'm not okay with, but that's a separate document. So tell us today what is on the table.
So today, what this body is considering is to approve the methodology to establish baselines, and then also to establish the 25% curtailment.
So that is the 7,000 gallons per month to establish that baseline for residential customers. Anything over, I'm sorry, we're establishing the baseline. The allocation is based off of that 7,000 baseline. And then secondly would be the 25%. We're voting on those two things, use those two things to move forward.
That's correct. We feel we need to have agreement on that so that all of you can make the appropriate decisions when it comes to whether you change the surcharge in the book or all of the other items.
In the DCP.
In the DCP.
Which is a separate item to come to council to consider.
Correct. And it'd probably be multiple items.
Right, exactly.
But this is the first step.
Councilman Scott, thank you for clarifying. Sorry.
Do we ever round up? When you said we round down.
We round down.
We round down. Do we ever round up?
No.
Anything? Okay.
We don't. So what happens, so say a residential customer used 5,200 gallons in a month, they would get billed for 5,000 gallons. Now the meter is a totalizer. So if they used 5,800 gallons the next month, you've got the 200 from the previous month, and they'd get billed for 6,000. So we're still everyone is being billed for the amount of water they use, but no one is being billed ahead of time. And to that point, allocations, you need to look at actual usage per month. So we have to separate actual usage and the billing mechanisms.
Got it. So Mayor, I'm sympathetic, or Nick, thank you, by the way. I mean, this is our document, and if we're not yelling at you, or, we just don't like some of the things we need to change. I'm sympathetic to multiple votes, but I agree that I think they're so intertwined that I'm uncomfortable without kind of understanding the next set of votes. I'm uncomfortable voting today. So to me, they're all kind of tied together, and I apologize for that. I get that technically they're not, but to me they are. So let me just kind of run through. For instance, you're telling me we're going to talk about the citation issue at a later date, but I think that's a bad habit. I think we need to change to eliminate citations. I think we ought to change the rate structure so that we incentivize lower usage and we disincentivize anything above whatever that number is. My question, so I want to get that statement out there. What happens if you have a small office that has 2 bathrooms? They don't have any grass. Walk me through how they're going to lower their usage 25%.
So they need to look at their allocation. So if it's a small business, 2 bathrooms, right? We're going to look at historical data, remove the lowest number, come up with an individual baseline, and then you get your allocation. So they need to look at their allocation and understand where they're.
I hear you, and I didn't mean to put you in the corner, but my thought is, if I have a small business with 2 bathrooms and I have 10 customers a day, I'm out. Either you shut the bathroom down at noon, or you reduce your customers by 25%, or I don't know, you put a sign up that says go outside in the bushes. I mean, really, it's going to be hard to.
I would say that would be certainly a deterrent to their business, right? They have to have operating restrooms and facilities.
And then I'm really excited to hear about your tracking mechanism, and I think that's important for all of us to see as we move forward. Because if I have a short-term rental, I guess, is that a commercial or is that a residential meter?
So if it's say it's a house.
Right, I own a house.
It's a residential meter.
Okay. And so it's a residential meter, so you're using the 5250, and they'll be able to track their usage with this,
That's correct.
portal that you're talking about.
Right.
Because they would be an instance where they would just have to cancel that last weekend, I guess, if they, right?
Well, I think it depends on how that meter is set up. I assume in some cases maybe there's a short-term rental business and they set it up as a business account, then they would get an individual baseline. But if it's set up as a residential account when they set it up, which is more than likely the case, that's how they're classified.
So is there a form today? Do you have a form that we're all going to use if we want a variance?
There's a form online today, and it's been online. Yeah.
Good answer. And you said people are looking at it? I mean,
We've received variance requests, yeah.
Okay. And the way they do it is they say, hey, I've got 10 kids, 10 children, I'm a family of 10. Do you have a mechanism that tells you you get 1,000 gallons per child? Or is it just, they say, hey, we have 10 kids and we use 10,000 gallons and we think we can make 7,500 work, but we can't make 5,250 work? Is that?
We want to work towards what's reasonable. One thing that I've tried to be consistent with is we don't understand how a household operates. We don't want to put in predetermined metrics. Just like I don't understand how a commercial business operates. I don't know their business. So we're looking for them to provide some input.
Got it. And then who makes that final determination?
So the CCW team reviews the variance.
Do I have to be nice to Esteban over here? Is he going to be the godfather? Is he going to be the one that says, hey, it's for you, Mark, 7,000.
I encourage everyone to be nice to all city staff.
Good point. I try. But you'll have there's a team that will make that determination?
Yeah, and to the mayor's point, we're figuring out staffing so that we can build up that team so that we can respond in a timely manner.
And the mayor asked the question, how many residential accounts are there?
There's about 91,000 or so.
So 30% of 90 is 27,000 accounts, right? Wow, And I made this comment last week, I think you're looking for a huge human infrastructure to handle all these variances, so stay close to us.
Correct.
I know I'm running out of time because I asked that dang roundup question somebody talked me into. I want to reiterate that I'm uncomfortable making, I get 25%, I get that. And by the way, I guess everybody has. No one's running out of water, but everybody's going to have to reduce 25%. You can't shut down industry. You can tell industry you've got to reduce your usage by 25%, right? But you can't shut them down.
So
now, if they choose to shut down, that's their business.
They'll operate their business correct, and we know that they are committed to meeting those allocations because of all the expenditures they're making right now to be able to sustain themselves.
I believe that, but I just don't want the message to go out that we're going to shut industry down to protect the residential ratepayers. The reality is we're all going to be required to reduce some number, and your number today is asking for is 25%.
Right.
Should that happen, and I agree with Councilmember Vaughn that, and you made the comment it's at 66%. I mean, I think we're working hard to try to avoid that reality, but I appreciate the conversation. But everybody's going to cut 25%.
So it's across all customer classes, and then so that would be residential, commercial, wholesale, and large volume users. The one caveat I'd like to make that's the 25% is based on the baseline that we've presented. So if we start changing baselines, I can't guarantee the 25% is the math is done on the baseline.
Right. I get that.
Yeah.
I mean, at least I think I get that. But I appreciate the effort here. I'm uncomfortable with too many of these decisions today, and maybe it's just because I woke up at a Holiday Inn this morning. But I think there's a lot of questions that we need to answer over the next couple of weeks that I think can create a better plan for the ratepayers. But thank you, Nick. Thank you very much for your time, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, well, I've been going back and forth with Nick, I guess since yesterday, about how we ended up with the baseline of the $7,000 per month. I don't know if most of the public saw it, but there was there've been so many news coverage, but there was one on NBC that Peter Zanoni was interviewed on, and one of the comments made by the news reporter was that most households use between 9,000 and 12,000 K. And then when I referenced that to you, you said, oh, but that's nationally, Councilwoman. I said, okay. So then that took me then to the next level. I thought, all right, well, let me check what some of our other Texas cities use. And I guess because we have been in some kind of drought stage for years, I mean, if not at least 1 decade, I think. But anyway, just to let you all know, McAllen uses about 9,000 per month, San Antonio about 10,000 per month, Dallas uses between 8,000 and 10,000 per month, and Austin between 7,000 and 14,000 per month. So again, we're on the low end, and we are, in my sense, being punished because we've been so good at saving water. And the reason that we are now having to cut back 15 MGD, and we're looking at residents like Councilman Cantu said, on Facebook, that people are talking about, showering together and other things. Really, what should be happening is industry again, where the bulk of the savings, I mean, they would have been doing what we've been doing for years had they not had that drought cert exemption fee, I think. They would have been incentivized to cut back and figured out how residents have been doing it. So I disagree with that baseline. I don't think 7,000 should be the baseline. And according to you, you said it's because that's been the highest that the residents have used that, or how did you phrase that, Nick?
Sure, Councilwoman. So in 2022, our residential customer class hit an average 7,000 gallon usage one month. So that was one time in the previous 4 years.
But we were already, I think, in stage 2 already. So yeah, we were already conscientious of how much water we needed to save.
Yeah, I'm not debating that.
Okay.
I'm not debating that at all, but I do know, and I want to caution all of us, is just, doing comparisons with other municipalities. Certainly, we're different than Dallas.
Oh, yeah, no, we are. But if you want to make comparisons, I mean, we have been in a longer drought than most other cities. So we have been pretty efficient, at least residents have.
I'm not debating that.
Yeah,
In fact,
okay.
I promote that every chance I get.
But again, it seems like here we are on the front lines again. We're the ones that are going to be charged either $500 per day or $500 a month if we go over our allotted amount. We've decided now it's based on 7,000, and it doesn't seem like you're willing to budge on that number.
So a couple of things. If you look at the amount of water that each of our customer classes would be reduced under this methodology per customer class, the wholesale customers would be reduced 7.7 million gallons a day, large volume 7.5, residential as a class 0. So I have a hard time when people say that we are punishing our residential class. They're doing great, but we are in, as you said, Councilwoman, in a historic drought, and we're all working together to solve this situation. And then our commercial customer classes, 0.6 MGD, would be cutting back. So the customer classes providing the numbers would be the wholesale, the large volume, and then very, very slightly the commercial class. Those are the numbers.
Okay, well, again, you make kind of like exceptions to them because on the baseline, the percentage wholesale customers, you break it down for them. Summer, spring and fall, winter, seasonal baseline. You don't do that for us. And just for the record, after Councilwoman Vaughn I meant to bring my water bill as well, but luckily I'm able to check it online. And guess what? My February month was also high, twice as much. So I would also ask some of the other residents, did for some reason, okay, I see one out there and another one. I don't know what happened in February that everybody's water bill was high, if not double. But again, I don't think you're going to have the answer, or do you have an answer, Mike?
Well, my answer is in the water supply update, I'll have a couple of slides on that. And the only caution that I want to present to everyone is, and this is not to this body, but to our community, it's a utility bill consisting of gas, water, wastewater, solid waste.
This is just the water.
Okay.
This is only the water.
Yeah.
I only have, I guess, 29 seconds left. There was just one more, just to ask. Now, most of the large water users, to remind everybody, most of them are using the drought surcharge exemption, correct?
Correct.
So once we hit the extreme emergency, what will they be charged?
So let's separate allocation from surcharges. Every customer class gets allocated, even the large volume users. Those participating in the drought surcharge exemption fee would not be billed a surcharge because they're participating in the drought surcharge exemption fee, But again, the council has to approve surcharges. Currently, there are no surcharges in effect.
And that's why we're here. It's because it's backwards. That's part of the DCP plan, so that we need to correct that. Don't we need to approve that first before we vote on this one?
The DCP was approved a year ago.
No, but
Yeah.
to include the fees, we didn't approve that.
Well, what I would recommend is you approve the baseline first, because then you can understand the curtailment percentage and the allocation to understand how the fees may or may not be implemented.
Well, I would agree with that if I were to agree on the baseline. So I don't agree on the baseline, so no, I don't agree with you. I think my time's up.
Yeah, Councilwoman Paxson.
So for me, what it feels like passing this item today, establishing baselines without having the verbiage behind it to guard the execution of those baselines feels incomplete. So I echo the sentiments of several council members that have spoken on that. I don't feel comfortable passing into ordinance the amount of water our city's allowed to use without having a protection in the background saying this is what that means. If you use this much, XYZ is going to happen. Right now, we don't have that fully established because what's in the drought contingency plan currently doesn't set those guard protections. So I don't feel comfortable passing an ordinance in this fashion without that there. So I have a couple of things that for me, would need to see first. Last week, I talked about what I would like to see added to our bills, which includes graphics showing those baselines, showing the last 3 bills, because those bills are a little complicated. Like Councilwoman Vaughn picked up her bill and she says, there's no way I used that in February. Being able to tell that story in a way that our consumers can actually understand their bills. Also, having the infrastructure for this, that's a big thing. Being able to take on board the variance requests, being able to address frequently asked questions. This is a lot of work you guys have put into it. I really appreciate that. And Nick, you sent over, also at the water workshop, I requested to be able to see that we were following a similar formula when we set the 7,000 baseline for residents, and you provided that. I appreciate it. Just because it was asked, I asked you as well, did we remove those lowest numbers like the other classes? And you said yes, so thank you for the hard work you've put into that. But to me, we have things like what you just said. If a customer is using 5,200 gallons a month, 5,200, 5,200, 5,200, it's going to roll up. And then they're going to be in trouble by that last bill because they're going to be at the 6,000.
No, because we're going to look at actual usage. Right.
So if somebody's using 5,200 because that's their baseline, that's the allocation.
Yes.
And then they do that for 4 months. On the 4th month, those quarter thousands will roll up to
No,
6,000.
they'll be okay because the allocation is 5,250 and the actual usage was 5,200. So they're 50 gallons below the allocation. So they will not.
But if they are using the 5,250, then that's a quarter.
They're using 5,100, they're still below it, and it's.
But after 4 bills, it adds up.
On the bill, but that's not how we would look at allocations.
Okay. Okay, so that needs clarified. Thank you. That's helpful. I'm glad to know that, but there needs something there to me to back that up. At our last council meeting, when we made the amendment to the drought contingency plan, we made an amendment to that change where we included domestic water use, which was defined on page 1 as the top water provisions that we are protecting in the document. Domestic water use, we clarified that that was going to retain intact in that document. So residential users, they don't use water the same as all the other classes. They use water for health, sanitation, drinking, that type of thing. So that's why that's so important. And I think that there's a lot of concern that the way we have it set up with the 7,000 baseline it's going to be kind of a gotcha because of the way the drought contingency plan is written. And you provided a lot of clarification today, but we don't have that to fall back on per se. So for instance, I was looking at some other cities. A lot of cities, the common practice goes more in a manner that's a warning, a small fine, an elevated fine, and then there would be some kind of water penalty if that was a disconnection. Maybe they, depending on the water meter that they have, they could reduce flow. Those are Pleasanton, Dallas, McKinney. So that's at least 3 warnings before there's even a discussion of reduced water. So those kinds of practices is something that I'd rather us discuss. And for me, I am curious because if you're saying now that 70% of our residential users are about 4,500, that's great. That's incredible. So to me,
Yeah, the whole customer class is about 4,500.
I'm
All
sorry.
of them.
At the volume, 4,500 gallons.
Yeah, that's
yes,
right.
I apologize. I didn't say that
Yeah.
too clear. That's incredible. Our residents are cutting back as much as possible. The only way I could see around that is to potentially raise that 7,000, not because we want them to use more than 7,000, but it takes some of that burden off of how much is the allocation amount, how much staff time do we now have to allocate to being hunting this and handling variances and things like that, if that makes sense. I'm out of time, I'll come back.
Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see. Here, my crystal ball tells me this isn't going to pass, Nick. And part of it is, if I'm reluctant, then and I'm a big cheerleader for you guys, then that's something that I think about. Now, so that being said, if this isn't approved today, what's the consequence?
Thank you for that question. The consequence is we're doing our best to provide information to all of our customers so that they can plan. So it delays all of that. The other consequence is and this is a 2-reading ordinance, the other consequence is if we start changing the different baselines per the different customer classes, it may change that reduction percentage. I can't answer that right now.
Oh, okay, no.
Yeah.
Well, I mean from an administrative standpoint. I know industry and in particular Sampat Municipal Water Authority is anxious so that way they know they can start planning.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been a lot of talk vilifying industry, and it's really frustrating. I mean, they're part of our community too. We've been a manufacturing community for 70 years, and then now that we're in a pinch, there's individuals that are running for re-election that have to vilify somebody, and so we're gonna jump on board with, you know, the 91,000 versus the other 20 out there or 30 out there. So you need to be cognizant of that. I say that with some degree of levity, but decisions are going to be harder to make the closer we get to November.
Absolutely.
So no,
Yeah.
but I just mean the closer we get to Election Day.
Okay.
That's my point, and I want you to consider that. And Michael, I want you to consider that as well. So here's a couple things. Like I said, I think industry, what I've heard from them is, okay, just give us the numbers so that way we can start planning. The uncertainty here in particular is for 30,000 residents, because we have anything like citation, penalty, water shut off, that gets everybody concerned. And I think we could have thought about it better, because here we are, you know, and I've said from the get-go that the answer is going to be with the low-hanging fruit, like you said, is with industry. So there needs to be some managerial decision to be made so that way this council feels comfortable in what they're going to pass. Now, I may say we'll pass this, and hopefully my colleague to the right, who I actually told him back here, I see where you're coming from, you know, and so where he can do his amendment jujitsu to try to figure out a way so we can move this forward, and then you've got a week to figure it out. Okay, that's going to be my thing, because I don't want to table it. because I know our industry partners have to have some backstop. And that's the purpose of desal, is to have them a backstop. So that way they know, okay, I know where I got to get. That's the whole point. Because they're our partners, and we want to be this community, and the country and the world is looking out for us. So I don't like the idea of penalizing our residents. I think, you know, it just varies, you know, because I'm looking here at the variance request, and it says purpose of water related to request: new planting, sod, botanical garden, pond refill, water well, vegetable garden, fire hydrant use, building power wash, aerobic septic system, athletic field, vehicle wash, dust control, and other. You're going to have a bunch of people with others, so we haven't determined what that is. So once we approve this, then you say you're trying to manage the other 30,000. You're trying to manage the 90,000 that's going to be hard. Well, then you're going to have 30,000 calls, or roughly, you know, Ms. Gonzalez is going to have all her neighbors call her and thank you for coming in, you know, and said, hey, well, what are we going to do? And now she's the new leader, whether she likes it or not. So, and I can tell you that my experience with Esteban, I know, and where I live, we have a well that we got some bad information, and we were bringing up too much out of that well for a pond that we have out there. And Esteban went back and said, okay, I mean, he's very reasonable to work with. That's my point. So what's your homework? Number one, you need to give confidence that in a week you're going to come up with something, so that way this council will say, hey, I want to move forward with this. And I think the same thing, it's the same thing with short-term rentals. You really just have to worry about probably the 40% of the people that are using this water, that we've already cut them off by saying you can't water your grass and you can't wash their car. You know? And I would think, I'm not going to speak for Ms. Gonzalez, but I would venture that she wants our economy to continue to be strong. You know? So she's not in her head, by the way, for the record. So here, and here's the other thing. How long before we get the usage dashboard up and running?
So we're meeting with IT this week. I'll have an update for this body next week. You know,
Can you?
My hope is it's in the next week or two.
Can you? Oh, I don't think they'll get it up in the next week or two. But hopefully before we get to that point.
Yeah.
Here's the thing that I would suggest. Please, at least email me or email the entire council the results of the meeting you have with IT.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'll come back and ask some more questions.
Councilman Hernandez.
I want to make sure we're clear on some of these things. It's very difficult to vote on something where you don't know the end result, right? Or what could transpire by asking these things. Like, for example, where do the surcharges come in? Who pays the surcharges? How does the baseline look for commercial right now? The portal usage, is it going to be easy to use? Are people going to be able to track what they're utilizing? There's a lot of unknowns here that make it very difficult to approve of something like this when you don't know the impact, especially when you're talking about 30% of the citizens that are paying the utility bill are going to be affected or impacted negatively, right? And, you know, everybody, you know, we look on averages on the household, you know, but my daughter's coming back from college this summer. My water usage, I know, is going to go up. So, I mean, it's an uncomfortable position to be in, and we're talking about 14% of the actual usage of water. You know, if we're producing 100 million gallons, we're talking about 14 million gallons that all the residents are using of the city of Corpus Christi. So I understand we're going to try and reduce all the way around for every customer class. But and then we're not really sure on where we're going to put the surcharges, right? Right now, the DCP says it's at 7,000, not at the allotment.
That's what's in the DCP.
Right. I don't know where is the citation going to be at the allotment point, or is it going to be at 7,000?
So, if you recall the workshop, we weren't proposing to change the surcharge because it was just approved. In terms of citations, I think that the citation is when you go, potential if you go over the allocation, just like there's a citation.
So you want to do the citation before you give anybody a surcharge?
I'm trying to manage a playbook, and that's what we're working on here. So I mean, if I could refrain from what I want or don't want to.
Well, no. I mean, I'm just
trying to manage the
What's the
playbook
purpose
here.
of the surcharge if it's not to maintain the allocation?
This is my interpretation, the surcharge is meant to provide a financial impact to those who use a certain amount of water over the prescribed amount, which is what's set forth in the drought contingency plan.
Okay. The surcharge is $4 per 1,000 gallons for residents, right?
Over 7,000 gallons.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and then the citation is $500 per day, per violation. Okay, so, the wording still needs to be addressed within the DCP. So you're willing to give somebody a citation, but not a surcharge? I mean, because you could literally have a citation if you go over 5,250, but be less than where you would get a surcharge. That makes no sense.
So, Councilman, you brought that up last week during our workshop, and we said we would meet and work together to work through what this council would like to see in surcharges. And that, I mean, there's no agenda item for surcharges this week.
Well, I'm more concerned about the violations and the citations than the surcharge. If somebody goes over a surcharge, well, they're willing to pay for it if they go over the surcharge, right? Let's say you do 7,000 and you pay an additional $8 or $10, depending on whatever your surcharge is. And some people say, okay, I went over, I deserve to pay the extra amount. But then if they get a citation for $500, well, $500 may be what they pay for 3 months. It makes no sense.
Right.
So I want to make sure that we're
right. And again,
administering justice.
My focus has been on establishing the baseline methodology so the rest can be figured out.
Right, so I'm going to jump in, and I'm not taking your time because it's on pause. We have to understand today, this is not about surcharges. It's not about the citations, although I'm with you. I am not, there's a lot to be worked out here. And I don't think that meeting with one person is going to give you and your staff everything you need. I think every person up here, we need to sit down with you to say, hey, here's how I see it. But, in terms of how to implement a citation, how you would implement a second one, because in none of this that we're talking about, the assumption is that Nick Winkleman's going to be writing a citation on a little pad. No, you're not. This is going to municipal court. That's a whole nother ball of wax. So the conversation for all of that needs to come for that item on the agenda. Today is just establishing, and I don't mean to diminish the importance, it's establishing a baseline. It is establishing the percentage of curtailment by which all of the rest of it is going to be based off of that. So that foundation needs to be created. If it is the will of the council to maybe move it, let's take this next week, staff meet with all of us to talk about what is intertwined in this, which is the DCP, but that's another, that item is not on this agenda today to vote on or really discuss. We need an item to just discuss that DCP so that we can talk all about the verbiage. And I don't think, Nick, you're saying, hey, what I gave y'all, as a matter of fact, I think you called it a draft, correct? Last, at the water workshop.
In regards to
the water workshop, the DCP.
Well, as you said, we need further input from council on all of those items.
Right, and
correct.
remember, nothing is in stone. We have the authority to say, let's bring it. I got a problem with boats, washing boats, but that's not on this. That's not on the dais today on the agenda. but it is on that DCP. And so is all of this that we're talking about, the violations. So I think what you were alluding to, Councilman, and maybe a couple of others, was to hold off on all of this and give you, the staff, and yourself, the opportunity to sit with each one of us to say, how do you see this? And then we take all of that together, bring it back with this particular item. Is a week going to make a difference, Nick? I mean, I don't think it is, but.
In the scheme of things.
Right, and holding off a week.
I'm not,
Are we
you know,
meeting
I
next
don't
week?
know. I don't want to comment. There's a lot of people who are making preparations, but I can't speak on every single customer within the class.
No, I just mean you. I'm talking about you. Does it make a difference for, I'm looking at my calendar. I know we've switched a whole lot of meetings. So we do have a meeting next week. Okay, May 5th.
There is a meeting next week,
Okay, then
yeah.
great. So what if we bring it all back? In the interim, you meet with everyone. We talk about what people are looking for so that it all maybe comes back together in 1 week.
We're committed to meet with every single member.
Okay. All right, Councilman Roy.
Well, I had.
Oh, you're sorry.
Still had my-
I'm so
still had
sorry.
my time.
You still might, yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Since Peter's not here, I was going to bring up section 1 where the city manager is authorized to declare level 1 water emergency. I think the city manager should recommend to council for us to declare the water emergency as a council, because we're basically giving them pre-authorization for that. And I will, I know we've already got some time scheduled, I think, for tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Can you reiterate the request, though? And I just want to make sure I capture that.
For section 1,
Okay.
since Peter's not here, I didn't harp on it, but it says section 1, the city manager is authorized to declare level 1 water emergency. I think that should be the city manager should recommend to council to declare a water emergency and let us take the responsibility and accountability for declaring that water emergency. I do think everything is tied together. I think the surcharges should be in place before you do the citation. The citation should be for gross misuse of water, not for, going over by 1,000 gallons. So I think we got that reversed. But we'll talk about that when we get a chance on the one-on-one session. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Roy.
So, Nick, first of all, thank you. I think you're one of the hardest working guys around. I'm sure you dream this stuff and have nightmares at night. But anyway, I appreciate you. We need to talk this out. And I'm looking at Brian, and one of the things that I think, and maybe Brian, if you nod your head or something, but as we walk through these issues, this affects Corpus Christi, but it's going to also, Portland's going to have to address some of these issues too. San Pat, other areas, they're in the same boat that we are. So I think a lot of these hard questions that we're asking or double checking is a good thing. And I am for slowing it down than putting our foot on the pedal and coming up with something that could hurt us later. But there was one thing that didn't resonate well with me when we were talking about, when you take a look at almost everything that we do, we always compare it to the top 10. The top 10 cities in Texas that are like size. We do that when we're talking about positions. We do that when we talk about other ordinances. What are they doing in Arlington? What are they doing here? What are they doing there? And so, even though I know we're a coastal city, and here's where I'm having a problem. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with the baseline in general. And I say that because, number one, we're in the forefront of this drought. I mean, even though I know there's other cities like Austin and Galveston and some others are experiencing, now they're starting to see, we better worry about our water. And it's interesting that their councils are having kind of the same issues that we're having. But when I take a look at this baseline, and so first of all, the residential users are the only one that have this baseline. Everybody else gets to formulate their baseline based on past usage, right? And so number one, and I've had this conversation with a few people, are we going back far enough to determine this baseline? That to me is because I know that we have been talking about conserving water for a long period of time. We've been in this drought and bringing attention to it well over 4 years. So number one, I want to make sure we're looking at those, because I find it hard to believe that Corpus is different than all these other cities. And why are we sitting there at 4,500 when we've got other cities that their norm is 9,000, their norm is 10,000, their norm is 14,000 that we heard. That's something I think we need to look into. I really do, because I want to feel the biggest thing that I have to do is vote on understanding if this baseline was it thought out? Was it methodical? Is it the right baseline that we should hold our people to? And so that's one thing I would ask you to do during this time, is go back and take a look at that, because I find it hard to believe that why are we so great as a city that we're using half of what everybody else is using? And that's pretty much what you said.
I can't comment on the usage on those other systems. The systems certainly are different, and I can't comment as to who's in what drought stage currently, or even if they are on a drought stage currently.
Yeah, but just plain old usage. I mean,
I think habits are very important. The habits here, of course, in this area, we're on the edge of what used to be the Wild Horse Desert. So there's a lot of ingrained habits in terms of low water usage. Just okay. My opinion.
That's all I'm asking. Let's just really take a look at that, and if we could also, when you meet, just kind of come back and reiterate how you came up with that 7,000. To me, that's really important.
I can do that.
And anyway, that's my biggest thing. Thank you, and I appreciate your hard work and your staff's hard work on this.
Councilman Scott.
Nick, you just like spending time with us, so, I know you're acting like coy and all, but you want to sit down with us. And the reason I brought it up earlier, and I think I'll do a better job reiterating it now. I get it. I'm okay with 25%. And I think everybody in this room ought to hear that, at least from me, that's where I think this will end up. My problem is when I go out tonight, I have a dinner later, and they go, hey, what's the deal? Well, it's 5,250. And they go, oh, what if I go over? And like, well, I think if you go over, you might get a charge of up to $500 per day. But don't worry, because I think when you get to 7,000 gallons, we're just going to charge you $4 per thousand. And that just doesn't seem linear to me. So what I would like to be able to do is have a dinner next week and go, hey, figured it out. It's 5,250, and we have this variance program that we're putting in place, and then we have this little way that you can get online and track your water usage, so you can feel comfortable about that. But that if, just so you know, it's 5,250. But if you go over, it's going to be, I think it should be an additional charge per 1,000 gallons until you get to the 7,000 or whatever that number is. And at some point it gets too much and you're going to get a fine. I think that's why I would like to delay this for a week. So that I think that's what we want to be on the radio and talking to our friends. And right now it feels disjointed to me. And by the way, I'm partly to blame, right? This should have been a conversation that popped up in my brain last week or the last time. So I'm not mad or blaming you all, but I do think the public is going to want us to be able to talk about it all together. And so my wish, Mayor, would be to table this vote for 1 week. And so I would move to table. I'd move to table for a week.
Yeah, I agree. We do have a motion in a second, but we'll continue on here. Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Campos.
I thank you, Councilman Scott, for mentioning that about tabling and some of the other issues. But I also wanted to just bring us all back, and I think it was Councilman Roy that said about how we can compare ourselves to other different cities. But just remind us again, we are different. Not just because we're on the coast, but because at least 65% of our water is used by industry. And I don't know if some of these other cities have that kind of customers that that I was comparing myself, the water usage, but would that be accurate?
I don't know the distribution of their customer classes. In other words, I don't know how many commercial accounts they have or large volume users.
Yeah.
I haven't run that analysis.
Okay, but the bottom line is that they use more water on a regular basis, and I just wanted to make sure that people knew too, that I checked to see if they were like in restrictions back then, and they hadn't been. So, again, we've been in restrictions for a lot longer than some of these other cities. So, and do we know how much money we have left on that drought exemption surcharge fund? Offhand, just if you don't know, that's fine. I know it's not part of your.
I don't have it. I know. Can I provide it to you in the water supply update?
Okay.
I'll have it.
Okay.
I'll have it for you. I just want to give you accurate information.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. Nick, like Councilmember Scott said, I appreciate it. I know that this is tough and you work 24/7, so thank you for this today. For me, I think we should not be considering disconnects for the residential class. I don't think that should even be a consideration for us. I think we should look at the scale between 5,250 and building up to 7,000 and further. I understand setting 7,000 as a baseline, 20% down from that as the goal for the allocation. I track that, makes sense. I think from the 52, that's where we look at building in numbers. How much over that are we going and how many times before we even start to look at penalizing? The surcharge being set at 7,000, if we're telling everybody curtail 25%, but you start surcharge at 7,000, that to me is where we start to say, hey, you're really ticking up, like that kind of thing. Because it does seem like it contradicts itself. And I understand you're working with a playbook that's got a lot of responsibility to it, and I appreciate that you're bringing this information to us, but that's my big concern, is it just feels like the residents really feel the city of Corpus Christi is going to crack down and turn off their water, and I want to get as far away from that feeling as we can, because the charts that you've showed us is just how much the residents have gone above and beyond to protect our water supply. And since that is their focus right now, rather than how can we nitpick and penalize if they take a step off this line, it's to say, we know you're doing that great, and we understand some things happen, Maybe you get a leak, you didn't know you had a leak, you have a sudden spike. Let us figure out how can we navigate communicating to you if we see a sudden jump in the bill, sudden jump in the water use. We'll continue to work on those dashboards where you can see your water consumption, because this shows us they want to be a partner. This shows us they take it very serious that we need to conserve water. They want industry to keep working. They want commercial to keep working. And I agree. So I feel like our focus needs to go into, first and foremost, taking disconnects off the table for residents and building in there a scale, starting in a reasonable number for, hey, a warning, another warning, that kind of thing. I think this whole feeling needs to go off of our smallest using class. They're not the ones that are going to make or break the bank. Councilmember Cantu said that, it's a small number. Is the 14 million that they use a day, is that under current consumption amount, or is that our normal if we weren't under drought?
Right. So no, we were just looking at, we were running some quick math.
Sure.
I certainly would want to validate those numbers and give you both current consumption and then normal. But it was based on what we're seeing today, which is about an average of 4,500 gallons per month per residential connection.
Yeah, I know that we've said 14 million gallons a day residential class a number of times, but today it reminds me that I need a clarification on, is that under current conditions, or is that normal? And it's like, to me, I don't care if residents use water. They need to. They're protecting life and sanitation. We need to shift away from how can we continue to find and nitpick and push down on that class because they're doing their part. And I applaud. I think the lady's still here who spoke earlier from District 2. Yes, okay, she is still here. She's right. She's right. She brings up some very valid concerns. Her family is looking at how can we conserve, and the feeling is we're approaching this situation that I don't know how to do any better, and I don't want to be penalized for just existing. So I want to work with them through that. So I appreciate it, Nick, really. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Nick, I think the mayor had a good idea. I think that we do need to meet with you, and but I hope that what you'll do is maybe put us in 3s or 4s so that you're not spending hours up here, because I know you don't have hours. And I would just say this, I think we have to get our political caps off, because if we have to go into emergency means immediate. Those are tough decisions, and industry, residents, businesses, everybody is going to be involved. Everybody is going to have to sacrifice something if you go into that emergency. It's not something you want to do, and we're hoping that's not going to happen. But that's what an emergency is. It means immediate danger that you're going to have to conserve. And I, as a resident, if that happens, I want to be able to participate, and I think every resident, businesses, industry does too. And I would think that industry, I ran a business, they've been preparing for this. There's not a doubt in my mind. They don't want to close. They don't want to close their business. They have been preparing. I believe that. So I think that we're all going to have to sacrifice. And thanks for all that you're doing. Hang in there.
It's 15.6 million is left in the drought surcharge fund.
Councilman.
15.6.
I just got that. Thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Thank you. You might want to find out how much we've got total as well when you get to your water update.
Oh, I know, it was almost 30 million.
I thought it was more than that, but get that number for me. I want the exact number.
Yes, sir.
Generalization.
Okay.
And it doesn't have to be today. Okay, so I just want to reiterate the issue about politics. And I think here's the thing. I think if you have some individuals, and I'm not I don't want to, I know I keep saying her name, but perhaps like Ms. Gonzalez, where if she feels some comfort level that, oh, okay, if it's $5 per 1,000 gallons, and I'm going to have to come up with another $15 to do 3,000 gallons, she might be able to live with that. So I think you consider that. It just has to be very clear, and we have to remove that uncertainty. I think the other one to look at, and I know we're going to vote on this 25%, of which I support. I just want you to know that I support it. And I think if the public is willing to pay for I think the other thing that you have to be able to determine is STRs. Some of those are small businesses. The majority of them are small businesses. There's not a bunch of corporate people. Cindy and I are empty nesters, and we purchased 2 other homes before us, and we put 30 years into those homes, and now we want to try. Somebody like us would want to turn that into an option to be able to have some kind of revenue coming from it, and so I know us as individuals who want to have that certainty. So I think that's something you want to consider. But, and in seriousness, I had the pleasure of being on the Texas Standard, and the reporter just kept asking me, well, what are you going to do if you don't meet demand? Well, what are you going to do if you don't meet demand? I kept trying to tell her, well, I'm confident about industry. And she said the same thing another reporter said on the More Perfect Union. Is that codified? And I said, no, it's not, because it's this arrangement that we made, and it's just very complicated to explain. But then she still came back to, well, what are you going to do if you don't meet demand? And I think sometime or another, within the next maybe 90 days, we need to figure that out, And and once again with the levity, social media is going to be what it's going to be. I don't want you guys to be able to think based on that. I shall say, a quite flattering picture of myself in a fishnet hose and a red skirt and heels, of which I got a lot of nice comments about how it made me look. But I make decisions based on not the social media, but on things that make sense, because it's so important to our economy. And along the same lines, You know, I started following us on YouTube because I just wanted to look at how many people were watching at the same time. And a #1 contributor is a very knowledgeable person who has become my hero. He goes by the name of Mr. Reefer Madman. You know, so Mr. Reefer Madman, I wasn't tell him you're my hero here because he spends a lot of time commenting. But my point is that we still have to be cognizant of that, but the thing is that people like Ms. Gonzalez are the ones that we really, really need to make sure that her and her neighborhood are confident, because it's the same thing like she said about her pool. She's put all this, they put all this effort into, you know, having something nice for their family and bringing their family over, and now all of a sudden we're going to have a challenge with their investment, and we just need to protect that interest. So just kind of keep that in mind. We want to give the public peace of mind, because I think the entire public is on board. The entire public is on board. They recognize this. I think the majority of the people that speak to me are the ones that either work for industry or work with industry or subcontractor with industry. You know, at Taqueria out there on navigation, they get a ton of industry folks that go in there. And so it's important to them. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Councilman Kintu.
Thank you, Mayor. Got a couple more questions. First of all, Nick, I wasn't going after you, Matt. I think you're the greatest in the city. I think you're doing a great job, you and your staff. I just get a little upset. I could disagree with Councilman Baeta. The public is not ready for this. The public doesn't want this, that's for sure. And social media, you know, I think it's good to listen to social media because majority of the public that can't come to city council meetings, they voice their opinion on social media. I think social media is a good platform that we could see what their opinions are. My question is, or whatever the case is, but how come we can't already start restricting like big users, like car washes, stuff like that? Is that something we can't do? Industry, like start saving water?
So we do, per the drought contingency plan, there, of course, there are restrictions that were triggered, right? And in your example, car washing is still allowed, but there is a legal aspect to it, and I'm gonna let Miles answer your question, Councilman, because we also have to legally stay in line to protect our ratepayers.
Yeah.
But I'll let Miles answer that.
Your car wash restriction's automatically built in. It's already there. It's when you get to emergency stage 1.
It's already on there?
Mm-hmm.
But we could continue to give out permits for car washes to be built in Corpus Christi?
So, yeah, level 1 water emergency car washing per the drought contingency plan is prohibited utilizing water from the distribution system. Auxiliary water can be utilized.
Yeah, and I know you guys always say that they have a system that they save water and do this and do that, but I don't think we've ever really proven that. I just feel like I think the public feels like there's way too many car washes in Corpus Christi in every corner. I think that the city should do like a information ad or something to let the city know, the residents know why there's so many car washes, why our hands are tied for not giving them permits or giving permits. Like, let them understand it, because they don't understand it. If the news station does a story on car washes today, you're going to see thousands of comments on there, and it's a big deal because the resident sees, we're in this water drought and there's car washes just popping up everywhere. And I tell the people that call me, why do y'all keep on letting them build car washes? Well, we can't stop them. And I don't think the public understands that. And I think we need to do a better job to explaining the reasons why they continue to pop up and we have no say-so, and they have the right to build a car wash or whatever the case is. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was the low-income families that use a lot of water because they cook 3 times a day, they wash dishes, they have a lot of kids that have to do laundry and so forth, you know, and I am concerned about extra monies that to pay when that subject comes to the council, like the fines and the extra $4 and whatever the case is. I mean, once again, I don't think the public should be in that position, you know, of paying a fine and doing all that stuff because they're using water that they need to use water. It's not like they're trying to turn the faucet on, leave the faucet on all day just to run out of water. I mean, they have to use the water. I just feel that I think it's a good idea to table this item. I think that we need to get, you know, more input on this. And I'm just tired of the residents always getting stuck with someone else's problems. You know, it's not right, and it's not fair. And as long as I'm up here, I'm gonna be the champion for the people. I'm gonna talk for the people. And you know, I haven't got one phone call about supporting the other side. They always want us to support them. And why are they the ones that have to cut back? Why do they have to be fined? Why do they have to not water their grass? One of the big thing was, you know, if, you know, I think the mayor suggested about the boats. You know, it's a big investment, and she's right. It's a big investment to own a boat, but it's also a big investment to have a lot of trees and landscaping, thousands of dollars. You know, and we gotta take care of them too. You know, so it's just we're stuck. And it's not the residents' fault. So, thank you.
Yeah. And these are decisions that all 9 of us, they're extremely difficult. And of course, as mentioned, this is a historic drought, but clearly what we're hearing, what you're hearing, we need, back to what I said at the, you know, the water workshop, a very strong voluntary program that is about awareness, education, voluntary curtailment, so that we allow people to understand and know here are the resources to start cutting back from 10,000 gallons to, you know, 5 or 6, or slowly come down. Disconnect, again, and I know we're all kind of giving you the ideas or our thoughts. I mentioned this when at the water workshop. I don't think there should be disconnect at all. I think that's going to be a whole lot of problems when you have 27,000 people that we already know are over that amount. That is a ball of wax I don't think we want to untangle. Boats, as was just mentioned, another huge investment from people along with their homes. Therefore, the foundations are exempt. And what was the other one? The foundation, the swimming pools. Yeah, the swimming pools. Yeah, the swimming pools are also somewhat exempt, right, and filling and refilling. But I still think we need to talk about all of that. So we do have a motion and a second. I think we've had some very valid points. And Nick, I think that's what you were needing to hear. How do we feel in terms of all of this? The other thing I'll say is the scaled violations or surcharges or what have you, because I think it's going to be very easy for many people to say, oh, well, you know, I went over my 7,000. I can afford to just pay without any issue. And that's not the goal. So I think we have to be very careful with that. So we have a motion and a second to table this just for 1 week, at which time we will come back and bring forth, in the interim, you will meet with multiple council members as to not take too much of your time, but you know, it's a valid use of your time, and then come back with something a little bit more holistic, and then we'll vote on all of it at that time. So please submit your vote on just postponing this until next Tuesday. Oh, public comment. So yes, if you have public comment, come on up. Michael
and I joke with each other. I wanted to come up here Susie Luna Saldana, Corpus Christi, because one of the things that I picked up from all your discussions is, one, you need to tell people that we're not running out of water right now. That is the number one thing you can do. If you're not doing that, you're causing the fear to keep climbing up. So the first thing you need to do is go out and tell people we're not running out of water today. There's going to be a stretch. How long is it going to be before we think about curtailment? And then when you're thinking about curtailment, I'm sorry, but I don't have sympathy if you have a pool. You know what? I have sympathy if I'm going to have to take care of my disabled son and he's going to need to take more things that are necessary for him than somebody's swimming pool. Sorry. That is not. So I want to make sure that when you take a look at all the issues that you're going to have to take, that you don't compare my situation with somebody that has a swimming pool, with somebody that has to have this beautiful yard that they have to take care of, and they're going to be given certain allowances. Industry, where it's concerned, I think they're working on it, but I want the thing to be fair. I know we can't stop them. We need them. We need the oil. We need to be able to get those things out, because right now we're having problems in other issues. So we cannot curtail them to the point to where they can't work and get the oil out for the people that need it, unless you want to pay $10 a gallon, because that's where we're headed. You need to make sure that when you're talking, you bring everything together. Make a decision about everything. You cannot make a decision on one thing and then another. You know, I understand what staff is trying to do. It makes it easier for them. Doesn't make it easier for me. I have to be able to wash dishes and wash clothes. Okay? And I'm not interested in swimming pools, and I'm not interested in things that people that have a lot of money can afford. I'm sorry. I have to look at what's going to happen to my family, to the taxpayer, and those of us that live without swimming pools.
Thank you. Ms. Saldana.
Michael Miller, District 2. I think y'all are putting yourself through a lot of stress over nothing. I think that there's a way where you can basically exempt all residential classes. If you look, well, first of all, I hear folks like David Lopes talking on the radio all the time about everybody has to suffer equally. Everybody has to take the same haircut as everybody else. But I argued last year with David, I said, if I don't water my grass and I kill all of my landscaping, the value of my home goes down 10%. And he fired back at me. He said, well, the refineries aren't watering their landscaping either. That's not equal. That is not equal. So we were taking, me and some others, I am not here representing the Water Conservation Committee, but some of us were taking a look at the water code and how this reads in Texas state law. And basically, there's two options. If a shortage of water supply is covered by a water conservation plan and prepared in compliance with TNRCC, TWDB, yada, 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 you have two choices. You have to distribute among all customers pro rata according to, one, the amount of water which each customer may be entitled, or two, the amount of water which each customer may be entitled, less the amount the customer would have saved if the customer had operated its water system in compliance with the water conservation plan. So basically what that says is the water conservation plan that we are assembling right now, we could take a look at that and create a situation to where you don't have to worry about how much Susan's putting in her pool, or you don't have to worry about how many loads of clothes Susie's doing at home. I'm telling you guys right now, if you go forward with this plan as it is right now, if you think Rachel and Susie are bad, wait till you get the 78411 syndicate and Susan and all of her girlfriends come in here and gnashing their teeth at you guys. They are way worse. I know that lady. She's mean. So you have options. All you have to do is direct the city manager to get with Miles and come up with an option that will basically separate our class from the rest of them. We're using 14% of the water. All the citizens, residential users throughout all of our water customers represents 14% of the water usage. We're not going to move the needle. Even if we cut off 2,750 gallons a month. It does not move the needle. Quit punishing the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Rachel Caballero, D1. There's a modus, what is it, MO, that we have with city staff where they're always putting the cart before the horse, and we're there again. We don't have enough information. You guys don't have enough information to push this forward, and I don't know why we don't have good leadership that tells city staff, quit bringing half thought out things to the table. That we cannot continue to go after residents as the minority user. We've been saying this for years. For the Greater Good has been saying it for 10 years. You know, some of us have been saying this for 5. We come here every week. We try to tell you guys this, and so we appreciate the 5 of you minimally. Now at least a couple of you are jumping on board, you know, and we have at least somewhat of a united front, thank goodness. But this goes back to leadership, directing leadership to make sure staff is coming here with at minimally a palatable plan. You don't have an ability customers don't have an ability to look at real-time usage. You have the billing system and the meter system that aren't communicating. That's been an issue for years since city manager changed the billing system. I mean, we've got to start making real business decisions here, and this is crazy that we still have city staff coming and presenting half-finished processes. So I ask you guys to table this, and for the love of all that is holy, get something good that we can't keep going after the citizens. We've gone from 16% to now 14% since we started this mess in 2022. So please keep that in mind. The citizens cannot keep taking the hits. Thank you.
I got a lot of notes here. This is what I actually intended to come talk about. Get my thoughts together. Julian Hernandez, Corpus Christi. So when I spoke earlier, this was the initial thing that I came to speak about. And then I got into the weeds with everything else. And the reason for this was the first reason I started coming here. So the first text messages that I sent out were my daughters. They got kids. I looked at mine. The gentleman that was here with me earlier that had to leave and stuff, he's my best friend. I messaged him and said, hey, have you looked at your water bill? But I was mainly concerned about my daughters, right? They're the ones with the kids. There's the one with all this stuff. And just like the lady, just like everybody here, I looked at mine, and I don't know where those numbers are coming from, because he's averaging 7,000, 8,000 gallons a week, and it's just him and his wife. I'm averaging 6, and it's just myself and my wife. My girls are 9. In January, I don't know what happened in January, but it seemed like January, February, everybody's deal is lifted. And I thought it was because my other daughter just had a baby, so she was staying with her sister to help take care of the baby. But then I look at lefties, I look at everybody's and stuff, and everybody's elevated. So then it brings me to think about, you know, what's the calibration things on these meters? You know, and so I wrote a list of stuff. For one, I read this drought contingency plan, this DCP, and I don't know where the variance was in it. I heard him say that it's in the DCP for the variance. I don't find it. Man, I'm running out of time. Calibrated. Everybody's confused about, you know, water deals, and I found out why, because it's in this plan that was passed last year in January. And I'm going to talk about that. Where's the DCP? I looked at my bill this month. We have a new fee, a pipeline fee. When was that passed? If you haven't gotten your bill yet, you'll see it. Yeah. And so now we're just adding fees, or did we vote on it? Did y'all vote on it? Where was I? Anyways, different allocations for high volume water users. It's uneven, confusing because it's changed. The other deal was, have you read this? So just for some numbers' sake, I got 27 seconds left. January, stage 1 was 6/22. Stage 2 was 3 of 24. Stage 3 was December of 24. This came for a vote a month later. So wasn't it in haste? I sat there and read it. I don't know how many people actually read it. I'm sure Mr. Hernandez did, because he's awesome with this stuff. He actually reads this stuff. I don't know about Mr. Barrera, because all he talks about is just happy-go-lucky stuff. But now we're in crisis, fixing to come into crisis. Now we're trying to sit there and read it again and try to pass something. So I suggest, yes, table it and review it. Thank you.
Come on up.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I think they're handing out something and it's related to this, but I'll go ahead and start speaking so we can kind of move through this quickly. Brian Williams, resident of San Patricio County and General Manager of San Patricio Municipal Water District. Appreciate being given the opportunity to speak to the current agenda item regarding baseline methodology and curtailment as we potentially move toward a level 1 water emergency. We're in a very serious situation, and we are a regional system, so we all need to be thinking regionally so that the actions taken now minimize the negative impacts that may be coming in the future. My focus and concern is on the baseline determination. I believe we're thinking that a uniform curtailment will be imposed throughout the service region. So if and when a curtailment comes, I'm confident that the citizens of San Patricio and Aransas County will carry their portion of the load on the journey. So I don't think it's necessary to address percent curtailment. So what I want to address today is the baseline determination. The proposed ordinance creates an inequity and unfairness between the residential and commercial customers of Corpus Christi Water and the residential and commercial customers within San Patricio County and Aransas County, San Patricio Municipal Water District service area. Just like the city of Corpus Christi has residential and commercial customer classes, these two classes exist in San Patricio Municipal Water District service area. However, the way the agenda, memorandum, and proposed ordinance have been crafted, Corpus Christi Water residential class is being given 7,000 gallons per month, and the commercial class receives a volume based on an average usage plus some unidentified multiplier that then equates to a negligible, excuse me, it's late, negligible reduction during curtailment. It clearly creates an unfairness to the customer classes within the San Patricio Municipal Water District system. This inequity is evidenced in the proposed ordinance has 3 sections, 2, 3, and 4, to deal in a variety of ways with the customer classes of the city, and only one section, Section 5, that is less advantageous to deal with wholesalers, San Patricio Municipal Water District being one of those. Based upon the method proposed by the city, a Corpus Christi Water residential customer will receive up to 7,000 gallons per month as a baseline. Comparatively, a resident of, say, Aransas Pass, one of the customer cities of San Patricio Municipal Water District, would only receive a baseline of up to 5,780 gallons per month. What this says is the residential class serviced by the San Patricio Municipal Water District would have to be allocated 20% less. This seems unfair to the residents of another customer city, Portland. Likewise, the commercial facilities in the city of Corpus Christi. One more paragraph.
Quickly.
Okay. It's late, I'm reading slowly. Conversely, a commercial facility, again, we'll say in Rockport would be reduced by 12% of its already reduced consumption in 2025. Reductions will be necessary, and the customers of San Patricio Municipal Water District will be all in to do their part, but we believe it is necessary first to develop a methodology that is consistent, fair, and equitable throughout the region. We understand that it may be difficult to administer a plan throughout the region, but is not insurmountable to develop a plan that is fair and equitable. Paraphrasing the Texas Water Code, section 11.039, and we can argue which part is relevant, but its intent is that the preference should be given to no one and everyone suffers alike. If it was a prescribed element of the proposed ordinance to achieve fairness and equity, it has come short. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Robin Cox, District 3, and I have a few questions to ask. Well, I know you probably can't answer them, but just to state. I think things a little more simply, being from small town before. We have this water shortage that every time you go to a restaurant, they're still serving you glasses of water, sometimes whole carafes. No one drinks them. I'm sure they're not taking those back and reusing. In the 80s, when we were in a water crisis, they stopped serving the water. But on the note of the pools shutting down, I was a water safety instructor. I still did it. I didn't do it much last year. But we live on the coastline. Pools are important. If you do the number of drownings every year, so we have to keep this. Children need to know how to swim. Unfortunately, most parents aren't going to drop them off at the beach. It's hard enough to get them to a swimming pool. If we can just keep a few pools open, such as the Y, the new one, Yorktown, and one on each side of town, swimming lessons are extremely important. And as for Reefer Joe, I think he rents from me. Maybe your car is one of the ones I see on my cameras going there at night. I don't know, just saying. But swimming lessons are extremely important, but there's many ways we can cut down. And also, instead of always punishing people, why don't we instead reward people? If you do zero landscaping, bring in your bill, get a one-time credit. If you rock in your yard, give a one-time credit. Start crediting people. If you change out your faucets to the handheld where it just rinses, just washes underneath, give us a credit. The residents, we're doing our part constantly. There just was a zero-scape. So one of the landscapers did a zero-scape at one of their nurseries. I don't know which one. I think it was out on the island. Give people something they can take in on their bill and give a tiny credit for the things we're doing right. I mean, like I say every time, we drain our bathtub water. Dr. Klein does the same thing. Just maybe even $10 off anything. I have apartments and I'm seeing my bills rising constantly. February, all my apartment bills went up. I don't know, maybe people were having to take double showers for Valentine's Day. Someone just sent me a thing where David Loeb is suggesting people shower together. Don't know which one of you is volunteering to shower with him, Michael. So just throwing that out there, but maybe a little credit on our bills. Thank you.
Joshua Frederick, Corpus Christi. I get the feeling this isn't very popular. Just a vibe in the room. The curtailment percentages seem woefully inappropriate. Obviously, the residents are heavily impacted, but going forward with that, curious how you would implement this at a restaurant, because they're, using water a little bit for cooking, unless they're a soup-based restaurant. Most of it's going for washing dishes and washing their hands. So are they going to be cutting back washing dishes 25% and then telling every fourth customer, hey, after you finish with the restroom, don't wash your hands. We've got to save that, otherwise we're going to get fined. The hotels, I'm sure they'll put up signs saying, hey, try to cut back. But I imagine if they get fined $500 plus a day, they're going to be raising their rates, and we're going to see less tourism dollars coming in. We'll probably see less tourism dollars coming in as well when they find out that we're not supposed to be washing our hands as much. How do you imagine this is going to work for our hospitals? Do you want them to wash the sheets less, let them just kind of ride out whatever was on the last person? Or the surgeons like, hey, I know it's part of your job to be as clean as possible, but wash your hands less, because that's all they're using that water for. I think we really need to re-examine this over the course of the next week before you guys bring it back for a vote, because this is going to be a disaster for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close public comment. We do have a motion and a second on the floor for tabling this for 1 week, so please submit your vote now. Okay, the motion carries. We have 2 items left. Item number 18 is an Ethics Commission briefing on ethics violation, pre-review protocol, and legal representation. And then we have our water supply update briefing. So who is going to, who's presenting on 18? Miles, okay, I'm sorry.
We've got a presentation on this.
Okay.
On August 20th, 24, after city council members were the subject of multiple, and I'd say groundless complaints.
Can you move the microphone more towards you? Yeah, thank you.
Okay. City council approved a change in the city code to provide city attorney preliminary review of ethics complaints that would be it's a soft review, it's appealable to the Ethics Commission itself, and an entitlement to fees for representation of persons accused of ethics violations in an amount up to $5,000. And this is what you establish. The city attorney will conduct a preliminary review of the complaint within 7 business days after receipt and issue of determination whether the complaint is sufficient as to form and alleges sufficient facts which, if true, would constitute a prima facie violation of the rules of conduct. Essentially, it's a review to determine if what they were claiming was true. Is it an actual violation, and did they follow the form that was promulgated by the Ethics Commission? And the form essentially says you got to state what the ethics violation, what the standard is that's being violated, and you have to swear to it. And a form is provided by the city secretary to make it easy for complainants. Still, they don't quite often follow that form. The complaint is then dismissed, and then the complainants have 10 business days to appeal that initial dismissal. And if they don't make that appeal, then it's dismissed. If they do appeal, the appeal is forwarded to the commission, which then reviews everything. Now, keep in mind at all times, the Ethics Commission gets all the complaints, even the ones that are dismissed, and they have a chance to review them. Within 30 days after the commission's receipt of a determination of the city attorney that the complaint complies with the form requirements and states a prima facie violation, the commission will determine whether to schedule a hearing or take other action concerning the complaint. The complainant shall have 1 opportunity within 10 days of a denial to amend their complaint and refile the same. And you also passed, if it does go to the commission, you also passed a requirement that the city will pay reasonable fees for legal representation of the respondent through conclusion of a commission hearing in an amount not to exceed $5,000, subject to the city's right to repayment through salary and/or stipend deductions of the respondent in the event the commission finds a violation has occurred. Now, this is a history of the complaints, the alleged violations. None of them were sustained. You had a complaint against Councilman Pusley, and it was rejected by the Ethics Commission after a hearing in March of 24. Against Councilman Hernandez, they met in 24 and they denied the complaint. Against a city employee, William Bonowitz, this Ethics Commission does not have jurisdiction over regular city employees, so that one was reclassified as a complaint against an employee and forwarded to his department director. Pat Craig, there was a complaint that was made alleging that she had secret meetings with the library board. Ethics Commission denied the complaint. They made in the same complainant made a complaint against me saying that I had met with her secretly. I didn't even, when I got the complaint, I was like, well, who is Pat Craig? So, but they denied that complaint too. But primarily, this was Councilman Pusley and a few other council people, but primarily Councilman Pusley that started requesting this after his complaint in 24. And so we wrote up a requirement for city attorney pre-review of complaints along with the payment for attorney's fees. Since that date, there have been 3 complaints, all of which I have denied as not meeting the form requirements and the. So the first one was Judge David Walsh, and this was Jesus Hasso who believes he is a sovereign citizen, and Mr. Hasso, as a sovereign citizen, believes that we don't have any jurisdiction over him. So he made an ethics complaint. We determined that that did not meet that did not constitute an actual violation of the rules of ethics under 2-311. Another person who had gone to municipal court made another complaint, Robert McQueen, and he said that the judge knew him and therefore did not like him, and he had gone to a jury and been found guilty of a watering violation. That was rejected. His issues were really more issues that would have been directed to the Judicial Conduct Commission if they had constituted an actual violation. And then Councilman Hernandez, Sandra Myers, the way she wrote her complaint, she didn't actually swear to the violation because she just attached an exhibit and then did not essentially say she swore to the exhibit. So it was a form violation. So that's essentially, we have, as the city attorney, I've had the same kind of record as the rest of the Ethics Commission. All the complaints have been denied, quite often on the basis of form. Most are largely frivolous, but mainly they don't represent often they don't represent an actual violation. And I think the rest of council, I brief city council every year on what constitutes ethics violations, and I think council does a pretty good job of following the code of ethics. And one of the challenges is that to be an ethics complaint has to be a violation of the standards. There's 28 standards that the city council has established as violations, and it's really pretty rare. It's easy to make an ethics complaint, but it's actually pretty rare for the council people to have violated because they are briefed on it every year. So I have 3 possible recommendations. One, city council isn't required to act on this. We brought this forth because 3 council members were interested in hearing it. City council could repeal the ordinance that they passed back in '24 that repeals both the preliminary review and the mandate to pay legal fees for the respondents. Or if city council wishes to repeal only the preliminary attorney review of those complaints, realize that you're going to have a lot of $5,000 bills that are going to attorneys while the Ethics Commission filters through these. So it was a fiscal responsibility matter that we established the attorney pre-review prior to kicking off the automatic obligation to pay attorneys. But it's you have really 3 options that you have available.
Councilman Hernandez, oh, I'm sorry, were you done, Miles?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, Miles, I want to say, this is a briefing, so there's no action on this particular item, but I think you have a 4th option that's a possibility. You could still do the pre-review and still have the amounts scheduled in for attorney's fees, but you could have a step in between where your review isn't an automatic. You present it to the Ethics Commission as a recommendation from the attorney's office and let them decide whether or not they want to hear it or not. I think it would be a good compromise and allow you to still do your pre-review to give them the best legal thought on whether or not it's frivolous or not, or whether or not there's actual violation per what our requirements are. I know we appoint the Ethics Commission from the City Council, and we expect them to look at stuff, but they're not professional attorneys for the most part. So I think you still should do the legal review, but it should be a decision made from the Ethics Commission with your recommendation. With that do you understand where I'm kind of going with that?
Yeah, we'd have to do a little bit of crafting and need a little bit of time to write that up, because actually kind of the way it was written before was it kind of implied within that there may be an obligation to hire an independent attorney if we made an official opinion on a particular complaint, and Ethics Commission carried it took it up. So it was you're right, that's another obligation, but it'll take us some careful writing, because it's kind of the way it was before, in that they would ask us, what do you think? And quite often, they still wanted to have a hearing quite often, even when it was a very weak complaint, or a complaint that didn't even cite a violation of 2-311, the standards.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, before, because I remember when this happened, because it was Councilman Pusley and myself were accused of the same thing, and it was somewhat frivolous in that trying to connect dots that didn't connect. But he spent money on an attorney, and I can understand why he felt that there should be some review, just to from a legal standpoint, before it actually goes to a review on something, so you don't waste a lot of time and a lot of effort. But it still should just be a recommendation.
Well, it kind of is, because it's a soft rejection. If the person who's been rejected simply makes an appeal in writing, that goes to the Ethics Commission.
I understand that. I think what I'm trying to say is that you make the recommendation and let the Ethics Commission make the decision on the front end, and not put more onus on the complainant as what I'm trying to do is make it to where the Ethics Commission actually is making the decision, right? Instead of the attorneys, because it just puts more, you're biased and you're not, or you're making the decision for people, and we want a process to where we have the perception is always needs to be that it's a fair process. And obviously I've been a target myself. I'm other council members as well, but it's ultimately we need to have a perception of fair process. So I agree with the attorney's office needs to do a pre-review and then give that recommendation to the Ethics Commission. That's just my recommendation.
And we could write it up like that, but keep in mind that that'll be a lot of $5,000. It'll be easy money for attorneys to pursue, because, like I said, as you can see, most of these are very weak or frivolous complaints.
I understand, and I think most people on the Ethics Commission would understand if you make your recommendation, and they would most likely vote it down before it even gets to that. If you present it like you are presenting it, like you present it to, you ultimately write a letter or a memo that describes why you turned it down, and that should be provided to the Ethics Commission.
They are.
I know, but you're turning it down and enforcing an extra step. I just think they need to be part of the process. That's all. Thank you.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Miles, you said 3 people wanted to hear this. Who were the 3?
I was just told three city council members wanted to hear it.
I know I was one immediately after it was brought to our attention at the last meeting, so I was just curious. You have listed a table in here of complaints. Was the intention to demonstrate possible cases, or is this an exhaustive list of recent complaints?
It is an exhaustive list, everything from 24, and the goal was to show you that since 24, we have had, it is a pattern, a very common pattern, and the Ethics Commission has rejected all of the complaints so far. I have the same essentially record as the Ethics Commission had, in case people were kind of questioning, are you being overly tough on these? No, we're applying the same standard essentially as the Ethics Commission was, although we are looking at it pro forma just to make sure they meet the form.
So it was 5 complaints prior to this change, 3 complaints post, right?
Yes, however, one of them was reclassified as an employee complaint.
Sure, but it was filed.
So it was 4.
So when they hold their board meetings, the Ethics Committee, is there a legal representative in attendance?
Yes.
Yes. Are they supplied with the parameters for which the city has established constitute ethics violations?
Well, absolutely.
Okay. Is it true that the city, if a member of the elected body is accused of wrongdoing, for instance, named in a lawsuit while operating through the capacity of an elected official, that the city represents them.
Named in, if a council member is named in a lawsuit for which they are acting in an official capacity, then they are provided with representation by the city.
Okay.
Under ordinance.
So I actually disagree. I don't believe that ethics complaints should go to our legal department prior to being sent to the ethics board. I believe that if they have legal advice in their presence, they can ask for clarification. If they've been provided the parameters with which that they preside over, then they should have the room to preside over. I think what it does is what we saw recently is it creates an environment where people can't voice an ethics concern. If it gets to the ethics board and they determine it's not in their purview, then they can say, hey, legal, I don't think this constitutes a judgment on our part. Where should it go? And legal can say, oh, you know, I think this should go back to the staff. All right, let's send it to the department director. I think that's the proper arena. So for me, I find it very, very hard to justify putting a block between our community being able to say there's a complaint, there's a concern, and getting it to the right person. So this is a briefing, it's not an action.
That's right, because there is multiple directions that y'all can take. Based on what you tell me, I'm going to draft an ordinance to provide to y'all.
But we can't take action.
No.
So we can't give you action.
Well, you can make it, you could collectively make a motion to choose a particular direction, say, Miles, I got 1, 2, or 3. It sounds like so the next question would be, do you wish to continue paying for the attorney's fees of the people who have been accused of
Where did that
ethics
originate?
What's that?
Where did that provision originate? That came out of this entire request?
Mm-hmm. Yes, in 2024, both the pre-review and the attorney's fees were approved by the city council at the same time.
Okay. So if you're taking a consensus, I think this whole thing needs undone. Go back to how it was originally established. You know, you're correct. We're for the most part told what rules we need to follow, and we try to follow those. I think we know your number and how to reach you if we have questions. I think it all needs rescinded. Thank you. Yeah.
All right,
So
and that's what I'm wanting. So you want number 2 and you're wanting number 3.
Yeah, well, we're not doing that, Miles. What we're doing, that's not the right way to do it. This is a briefing. There's no action.
That's
And
right.
it's very simple. We can put an item on the agenda because I'm curious, and I don't remember, but was there ever an issue with it going directly to the committee? It never went to legal. And I like the recommendation. Hey, give us a recommendation of what you think. But the whole gatekeeping, I can see both sides of it. But was there ever an issue?
The gatekeeping only
Going directly to.
only was established as a way to avoid having too many easy
I
$5,000
see.
bills
All right.
to be paid to attorneys.
Okay, well, we can certainly put an item on the agenda to discuss, to look at what action needs to be taken on this issue. Councilwoman Vaughn.
I agree. I think it needs to come back to the council because I think it's about perception, and everyone wants to be heard. When I was on council, Miles, you know, we used to have a lot that went to the ethics way back when, and it worked, but you had 2 attorneys on that committee back then. They were really good attorneys. It was a mix. It was one of the better ethics committees that I've seen. So I think it's important because you represent us. So for the citizens, they may think that's a conflict. You're in a bad position, and I get that. So I kind of agree with, you know, both sides up here. So I'd like to see it come back. Thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Well, I'm just saying this to give you feedback. I think what we did when we voted on it was a good thing. I think there were some individuals that were targets at the time. I'm glad I wasn't one. And I think there's some level of protection there because, I mean, it brings the voice of reason. And then the thing is that there's an expanse, number one, like you said, you have attorneys that come up and they want to, it's just inviting you know, the lawsuits, as you indicated, as well as the challenge that we face, that it takes time and energy for the Ethics Commission to review it, particularly when it's frivolous. And it takes up a lot of staff time. It takes time to set all that up. And I think this is a way of a means of which we have a city attorney that can review that. Now, whether I think for somebody to be speculative that you're doing something nefarious, you know, is kind of frustrating because it's just an easy out. So, I think sometimes that's what this comes up, and those were the comments that I see on occasion on the YouTube comments or whether it be in social media. So I just wanted you to hear my thoughts. Thank you.
No, and like I said, I really want you all to kind of tell me, do you want to keep the $5,000 or do you want to get rid of the $5,000 obligation? Or if you, I've heard really from a couple of council members, and I'm.
Miles, I wouldn't ask that now. I think that's part of the agenda item when we discuss it holistically.
Okay, and I'll start drafting something up.
Yeah, and you set it out very well with the 3 options for us to be thinking about that. But we can bring it back on an item, on an agenda, and then discuss it further. So thank you for the presentation, Miles.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Scott.
I was listening to Gil's comment. He had a nuanced change, and I like that. I get that. I think this can be weaponized. I think if we look back at the history, this ethics complaints have been weaponized, and that cause council members to spend a lot of money on legal fees. But I like the nuance, which is, hey, it still goes to the Ethics Commission, but you make the recommendation to them.
Yeah.
So at least it's public. So if you're asking opinion, I like the nuanced change that Councilmember Hernandez suggested.
Okay. Well, that seems to be swinging me in the direction of number 4.
Thank you, well, not necessarily, Miles. You're making our decision for us. I'm kidding.
I'm going to give you whatever y'all want.
I'm kidding. Thank you. Miles, thank you for the presentation. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, last item is our water update. Mr. Winkleman.
It's been too long now.
Please, please don't quit.
Miles.
Okay, hello, Mayor and Council. Nick Winkleman, Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. This is our water supply projects update. And I just want to remind everyone that the goal of these projects and the work that's going on is to absolutely avoid a level 1 water emergency. So to that effort, let's start going through our projects. The strategic goal of Corpus Christi Water is to develop a diversified water supply portfolio consisting of surface water, groundwater, wastewater reuse, and seawater. First, let's start with an update on our surface water sources. Lake Corpus Christi is currently at a capacity of 8.7%. Choke Canyon Reservoir is at 7.4%. It's a combined western reservoir capacity of 7.7%. The eastern supply, the Lake Texana, the reservoir capacity as of this morning is 66%. That has certainly increased over the last week. As you know, they have received some beneficial rainfall for Lake Texana, and it's certainly been a welcome sight. One thing that I would like to point out is the dashboard that I showed at council last week has a 20% curtailment from Lake Texana starting in August. Our hope is that those numbers will change. And the one thing that I can tell you is every Thursday, the Lavaca Navidad River Authority sends me a new update on when they are projected to be at below 50%, below 40%. So once we have that information, we can look at it and see if those dates have changed. We can go to ground. Oh, the other point I wanted to just bring up. So the other part of the eastern water supply is the Lower Colorado River. About a month ago, the Lower Colorado River Authority was having us take a closer look as they thought that the water would not be available for us in the river. The beneficial rains in that same area has helped the Lower Colorado River as well, and they are no longer giving us those lookout messages. We're advised from the LCRA on a daily basis as to the outlook of the river. If we can move to groundwater. And we'll start with the Evangeline Groundwater Project, which is the San Patricio program in San Patricio County. There is a preliminary hearing going on at this moment. The hearing was scheduled from 1 to 5. And to be honest, I'm not sure if it's still going on or not. Our city manager was there attending today, and we're glad he is there with the attorneys and the hydrogeologists. But I'd like to give you just an update on the project as a whole. Our design engineer, Pape Dawson, has completed the 60% design deliverables. Garney construction is moving forward. There is pipe on the project site. There's currently about 35,406 linear feet of both PVC and HDPE pipe on site. Garney construction has mobilized, and they will start a pipe installation crew next week to begin pipe installation. Another item just to put on the future forecast is there is a potential for construction amendment 3 with Garney that would go to consideration in council in May. This is not a change. It was the original plan. Garney was projected to have 3 to 4 construction amendments as this project progressed. All of the work on the Evangeline project is going at a terrific pace, and we're very thankful to both Pape Dawson and Garney for making this happen, as we are very appreciative of this council for ensuring that we can continue to be ready to deliver water. The design effort by Pape Dawson, just to throw some numbers out at you, there's been 61 employees involved. They've conducted over 15,000 project hours. As I said before, they've delivered the 60% plans and specs, and they've worked with TCQ, and they have permitted 22 of the 24 wells. The 2 wells they haven't permitted is a separate application because those are the 2 test wells that are existing on the site today. Garney Construction has also been just as committed as Pape Dawson. 30 employees are currently dedicated to the project. It's expected to have 5 separate pipe crews on site by late September. And again, pipe delivery and construction trailers are on site. This project is moving very fast. There is a summarized Gantt chart on this table, but what we're looking to do is to gain 18 months out of what a typical project would be. And you can see how fast things are going. The goal, the team is absolutely and currently works towards the path of delivering water into the Mary Rhodes pipeline in November. A lot of that depends on the preliminary hearing, which is ongoing. So as soon as we have firm details from the preliminary hearing, we will update you. I don't expect there'll be a decision today from the preliminary hearing. I would expect we would hopefully have it within a week, but ideally we have a little more indication at the conclusion of today's hearing.
Point of something. Statement of fact, we got a text from the city manager that the meeting is over. She did not rule, but said she would rule within 10 days.
Very good. Thank you.
I get to share with you. I'm working for you, buddy.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mark.
So again, and just to clarify, there's 3 protestants. The preliminary hearing, the judge will determine who has full standing, no standing, or partial standing. So there are a number of different outcomes, and we'll all be tracking those 10 days. The Nueces County Groundwater Program, the Eastern Well Field is operating. It's operating under the full conditions of the Bed and Banks permit. The last 7-day average was 4.5 million gallons a day. Yesterday it produced 5.1 million gallons a day. Again, that's confined by the operating monitoring protocol of the Bed and Banks permit. The Western Well Field has been operating since mid-March when a temporary Bed and Banks permit was issued by TCEQ. Currently, 7 wells are online. It's expected an additional well will be online within a week. 5 of the wells are powered by permanent electric. NEC is the power provider there, and we're appreciative of their support. The Western Well Field the other day produced 9.7 million gallons, but again, that is operating under the conditions of the monitoring plan of the Bed and Banks permit. Brackish groundwater treatment. We are teaming with a number of different entities to bring this project online. Aqualia is the manufacturer and the designer of the brackish groundwater treatment. We have Garver Engineering is doing the design. Some work is being conducted by CCW, and then we will contract with multiple area contractors to deliver the conveyance line. That conveyance line will take the water from the Western Well Field to the Owen Stevens Water Treatment Plant, which will be the location of the brackish groundwater treatment facility. There will be a pump station at the Western Well Field, which will pump the water to Owen Stevens. There's more civil work going on. We have on-site foundational work that will be required at Owen Stevens, and we are also working with our electrical engineer, HDR, to provide power to the brackish groundwater treatment at the Owen Stevens plant. The delivery of the brackish groundwater treatment will be in phases. Starting in January, February timeframe, we're looking at treated water of 3.9 million gallons a day. 3 months after that, 9.2, 18 months, 4 months after that, approximately 15 MGD, and 6 months after that, 21 MGD. Those are totals. It's important to note that the brackish groundwater system is it's coming online in phases and stages, but that does allow us the flexibility to operate it, one, either at the full capacity of 24 million gallons a day or partial capacity in the future as our water supply dictates. So it could be operated in the future as low as 4 million gallons a day. Wastewater reuse. This is absolutely a multi-phase project. CCW and city staff continue to coordinate with Valero and Flint Hills Resources on their projects. If you recall, Flint Hills will install a conveyance line from the Greenwood wastewater treatment plant to their facility. They've agreed to upsize that line. They've also agreed to fund and build a storage tank at Greenwood and a pump station. CCW is working with Valero, and there are indications that that project will come in ahead of schedule. We've requested an updated schedule for that, and I will share that when it's available. Additionally, Flint Hills is working to utilize effluent reuse from the Allison wastewater treatment plant. Flint Hills is also working to expedite that schedule. The other key component to all of this is the project that Ardura is working on. Ardura is working on the design of a conveyance line from the Oso wastewater treatment plant to the Greenwood wastewater treatment plant. That is key because it will provide approximately 10 million gallons a day. It'll make it available from OSO. Of the 10 million gallons a day, we are already under contract with Valero. They will utilize the 3 million gallons a day from Greenwood and 5 of that from OSO to utilize approximately 8 million gallons a day. Additionally, we're working with Ardura. There is an RFQ that was put out, and we've received qualifications from CMAR firms. And our hope is to bring a contract back to council for a construction manager at risk for this project middle of May. Again, that'll be for the construction of the wastewater conveyance line from the OSO wastewater treatment plant to the Greenwood wastewater treatment plant. The potential for reuse for all of these combined is approximately 16 million gallons a day. That's a big number, and it certainly lowers the demand curve and helps us moving forward into the future. Again, I've asked for updated schedules, and once we have a little more details and we can lock those in, then I can potentially update the dashboard in regards to that as well. And one more comment about wastewater reuse. There's a number of entities involved, from design engineers to industrial corporations to city staff, and I'd like to thank all of them because all of them are working together to bring this multi-phase project to fruition, and we're very thankful for that. Seawater desalination. The first project I'd like to talk about is the Inner Harbor project. Again, in this project, we have all the required permits. Currently, we are working towards developing a contract with the Corpus Christi desal partners. The plan was to bring that to council at a June council meeting, potentially June 2nd. The Farfield Committee continues to meet. The next Farfield meetings are May 7th, May 21st, and May 28th. The modeler at the May 28th meeting will provide the model for final comments from the Farfield Committee. Additionally, we have issued a request for qualifications for an owner's representative. If the project moves forward, then we will need an owner's representative on board for that project. And then looking forward into the future, there would be an RFQ for an operations and maintenance agreement to operate the plant into the future. The next seawater desalination project is the Harbor Island plant. Again, this is the Nueces River Authority project. The city has contributed $2.7 million to that project in the form of a reservation fee for approximately 50 million gallons a day. The NRA has received qualifications for their developer partner, and they currently plan on selecting that development partner at their board meeting mid-June. I will let you know if that remains or if it changes. The NRA has also approved a Masters of Service agreement with Lockwood, Andrews, and Newman, LAN. They are currently in the process of designing the conveyance line or the conveyance system. The TCQ draft intake permit has been issued. The TCQ discharge permit draft has also been issued, and there's a public meeting scheduled for May 27th. I believe that will be at the Ortiz Center. Barney Davis Seawater Desalination Site. So the city met with representatives of CPS Energy. As all of you know, CPS Energy owns the Barney Davis facility. At that meeting, CPS Energy has stated that they are willing to collaborate with the city on a potential project at the site. The remaining bullets on this slide have remained unchanged. we'll continue to work with CPS Energy on the next steps and how to potentially proceed. CC Polymers, which is Aquatech. So Aquatech has approached the city to work together to provide a proposal to sell the city water produced from the CC Polymers seawater desalination plant. The plant itself currently has a water use permit and a discharge permit. The plant, however, has not been fully completed. It's about 85% completed, and it has never fully operated. The proposal as outlined by Aquatech is they would complete the existing facility, add modifications to provide potable water to the CCW system, and then connect to the system. The city has had 2 meetings with the Aquatech representatives, and they wanted to work out on iron out a couple of things in their proposal, and we were looking to set up another meeting with them next week. Again, I just want to re-emphasize that the goal of all of the work that the team is doing is to completely avoid level 1 water emergency. But we all want to ensure that we're communicating, and to that effort, I just wanted to explain some things about the utility bill. This is a brief overview, and I recognize this is a water supply update. I just have 2 slides, and I'd like to go through them rather quickly. Your utility bill consists of just more than water. It is water, wastewater, stormwater, gas, and solid waste. So what we've done is I've highlighted the water portion of the bill, and you can see those charges. So there is your base charge in this particular bill, and it's a sample bill, it's a mock bill. This is not anyone's personal account. The base charge was $42.10, and then the raw water charge was $8.26 for a total of $50.36. On page 2 of the bill, there's a little more detail. There are details associated with 2 meters. Your gas consumption is metered, and so is your water. The water meter is identified with a capital W in front of the meter. So if you're interested in your water usage, you should absolutely look at that. Your gas meter is a capital G. In this case, the gas meter is on top. It does show historic consumption in the chart. And if you notice, it shows actual consumption. As you can see, some of the bars do not go to the 1,000-gallon gradation line. In this case, you can see that they have used 7,000 gallons of water, so that's what you would be billed. As we discussed a little bit earlier today, we do not round up, we round down, so as not to bill for water that has not been utilized by our customers. However, subsequent bills, it would catch up and they would get billed for that water. It's important to note Corpus Christi Water is an enterprise fund. That means that all of our operations, all of the capital expense, and all of the debt service is borne by all of our ratepayers across all of our customer classes. That is residential, commercial, wholesale, and large volume. I know today we're talking about water, but the wastewater is the same way. The wastewater fund is also an enterprise fund that is solely funded by the wastewater rates. Water and wastewater are separate funds, and there's no intermingling of the 2 funds because the rates are established separately. And with that, Mayor and Council, I'll stand by for any questions.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Okay, I'm still on this water bill. Okay, so I see the number 7, that says 7,000.
Yes.
So the numbers over here that says current read and previous read, what are those?
So the current read is, so each meter has a totalizer, right? So the current read is 438,000 gallons. The previous read was 431,000 gallons. The difference over the billing period was 7,000 gallons.
So confusing. I mean, how much did I use?
The
seven is
sample
7,000.
person was 7,000 gallons in this.
Yeah, I guess the other numbers is what's getting me, and that's what people are going to look at. They're going to say, okay, well, I just used this right here. It says currently, previous read was that. I think that's where there's confusion. And I'm not an idiot, so I mean, I'm thinking, I would be thinking, okay, that's all I use is on the current read.
So we know there's discussion and a lot of comments about the water bill. So we're certainly doing our best to improve the water bill. There is, lack of a better word, a makeover of the water bill that's in process, so that's in the works. But the important to note on this bill is that there's a header that says consumption, and it gives the number. Consumption is the amount of water that you've utilized in that period. The wording is difficult, I agree with you, but if consumption is usage, same as usage.
Okay, so if you see that 7 there every month, it's not because we're talking mostly people use 7,000. So you actually use 7,000. You didn't.
In this case, it's this customer used 7,000 gallons of water.
Okay. It's that current read and previous read that's got me.
Okay. Yeah, so it's just the meter totalizes the amount of water, and the water usage over a billing cycle is the difference between the current read and the previous read.
Okay. I'll talk to you later. Thanks.
Nick, so that was my question. And I think it's no one knows what 400 and, what, I can't even see it, 438 and then 431, but there's not even a K. Like if there was a K next to it, we would know that that's 438,000 gallons.
Gallons, and I completely agree with you, Mayor. Yeah,
So,
completely.
so 438,000 gallons, the current read. So where do we get the 7 from for the consumption?
So
Well, I know it's the difference.
It's the difference.
But current read, wouldn't that be current, meaning consumption for 413? Don't those two correlate?
So the current read is the last read for the billing cycle. And if you look at a meter, it reads in total volume pumped. So that volume was 438,000 gallons. The previous read, so it would be the last read of the previous billing cycle, was 431,000. The difference is the 7,000 gallons, and that's what this customer gets billed for.
So what happens to the rest of it? Why are they just getting billed for the 7? If they used the 438, didn't they?
So they didn't use it all in that billing cycle. They only used 7,000 gallons in that billing cycle. They didn't use 438,000 gallons in that month. They used the difference between the two.
Car, when you drive miles, the odometer says this. You add on to it at the end of the month and check it, your odometer says that. You subtract the two, you know how many
And
miles
then you know how many
drove in a
miles,
month.
yeah.
So it's like an odometer, exactly.
Well, it is
Thank you,
confusing.
Councilman, yeah.
It is a little confusing, but thank you. Thank you, Nick. Councilman Paxton.
Thank you. On the section for the wells,
Yes.
where are we at for MGDs flowing from the western supply?
So
I didn't see that in there.
I stated it verbally, so.
Oh, I missed it, sorry.
So it's not in it. So the last full day read was 9.7 million gallons a day. The average over the last 7 days, Councilwoman, was 8.5 million gallons a day. And the reason for that is because we have to adhere to the monitoring plan established in the Bed and Banks permit, which requires throughout the week, there are times when we shut those wells down. It's a requirement until the TDS, the total dissolved solids in the river, recovers to the baseline.
how much, based on infrastructure finished, could we be pumping?
So let's start with the eastern well field, if you don't mind, or you want me to just stick with the
I was
western?
specifically looking at the west. I know
Okay.
we have some troubles in the east.
Okay, so let's talk about the western well field. So if everything was running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week without issue, currently, you're about 11 to 12 MGD, okay? But because of the monitoring plan that calls for us to shut wells down as the total dissolved solids in the river return to upstream values.
So we could be pulling 12, we're averaging 8.5.
11 to 12 and averaging 8.5.
So 3.5 difference. Is my understanding still correct that the TDS from the eastern well project is a lot higher than the west?
It always has been. So the TDS from the eastern well field has from day one been about 3,400 TDS. The western well field is much more favorable. It's at 1,600 to 1,800 range.
So couldn't we reduce what we're using from the east to increase what we're using from the west to have a net gain?
So a couple of things. We are still bringing water from our wells from the western well field online, and we want to always maximize the amount of water that we can pump.
But we're
Right.
not, if we could be bringing on 12.
But if you reduce the eastern well field, you're potentially giving up 4.5 MGD, and you're still, at times, you're still going to have the monitoring plan where we're still going to have to cut back. So you still have to cut back the west, and then you would forego the 4.5 MGD in the eastern well field.
Okay, that was more my question. If
Yeah.
we were to increase the 12 that had better TDS and use a fraction of the east which is worse, then I would think total it would be lower TDS than using a higher amount from the east and a lower amount from the west.
And so I'm going to answer that question, but just bear with me a little bit here. So one thing to remember, the wells are not the only driver in the river, TDS driver in the river. We have elevated TDS coming out of the lakes. We have high TDS streams. There's other things happening. What the team does every single day is to maximize the pumping from both well fields to ensure every day we get as much water produced as possible.
Okay. And how much do we have left to go before we complete that project in the west?
Okay,
Construction-wise?
Yeah, no, these are great questions. So the western well field, there's 12 wells projected on the western well field. As I stated earlier, there's 7 wells online. The eighth well will be online ideally within a week, which means there's 4 more wells in the first 250-acre property. Those are in the process of being drilled. We'll have those 3 to 4 of those wells completed by the end of May.
Okay.
And then you've got the Ed Rochelle Foundation property, which is also being developed.
So Ryan Skabarczyk had indicated that now that we have had the 30 days of being able to extract the water, that would give us some more data to be able to present to TCEQ on our variance request for our management plan. Do we have an update on that?
So we are working with TCEQ. We've compiled more and more data every single day. The team is working to finalize a robust variance request for TCEQ. Our goal is to have that submitted to TCEQ within the next week or so.
Have we not submitted the variance request? Because my understanding quite some time ago.
So we did for the eastern well field. We did submit it, the variance request for the eastern well field. TCEQ continues to review and process that. The western well field, if you recall, we were awarded a temporary bed and banks permit with the support of the governor. That bed and banks permit, which was issued, had the same monitoring plan as the eastern well field. The advice of working with our consultants was to compile more data and then submit the variance request.
And when do you think you'll be able to submit that?
Our goal is within a week or so, Councilwoman.
Within a week, so by the 5th, ideally?
Yeah, I don't have a calendar in front of me. Oh, yeah, yes.
Our next meeting,
yeah.
that's all.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, perfect. 2 more questions. One, at our last, I think it was the workshop, I had requested that you could republish an updated scenario inclusive of the progress on the wells and potentially receiving a variance request approval in the month of May, and how that would, and this is again a scenario, how that would impact our dates for potential level 1 emergency. I didn't, was that coming along?
It's one thing that I do want to point out is we don't have a firm indication from TCEQ when they would provide input on the variance request, or even if they will even approve it or not. So there's a lot of different factors there, and I'm very hesitant to include a lot into the dashboard that we really don't have a certain level of confidence in. Which is one reason why we've committed to updating that dashboard at a minimum every 30 days, as if we do have positive events like this happen.
Okay, so, but I had requested to see a scenario if we get Evangeline on in November and we get the permit in the month of May.
Sure, so if that goes back to the optimistic scenario, which means we would avoid level 1 water emergency. Because really the difference in the optimistic scenario was Evangeline coming online, Councilwoman.
When I had requested that, and I said, is it basically the optimist scenario? You had said with some slight changes. And I said, okay, so I would like a new scenario. So I don't know what those slight changes were, but if I had asked specifically, could I utilize that, and was told there need to be some variances on it. And now to hear that we're not interested in really doing a scenario?
I'm interested in many things, so I don't want to say that's not fair to say. What I can say is the scenario, the slight variances, that was primarily Lake Texana and the lower Colorado River. Certainly today we're at a better point than we were just a week ago.
Okay, so if I pull up that scenario, that is the optimistic one where everything comes online, that's the one I can use if we get the variance request and Evangeline 4 million gallons in November.
Yeah, correct. And remember, Evangeline comes online sequentially, so
Yes.
it does. And you know this, Councilman. But it's 4 MGD starting in November. It's 1 MGD in December, and then January is 3 or 4. I don't recall right now.
Right. Okay, so then, not too long ago, the NAS base here, they did a sort of a media update release that they had secured a grant for funding for atmospheric water generation. I understand that technology to be very expensive. However, if they were able to secure a grant, I'm not sure the origin of it. I did not delve into the document. A grant, it's free money. I would really like if we could at least explore our eligibility, since they're our neighbor and they were awarded such grant.
Right, and we continue to explore grants. One thing to note on atmospheric generation, we had a conversation with TCEQ. If you're a potable water system, that's a new water supply source. And they, during that meeting that we had, which was well over a year ago, they basically informed us of many limitations to that, and getting it permitted, and issues that may actually result in things like boil order notices. So that's aside from costs and feasibility and options. So there's certainly challenges there. I don't believe and I don't know this for sure, I guess I don't know what NAS is using the water for. It certainly makes a big difference. I know in the past when I've been approached by atmospheric water generations, I've referred them to facilities who could potentially use that water for irrigation, landscape, and things like that. So there is a difference in use, and it gets really permitting and regulatory intensive when you're utilizing something like that for a new water source. And that's what TCEQ informed us of.
I understand that. However, we are investing in effluent reuse projects.
Yeah, and and I'm very excited about that. The greatest advantage, we're utilizing our situation to our advantage in effluent. In other words, we have customers that can take large volumes of effluent water that we are not changing our treatment process, and they are paying to have it pumped to them where they will treat it to meet their needs, and then they're going to pay us for the effluent.
So that's my thought is, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. If it's something that's going to be challenging to introduce to our potable water system and the majority of our users, I think that there's enough draw on our system through different avenues that it could still be a viable option, even not pursuing to put it directly into the potable use system. We irrigate lots of areas in town when we're not under drought. We have refinery partners who don't need the top quality potable water. They can actually filter things that are slightly different. There's a ton of different uses, and all of that, as we know, reduces the overall demand.
Right, I understand that, and to that point, that's why it would be important for that type of equipment to be at the location where it's needed. Because anytime you talk about the cost of water, pumping it and moving it from one site to the next is more expensive. And when you're talking about low volumes of water from atmospheric generation, it's best that whatever facility that exists utilizes that water for their needs at their facility. That way we don't have to collect it and repump it somewhere at additional cost.
Okay. My last question was, I had asked a while back about updates on the Purionics item. Did we ever engage them? Do we have anything?
Yeah, I've talked to their lead, Mr. Ainsworth, a couple of times already. In fact, I talked to him again this morning. The update that he provided me is that they are doing another round of water quality testing, and then he was working with the TCEQ to get his patented process approved through them. I don't know the details of his process, but that's what he informed me this morning.
So that's very early formations?
I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, currently, I know they are doing, what he told me this morning was they were doing some pilot testing for some customers, but I don't believe they have any current customers, and we've known that from the beginning. But so I followed up with him this morning. He's doing some water quality testing and working with TCEQ for approval on their process.
Thank you very much, Nick. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Nick, on your presentation, you're not including amount of volume for each of these projects or cost associated with it or any updated costs. Is there a reason for leaving those out?
There's no reason for it. Well, let me back up. The reason for it is I typically include it in my weekly memo.
Okay.
If you would like to see updated costs on here, we can do it. We have the numbers, and I'll do it next week. Yeah.
Well, on the memo, you have like a graph where water's supposed to come in by month, right?
Yes.
So, you have a graph for a year, and then it's supposed to come, you got 4 million gallons coming from Evangeline in November, and 1
That's correct.
December, and then it goes to the next year, and then you have different water coming from there.
Yeah.
I know there's a little bit of discrepancy with the water from the wastewater reuse, like when the Valero is going to have connection to Greenwood, and I know that you had the information on the construction manager at risk going to come to us on the 12th.
Yeah.
And yet you weren't here, but I made fun of Wes saying that, Valero's going to get there 6 months before we would, or 4 months before we would, so I was like.
Right, I'm right.
You got that? So.
He told me about it. That's right.
Well, is there any chance we can try to match what Valero's doing in terms of pushing it towards, instead of getting it in May of next year, like closer to December or January?
Right, so I've had conversations with Valero, and the team meets with them regularly as well.
Right.
They feel strongly they are in position to move up that timeline, and they've told me that they would like to get back with me within the next week or two to give me a definite date, and then I would absolutely change that on that Outlook calendar.
Okay.
And Flint Hills is moving at fast speed as well, so we think they're going to be ahead of schedule too.
They have it a little bit easier since that pipeline goes right through the Allison property.
Yes, sir.
But, they're still going to have to build, I guess, a tank. Are they going to have to build a tank as well?
Well, Flint Hills is going to be treating the water. They'll be doing RO treatment on site. And then after they treat it, they will be inputting it into that raw water line that you brought up.
Which sounds kind of weird to put RO treated water into a raw water line.
They're treating it to a certain level. I don't know. I don't know the details. Again, this is their project. It's the water quality that they need for their processes, and that's how they're proceeding.
Well, I would imagine it'd be the same as what Valero's concerns are with phosphorus and certain other things that are in that water. But, okay, I guess what we're not, this is what's televised, right? The memo comes to us. It doesn't necessarily get put out there in terms of what volume, when it's going to arrive, and how it can help us avoid curtailment, right? So in your workshop, you did not include the Evangeline. Hopefully we get some good news in here in the next 10 days from the administrative hearing. But,
yes.
I think that will do a lot to alleviate some fears and some concerns if we kind of give that as well. And I appreciate the information you're giving. It just, doesn't tell us when it's going to happen or at what cost.
We can absolutely add that and update this presentation.
And you don't have to do it in the middle. You can do it like in the end in one page, kind of.
Yeah, so a summary or something like that.
Summary.
Okay. And in the weekly memo itself, it is distributed through many stakeholders throughout the region. So information is getting out of there. Like when we met with the hospitals, they requested it, so we mail it to them.
A lot of this gets clipped on Facebook, right?
Yeah.
So your comments will be, somebody will put it on Facebook, they'll just clip from the video. So give them something easy to clip, right?
Well, I would recommend, I'm glad you brought that up, that any information is pulled from reliable sources. I think the city does an excellent job of updating their website with information.
Okay, so you're considered a reliable source, right?
Well,
unless you don't consider yourself a reliable source.
No, I'm not saying that whatsoever. But it's very important that people understand where the information is originally generated from. Yeah.
And like I said, if they can clip you saying something, I think that's pretty reliable. Wouldn't you say?
If they clip me saying, I guess I don't understand what that means. I don't know what that means.
Oh my God,
I'll explain it to you later.
Okay, that's
All
fine.
right, bye.
That's fine.
Thank you.
But your comments about this presentation are noted.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. Okay, I'm glad that he mentioned it because that's exactly what I was saying. I wish we had at least the last page showing how much water we're receiving, just like that email that we get, the weekly email, and what the cost is what I would like. But as Councilwoman Vaughn has noted in the past, or just last week, that we want to be the example, for the city. On that atmospheric how do you call it? Atmospheric?
I think you would refer to as atmospheric water generation.
Water generation.
Yeah.
In order for each department to consider that, they would have to do their own research. How would they decide, which company to go with, or how would they, let's say, for example, this building. this building could possibly, have something like that, because, toilets flush and washing and all that. Isn't it a possibility that something like that could be installed here?
So I think that would be a question for, so facilities manages and operates majority of the city buildings.
So
When you look at using atmospheric water for plumbing generation, remember that the water in this building is connected, the potable water and the plumbing are all connected in the same system. So if you wanted to separate those systems to have, let's just say, atmospheric water going to plumbing for toilets, you'd have to separate that from the system where people drink water and get water for coffee or just drinking water out of a drinking fountain.
Okay.
So that would have to be considered.
Okay. But what would be like another possible department that could benefit from something like this? Can you think of any other departments? Because all of them are going to have like the washing of hands. I mean, I'm thinking toilet use, washing of maybe equipment, right?
So I would hesitate to answer that question just because I can firmly comment on Corpus Christi Water. It's hard for me to comment on the operations of other departments.
Okay.
Give you a good information that you can utilize.
Okay, and in order for it to be approved for drinking, it has to go through the TCEQ, and that's not applicable? Is that what you've been saying, that TCEQ has not approved the system?
Right, they would have to approve the system and the treatment of that as a source to be entered into the potable water supply system.
So we don't know of any other, well, okay.
No, I don't know of any other. Personally, I don't know of any other municipality or public water system that is utilizing atmospheric water to supply water to its residents.
Well, I'm just saying, not as a whole to the whole distribution system, but like you said, facility to facility. I mean, just different departments that could possibly save water by using this generation.
For other uses.
For other uses, if that's a possibility, I'd like to see that. But I don't know how we would go about it. Then that's what I'm asking you. Would it be through assets or asset management? How would we accomplish that?
I think it would be facility and asset management, and I can have a conversation with them.
Okay. Okay, and I'm glad that Councilwoman Paxson asked about the puronics.
Puronics, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize that it had not been tested at all. Like, it's never been used. We would be the first one.
I don't know of a current customer they have. Right, and then what I was told was that they're going through the testing and the water quality testing. They're going to share that data with TCQ to move to the next step.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's all I had. Thanks.
Thank you.
Nick.
Councilman Roy.
Okay, thanks for the update. I have just two quick questions. Remind me again what our total demand is daily.
So it's currently, you're looking at 120 to 125 million gallons a day. That includes treated and raw water.
Yeah, I was just doing the math in our head as you were going through, writing it on my pages, trying to figure out where we would be at and how short we were. The other thing is, overall, if the math makes sense, if we're talking about a 25% reduction, you're talking about 25% from that demand that you just said. What number?
Yeah, so it's, and I apologize, I don't have the chart, but if you remember from last week, there was a demand curve, and then when that curtailment happened, it took it down 25%.
Yeah.
And that, again, it's raw and treated water. And then if we can maintain that allocation, then the system continues to meet demand.
Right, and we can move that date out.
Well, the date, remember, is 180 days, projected 180 days to that. But then if you enact this, it maintains the system, and essentially everything, what's important part is time. You gain more time and the ability to bring more projects online. So, and as you continue to diversify the water supply, you can move back out of that allocation situation from level 1 water emergency. You can claw back out of level 1 water emergency if you get to it.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, Nick, thank you for the presentation. Thank you so much. I think that's all of the questions and comments, and so we'll look forward to seeing you this week.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you. There being no further business, this meeting is now adjourned.